Yes.
You do, you look so like you tell.
It's in there. We can have that.
I wear. Yes, right.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to bring this meeting to order. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Tia for you to take roll.
Pamela Sloan,
Here,
Rollins Stallworth,
Here.
Linda Cavazos.
Here.
Greg Malkovich.
Here.
Jay Penny,
Here.
Colin McNaught.
Here.
Christina Brockett. Here. Wade Colson,
Present.
Fran Sorensen. Alex Woodley,
Here.
Keith Wickerman,
Here.
Dennis Holmes,
Here.
Miles Baldwin.
Here.
Ken Parker.
Here.
Austin Miles,
Here.
Tammy Habig. Here. Bob Levitt,
Here.
Domingo Rivera,
Here.
Dave Henneman,
Here.
Ellen Townsend. Here. Xavier Indium,
Here.
Shay Lundeen. Emerson Wendell.
Here.
Elsie Moore. Here. Timothy Jackson,
Here.
Paul Anderson,
Here.
Bart Davis,
Here.
Sean Fitzsimons,
Here.
Kate Sabroy,
here.
and myself, Tia Wonder.
Thank you. We're going to go to back to page 51 about the financials. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jackson.
I'm sure you enjoyed your reading last night of those financials. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I do have a couple questions.
Okay.
I'm gonna start. And I think some of this goes back to last year's budget as well. Last year, the NIAA in the revenue part collected close to $24,000 for fines.
Mhm.
Where within this budget is that money earmarked? Where's it going?
Like what account or what? line?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
You're on the budget,
This year's,
this year's budget. So
yeah,
If you,
and I have last year's,
okay, if you look down to other revenue,
yes,
it says NIAA fines.
yeah,
You anticipate $5,000.
yeah, but the money from last year, where was that placed within this year's budget?
It was distributed out all over the place.
Okay,
I didn't take $24,000 and say, we're gonna use fines to pay for this. I distributed it out to other accounts. It went into our general fund and then it was redistributed, much like the dues increase was included and that went into different areas. I don't take the fines from last year and say we're going to spend them on X,
okay.
not X.
I would like a consideration that maybe going forward, that money is maybe placed into postseason.
It
In
does go in.
regards to the whole amount, in regards to maybe facility fee, charges, so.
Well, if you look at this year's budget, you will go to this, if you look at event expenses, you'll see that facility expenses are at $100,000. Part of that money goes into that. You will also look at the $400,000 that is for officials. You'll look at the tournament expenses at $300,000. That's where that money goes. I will tell you that the facility expenses that you're referencing are through the roof. And that money is going to those areas because if we didn't put money in those areas, we couldn't hold any event in CCSD because their fees are so high now that we're almost getting priced out of their venues.
No, I understand that.
So I don't see anywhere in any budget we've ever had that we've ever said the fines go to this line item only. They're just distributed across our entire budget.
And like I said, I'm just asking a
Yeah.
question. It's just a question, and I do know that that's a large amount of money that has never been recouped from the association. And I just see it because we have had a handful of schools fined. So I was just asking a question. And I just want to help for the conversation of postseason. The other question I have is on the second page of the budget sheet you gave yesterday. You have the NIAA weight management expenses of $15,000 at the same time. On the first page under revenue, the weight of management of $20,000, because I know that every year I pay for, I don't know what the two different, I guess I'm asking what the two difference are, because I pay the bill for the weight management.
Correct. So the revenue is the money coming in that the schools pay for us.
Correct.
And then the expenses are the money that goes out for the cost of providing the service. So the official that goes and does weight management is paid on a per student amount. So we collect in the money and it goes back out to the individual that conducts the hydration testing
For the rest of
for the wrestlers.
Correct.
So any leftover money in that account for weight management is then earmarked to go to offset the cost of wrestling that are specific to wrestling. So a couple of years ago, they bought the new scales. Last year, we did not buy anything because I wanted to see where we were financially and we didn't buy anything. But in the coming year, my hope is that the revenue outpaces the expenses and we can purchase something else for state wrestling meets that we need. It's not a lot of money. It's maybe a couple to $5,000 when it's all said and done, but that's why one is in the revenue and one is in the expense. The expense is the officials, the revenue is the money we charge the schools for the service.
And my last question is, now that your staff works from home except for Tia, has that impacted the budget? And my question is, you know, now that you've brought Sean, it's so weird talking about people in their different, is that you have now Sean support part of your staff and the travel that he's acquired, like to come to the board meeting, or if he has to drive to Vegas, that he has to stay overnight, he has to catch a plane. And then the other part of that is the expense of you, in a sense, now that you've transitioned mainly here in Southern Nevada, the cost of your travel, your stay when you go to Reno, does that come out of your mileage or is that assessed the NIAA budget?
So I don't get mileage as part of my contract. I have a flat fee for my car allowance. So I don't turn any mileage in for any of it. As for the cost, Tia is not the only one in the office. Brady has an office there. Ellen has her office there. And Lori Holmes, our bookkeeper, has her set up there as well. As far as the expense and the cost, that is actually in essence the exact same as it was when Donnie, Jay, and the former staff members were there, because it's in reverse. They're flipping. In actuality, we're saving the association money because when you travel south, there are no hotel rooms for me, Kate, and Sean, or Sean would come to this meeting and he would have a hotel room. If we go north, there is the cost of that, but that would be the same as if the individuals who were working in the north in the previous administration were coming south. So that's a wash in that area. As for working from home, we do save money in doing that. The issue of working from home has been brought up before, and I will honestly say this is my answer to everybody who asked that question. What's not getting done? If we're not getting something done because we're not going into a physical building, then we'll address it. But I believe we're getting things done. I believe it also helps provide us better access to other areas that we weren't able to get to before. When I travel to the north, if I'm going up to the north for nothing other than a week in the office, I'll take care of that cost myself. If I go up to the north for a meeting, such as the superintendent's meeting, that's a part of my duties that would be the same as if I lived in the north and flew to the south. So to me, it's a wash, it's a balance. I've actually been utilizing that superintendent's meeting to coordinate my travel to the north. With the advent of the new contract with our awards people, we're actually looking at the savings in the shipping from that being recouped in the back of my truck. My plan is to drive north with my truck and spend a week in the north and then bring the trophies back in my truck. That way we don't have that cost, and it's zero sum balance there for the association. I think the costs of working from home are minuscule in the sense that I have not had anyone call our office and say, I'm coming to the office, are you here? They call me and they say, hey, can you help me with this? So I think our working from home has been very beneficial. We've been able to get Sean to games in the rural areas that were not being utilized before. And I would say this, for the previous 25 years plus, the entire association was housed in the north. And there was no question as to whether they were taking care of the south. I think housing people where they're at and getting their jobs done has not caused us any lack of access. And I do believe our staff is getting their jobs done.
Okay, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
It's just, I get asked, and so I
I would
have
preface that by saying, tell them to call our office. Because they're more than welcome to call and talk to me about this, but I have not had one person say, you're not in the office in the north, you should be there. And I have not heard one person say we are not accessible. There are times when people call and we don't answer the phone right away. Chances are we're either on another call or we're waiting to respond back. So I would say that I would have those people call us directly, because what I do not want is any one member school feeling we're not hearing them, so that they can call us.
no, and this is good for the sake of the conversation and for the messaging as well. Rollins.
Being housed in the north and working in this on this committee for the past 10 years, I can say that during Tim's tenure as executive director, there's not been one time that I called him and he didn't answer the phone. And most recently, I've called him and had no idea where he was at. He could have been in Cuba, could have been in Russia. And I've never, ever asked him where he was during that conversation. And the reality is I probably called him more in the last 3 months than I called him the previous 3 months. And that's when I needed him the most. And I got him and we solved the issue and he was here in Vegas. So it has not impacted our office and what we do here with regards to the north, not having him on the ground. I think there used to be this perception that in order for somebody to work, they had to be on the ground there, getting it done. In our society now, it doesn't get done. So.
And I don't want anybody to think, it hasn't impacted us. Tim and I talk frequently and hey, you got a minute text here and there, so. It was just the financial side. Paul?
So calling out Region 4, and I recognize this is an item coming up, right? But I just am curious, so how much do we spend on the facility in total?
In total, a
Yeah.
month, we're north of 7,000
A year?
a year. Or what's that? 12, about 85 plus.
Okay, so and that's increased significantly over the past few years.
Yeah, when we get to that, I will tell you that when the lease was signed, the rent was south of $3,500, $3,600. And it's now over north of 5,000. I want to say it's 5,115 now, and it will go up again because it goes up every year based on the consumer price index capped at 3%.
Okay.
So it's compounding.
So and again, I know it's a discussion item, but I think from a financial standpoint, it sounds like without the facility, we could save the organization $85,000 a year, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's my question. Thank you.
Any other questions? This is an action item
For financial.
for financials. Yeah, not the, yes, sir.
Wade Polson, Region 3. I move to approve the financials as presented.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, Alex will be second.
Thank you. We have a first, we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Is Rayanne with us?
No.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna do a little movement right now. Would you please go to page 149? Debbie Smith, CTE Academic Baseball and Softball Appeal for possible action, page 149. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Hope everybody had a good evening. We have members, Debbie Smith CTE Academy. They're going to present to you an appeal. When they first put in their application to be a member, they did not list baseball and softball, so they were not aligned with baseball and softball. And they have now since discovered they will have enough students that they want to play baseball and softball. They're asking to be postseason eligible because currently they would be independent status, meaning they can play a full schedule, they would not be postseason eligible. This is, I'm gonna give you back information, it has nothing to do with this appeal, it has to do with what we've been doing as a process. If a school is a full member and adds a sport, they are independent status through the rest of that realignment cycle, regardless of their status as a member. So if they're a full member or if they're becoming a member, they would be independent status. Then when we realign, we put them in there as full member with status in the postseason. I'm going to turn this over to Bart so he can go over a little bit more of the postseason and the regular season and the forms and the process for declaring you're going to have a sport for realignment.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to remind everybody as I start to yell here, please do talk loudly today so that we can pick up the sound from the owls. The process that we do, and we've done this for the last few cycles, is an information sheet is sent out to each member school before we start the actual placement of schools for realignment. That information sheet asks schools to check off in check boxes which sports you intend to have for the next cycle. When we get that information in, it goes to our realignment committee. That's what they use to then place teams into classifications. That information then comes to the board. The board is the group that approves the alignments. Once an alignment is approved, as Mr. Jackson alluded to, if somebody were to add a sport after that time, our policy has been independent for that cycle, largely because league schedules are generally already done. But we've applied that policy across the board. We've had, I believe it's 3 schools now, approach us this year saying, oh, we didn't know we were going to have this sport. Now we have enough kids. Can we be in the alignment? Well, the board's already approved that alignment. I can't just go, sure, go right ahead. That's a decision for this board. So as you see in the letter, and I don't want to take away anything that Mr. Gifford's going to present here, on page 150 of your packet, Mr. Gifford, the principal of Debbie Smith CTE Academy, which is the new larger school in Washoe County, mentions in here that they didn't originally include baseball and softball. They weren't sure they're going to have fields. And they approached us less than a month ago.
It's about a month, right?
Yeah, give or take, to let us know they were going to have those sports, asked if they could be eligible. Now, it has come to our attention, they did get included in the 3A league schedule. That's a decision the 3A league can make. We've had that situation before. Think back to when Truckee went independent in softball, still got included in the 3A league schedule. That's enough of me talking. If it's all right with President Sloan, I'd like to bring in Mr. Gifford from Debbie Smith CTE Academy so he can present.
Absolutely.
Mr. Gifford, go ahead, sir.
Hi, guys. Thanks so much for having me again, Mike Gifford, the principal at Debbie Smith CTE Academy. I just want to clear up a couple of things. We are not asking for an appeal for baseball. This is only for softball. That's what's in the letter. Just so we're clear on that. And the reasons of why we didn't include softball in our original application when you guys granted us membership last year was the original plans from capital projects were to take down the existing softball field. For those of you that don't know, we were built on the old Hug High School campus, as Mr. Stallworth knows there. And the existing softball field was originally scheduled to be demolished. And in about a month after you granted us membership, that decision was changed. So we have a softball field. We've always had interest in softball. We had over 40 students on our campus that expressed interest in softball last year. It was the fact that we weren't going to have a field, which is why we didn't include softball. And that's also the reason why we didn't include baseball. We don't have a baseball field. So those are the biggest reasons of why we didn't include it and now why we did. So ignorance on my part of not contacting you once we knew that the softball field was going to stay. We did talk with the leadership of the 3A, and they put us on that schedule, planning for us to be a full member in softball. It was just miscommunication on my part to include you all in that conversation. And as one of the big concerns that we have, if we do not, or if we are not full members and don't have postseason eligibility, is we're an application-based school. And since we've been telling students that we would be postseason eligible because we're a full member of the 3A, we have students pretty excited about softball here that will lose those students to their zone school, since we would be independent on the current plan. And that hurts us obviously in a lot of ways. But we want to be able to keep our promises and let them know that they can be here and can be postseason eligible and be a full member of the 3A. So that's kind of the background of where we are, but I'm happy to take any questions that you guys might have about how we got to this point.
Are there any questions? Yes, Wade.
Wade Polson, Region 3. I don't have any specific question. Well, I do have one specific questions. Currently, what sports are they sanctioned to participate full membership in currently?
Everything but football, baseball, and then softball. And we've been able to have teams in all fall sports. We've been competitive. We've got 3 levels of volleyball, which speaks to our female athletes that we have on campus. But yeah, everything but football, baseball, and softball.
I have a question, I think. I don't know, Tim, you can answer this, or Bart, you can answer this. With the start of the new realignment, you alluded that there have been some schools that have approached you. Have you previously denied any requests?
Tim Jackson for the record.
Yes.
Yes.
How many? Ballpark?
3 to 5.
This year, 3, past realignment cycles, it's generally been 1 or 2.
Based on,
That the alignment was done. They did not indicate it when we aligned, and that the window for that was done, and they could go into the independent status, just not be postseason eligible. They have all elected to go independent status.
thank you. Keith?
Follow up to your question is, of the ones that approached you, were any approved? Can't hear you. Sorry, of all the ones that approached you, you said 3 to 5, they were all
Denied.
Denied.
Were any approved of the ones that have approached you?
No.
Rollins?
Under these circumstances here, there is a difference though between this request, I believe, and the ones that were denied regarding, they weren't new schools that were just opening.
That is correct.
They had been schools that have been in the area in NIAA in some capacity. With that said, at this particular time, Debbie Smith is actually already on the schedule. And I want to say that they were put on the schedule, I believe, by the commissioner of the 3A in the north. Did that person put them on as an independent teams on their schedule, or how were they put on the schedule?
All right, Bart?
They were placed on the schedule. The scheduler doesn't have the ability to place them on as an independent or as anything else. They were just added to the schedule. And Mr. Gifford, you can speak to this too, sir. I don't want to jump on you or give anything incorrect. In a lot of cases, what happens, and this has happened in previous chances, when we've had a school, had a sport, there was an open date for everybody. And they joined in on that schedule to fill the bye games or to fill games that other teams in the league need to round out their schedule. Mr. Gifford, did you want to speak on that at all?
Yeah, when the 3A met, I believe it was when they met in Elko to finalize the schedule. We were just part of that conversation. They called me just to verify we were having softball. I said yes, and they put us into the schedule. But to your point, it does balance the schedule. It makes the 3A schedule much more complete. I don't want to speak for Coach Cottrell and his reasoning in doing that, but he did that just assuming that we were a full member. But yes, it does help the 3A with a full schedule.
Thank you. Let me go to Jay first.
He actually just answered my question. I was wondering if it balanced the schedule and if how the law worked in that division. So that answered my question.
All right, I'm gonna go boom, boom, boom.
I'll also, Tim Jackson for the record, I'll also state that that is a practice that's been in place in both the north and the south. Matter of fact, when I was in the position that Mr. Anthem holds, we actually had a term for it. It's called the swoop and Scott. Because John Scott was the Durrell Academy athletic director, and he would go through the schedule and find the holes. And he would go in and plop his team in. So we call it the swoop and Scott. So it is a practice that's been in place. It does balance out schedules. It gives the developing program an opportunity to build their program and participate, usually get pretty good game limits and whatnot, but with the caveat that they understood they would be postseason ineligible.
We'll go to Ms. Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President, Cavazos, Region 4. Completely understand where Principal Gifford is coming from. Just wondering about, our protocols and referring to the 3 to 5 that were denied. Would we have any problem in the future with this issue as far as setting a precedent and having an issue with the schools, understanding the unique circumstances of this school?
Tim Jash, for the record, I do believe we'll see more appeals come back after the alignment has been done. I believe would happen, and this is not an indictment of Debbie Smith by any stretch of the imagination. I believe what we would see is mid-cycle alignment. That we would see these come in the middle of the cycle. Instead of having an established schedule or balanced for an established league for 3 years or 2 years when we get off of this 3-year cycle, we would see a lot of mid-year movement forward and backwards.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna go to Wade, then I'm going to Bart, then Jay. I'll come back to you in Rollins.
Wade Polson, Region 3 for the record. The whole reason that we have the independent status for new programs is to, one, allow that program to be able to show they can fulfill a schedule for a period of time. It's easy to put a team together and say, oh, I'm ready to play. But then the kids say, I want to play. And then tryouts come and you get half the kids that you expected. And then during the season, you're not doing very well and other ones drop off. And so the whole purpose of independent status is to show over a 2 or a 3 year period that you can fulfill that schedule without forfeiture. And so even though they're plugged into the schedule, which is a good thing, that's what the process is there for, is to show that you can maintain a program over a stretch of period of time. You have graduation rates, you have a heavy senior class, they graduate, and you have very few freshmen come in that want to play. And then all of a sudden your program starts to suffer 2 years down the road, 1 year down the road. And so I think that's what the independent status is there for, is to help the program, but it's also to help the scheduling. And then if there's a problem that comes out. So I'm very reluctant to say, let's put them into the postseason. Since there's no history there. We haven't even seen if they can fulfill a schedule, and that's no reflection on Debbie Smith at all. And their school, I'm sure that they'll be competitive down the road and they'll build it, but I think they need to take the time to build the program to show that they can fulfill the schedule.
Thank you. Bart?
Thank you, President Sloan, Bart Davis and I staff. This is a matter of time. And had this happened a year from now, we would have played a year in the cycle that we're in. This happens to fall theoretically before we've started playing in this cycle, even though this board has already set the alignment cycle. And Mr. Stallworth is 100% correct in that this is a little different of a situation. Usually what this is, and usually the requests that we get are from 1A, 2A size schools. We didn't think we were gonna have soccer. We didn't think we were gonna have volleyball. Suddenly we have enough kids. Can we do it? Can we join in? All that said, what independent status really affects is the postseason, not the regular season. You still get your games in the regular season. The effect it has at the regular season is simply for league standings. If you're a part of that league or you're not a part of that league, and do those games factor into the postseason seeding? Regardless of what is decided here today, Debbie Smith CTE still has the ability to go out and get 21 softball games in 2 tournaments against whomever they'd like to play. if they are added to the 3A North alignment, we know that a chunk of those 21 games would be considered elite games and would count for them and for everybody else in their league. Is Debbie Smith going to qualify for the playoffs if they play through their league schedule? We have no way of it. None. But this is really what that's about, is do you let them be postseason eligible? Does that, as Ms. Cavazos referred to, open the door for other requests as this comes in? That's not for me to decide. That's for the people here on the table to decide.
Okay, Jane, okay, got it. Thank you. Rollins, do you have anything?
Yes, I just want to add that this is a different case with regards to past requests of this type in the state. And this difference is that we have a school that's opening up with over 1,000 kids. This isn't a charter school that has 200 kids. This isn't a new school with a small amount of kids. This is a public school in Washoe County School District that has over 1,000 kids. And they basically found out that they were going to keep their softball field right when they were finishing up construction and said, hey, look, we're going to have a softball team. And so there are some other internal issues regarding that, because if we don't have a softball team there, then those girls that are on that campus could leave and go back to their zone school and play softball or go play at their zone school because we're not offering it there. So you're impacting the ability of that school to possibly have softball in the future if we don't provide them with the opportunity to play softball now, because they can leave. And so this is a different situation a little bit because we have a school. And Mr. Gilbert, what's the population of the campus right now?
We're currently sitting at 700 kids, but we have another 700 that have applied for next year, and we've got 14 days left. So, I mean, our population is going to grow a lot over the next year. We're currently
projecting between 1,000 and 1,400 over the next year or two at the population of the school. So this isn't some fly-by-night charter school has just popped up and want to play one or two sports in the district. They're playing almost every single sport that we offer except for 3.
All right, I think we're a little all over the map here, and I'm gonna go to Colin, and then I want you to bring us home.
Okay. Colin, Region 4. So the school is making this request because just so I understand that they did not have a softball field, then they didn't think it was going to be ready, and therefore they didn't request softball, but is now ready. Maybe perhaps I had a schedule or whatever reason, and so that is why this request is being made. Correct.
Correct.
Okay, but if they had a softball field when they originally made the request, they would have also requested softball.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So
Okay, and then I think we'll be able to close up with Mr.
I
Jackson.
just want the board members to also understand, we're not telling Debbie Smith they cannot play softball. We're telling Debbie Smith, you can play softball, you just will not be postseason eligible during this realignment cycle.
The question I would ask with that is, if a kid was playing softball at Debbie Smith on independent status, because they're independent status, could they leave and go play at their zone school?
No, because the school is offering that sport.
Okay.
And that's not just because they're on independent status. That would be the case in any school. If Bishop Gorman decides they're going to offer, it's a bad example because they do offer flag football, he's not. If the school didn't offer flag football, they would be allowed to attend their zoned residential school to play flag football.
Okay.
But the minute they offer the sport, they play the sport at the school they attend.
Okay.
I do want to mention, guys, we have about a dozen softball players from other schools that transferred to us this year. That would be varsity level softball players. And we would probably lose those students to Coach Stallworth's point there. And that hurts our growth of our program of losing those upperclassmen who would transfer back to their own school, because to what Mr. Jackson just said, they would have to play for us and not be able to play for their own school.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brockett.
Christina Brockett, Region 4. So just to clarify, when you say alignment cycle, what year, if this didn't pass, what year would they be eligible to become, fully fledged in softball?
28, 29. This cycle is longer than anyone. It's 3 years. Yeah.
Thank you. Keith?
When you said that they transferred to you and now would transfer back, are they even allowed to do that via the rules that we have in place for transfers and missing something?
That's a good question. I'm not sure how that would work. Yeah.
Kate, would you like to answer that?
It would depend on the year of the student, you know, with AB 184, there's some options there. And where they end up, if they just transfer back to their zone school, if they have not attended their magnet program for 180 school days, they'd be ineligible in all sports, not just any sport they've rostered. So if they started off with Debbie Smith in the school year and then left at some point to go back to their zone school, they would only be eligible at best at like a sub-varsity level, but probably not even that because it's a magnet program and not a charter, and the rules are a little bit different. So unless they're 9th and 10th grade, no, they wouldn't be eligible.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Austin, you there?
Yeah, I just,
Go right ahead.
Austin Mail, 3A liaison. I just want to give some insight. I was at the meeting that Mr. Gifford is talking about, and we built this schedule understanding that with the intention of them being postseason eligible. So not that that changes, they will be in our softball schedule. And I wanted to add from a 3A perspective, we like to see competitiveness, right? And some of the other schools on the west side that have struggled with their softball programs, it's been difficult to get those programs to have all their levels and be competitive in those games. And if postseason eligibility is going to help Debbie Smith do that, the 3A North has no issue with it. Again, we were operating under the understanding that they were postseason eligible. So thank you.
Are there any comments or questions? Hearing none, Tia, I am going to ask, because this is an action item, but I need a motion first. Yes, Rollins.
I'll make a motion to have Debbie Smith be approved to be a full-fledged member of the softball career.
Okay, Tia, I have a first. I'm working on it. Alex,
Madam Chair, Alex Woodley for the record. Second.
thank you. Okay, Tia, I ask that this goes to vote, please.
Pamela Sloan.
I am actually,
Do we want to begin with this?
no, this is fine. We can go. I'm gonna say no, because I want to uphold the integrity of the realignment.
Mr. Stoll, or Rollins Stoller,
Yes.
Linda Cavazos,
No.
Greg Malkovich.
Yes.
Jay Kenny,
Yes.
Colin McNaught,
Yay.
Christina Brockett,
Yes.
Wade Wilson,
No,
Brianne Sorensen,
Not here.
not here. Alex Woodley,
Yes.
Keith Whipperman.
No.
I'm missing somebody.
Missing one other,
that's all 10. Oh, the parent.
Yeah.
The vacant. Vacant. It's formal.
All right, so it is approved. By a vote of 6-4. Thank you.
Mr. Gifford, you heard that, I assume?
I did. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And we'll make sure we have a full-fledged team out there on the fields.
Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you. Have a great day, guys.
Great. We did postseason, right? Yesterday, baseball, softball.
You want to do school, do the hug one right now and be done with the platform? There's no presentation, there's just conversation.
We did baseball, softball. Yeah.
We need to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to item 26, page 151. Hug baseball and softball independent status. I'm gonna turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, again, Tim Jesh for the record. Hug High School has asked and made the request formally that their baseball and softball team be granted independent status for the realignment cycle. Their reasoning is attached to the back here. They were independent going into COVID the last year of the regular 4-5 play. They were 1-19 against the 5A schools with one win over Worcester, who is now 3A. And they were outscored 292-19, and were 0-22, and have been outscored 309-20. That's baseball. Softball, you can see they were outscored 312-25, and in 17-18, against, that was that example there. Played 1-3, they were 15-16, and had a full season, went 0-22, and were outscored 319-12. To say Hug has been struggling is an understatement. I'm gonna turn this over to Mr. Levitt. If you'd like to add anything to that, you have a more intimate relationship with those schools up there than I do, and you may be able to add some insight to that.
Yeah, Bob Levitt, 485A North, I would say that, shared that the group completely, the 485A schools, 5A baseball, 5A softball, completely support Hug's request to go independent. We have not approved our baseball schedules, which is way out of alignment with our bylaws of our organization, or our softball schedule. We're continuing to work on those. Baseball coaches have proposed a schedule for at least baseball. And are we just talking softball right now? Or are we talking baseball and softball?
It was for both baseball and softball.
Yeah, so we're looking at a schedule that gives the Hug baseball team a game against all of our JV game schools to make sure they do have a schedule. Obviously, the baseball coaches supported and encouraged it heavily, and we would do the same thing for softball and give them as many games as possible. I'm not going to say that. I work real hard not to steer a decision one way or another based on my representation of that group without having really discussed it thoroughly with the group. So I think I'll just stop right there. Right now.
All right, I'm gonna go to Rollins real quick.
Our office completely supports this. They have not been competitive. They're working on trying to get there. They have a brand new, beautiful complex. We hopefully thought that the new school and the complex would help draw some attention in there. But I don't think in this particular case, which is completely opposite from the previous case we just talked about, it would be better for the whole league for them to be independent so that they can work on building that and not at the sacrifice of other teams trying to go and play them, because it would be a waste of 3 innings for baseball and softball. They're really struggling. So I think the next 3 years of being independent status and our office helping them assisted and with Bob getting games and helping them try to build those programs would be the best avenue to do.
Okay, you had your thing, Jim.
That's the part.
All right, Bart.
Thank you, President
Then I'll
Stone,
go
Bart
back.
Davis, and I staff. I don't want to say this absolute, but in my memory, being around this board, being around alignment for a while, I don't believe we've ever denied a request for a school to drop to independent status in a certain sport or multiple certain sports. And Mr. Magrum, through his letter here, has given the information that I would give. It doesn't matter who they're playing. They are getting 3 innings pretty much every time out there. The bus trip in some cases is longer than the game. And I don't think forcing them into a schedule with teams that are going to beat them, however many that team chooses to score, to nothing, is going to help either that team playing them or Hug in this case. It gives Hug the chance to get free of that 5A schedule and find 16 other games where they might actually have a chance to get past the 3rd inning.
Bob.
Yeah, Bob Levitt, 485 North. Just want to add one other piece. This is Hug's Plan B. Those that are on the realignment committee would recall that Hug, as a school, made a decision not. We had North Valleys and Worcester both appeal to stay in the 3A. Worcester was approved. North Valleys was denied. Hug made the decision to stay in the 5A for the good of their students and travel time and those kinds of things and decisions made at their school. But Hug did come back to the realignment committee for baseball and softball and appeal to be in the 3A in those two sports. That request was denied by the realignment committee with input from the 3A North organization. So this was HUD's plan B all along. So again, 100% support their plan B at this point. They tried to go 3A and that was denied. And this is their plan B.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Colin.
Calling out Region 4, so I am willing to make a motion. If we are
Absolutely.
there. Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve HUG baseball and softball for independent status for the 25-28 realignment cycle.
Okay.
Chair
Yeah.
Kelly, I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a second. Any further discussion? Ms. Cavazos, were you want to make a comment? Okay, we have a first, we have a second. No additional, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Bless you.
Thanks.
All right, let's go back
Second order.
in order.
That would be.
Let's go to item number 21 of page 107. This is the 26-27 NIAA policy manual for possible action.
Morning, again, thank you. This is the policy manual. This is our third time bringing it back. We've made the final adjustments we believe work. We have updated it as per the board's request to go through. There were questions about the salary schedule at the back. That is still there intact. We are not following that currently, and there are no intents to jump onto that salary schedule. What I would propose to the board is this, that we adopt this policy manual for this year for 26-27, and then in the spring meeting, I'm going to bring back the policy manual for 27-28 and remove the salary schedule as is presented here, and then put in one that reflects what I believe is a more amicable situation for the board. And that would be, we follow the same salary schedule implementation that we utilize for the officials. That our raises, or not mine, the staff's raises are aligned with what we do with the officials. That if the state employees get a raise, they would see the same raise. As opposed to following CCSD's salary schedule, because that is in flux. It was supposed to be up, but now it's been delayed again. I believe they're holding stat, and that way it would not beholden this board or our employees to one district's salary schedule or another. We would, through our negotiation process, when we hire them on, put them on a salary and then tie their incremental raises to the state, much like they do for the officials, much like the board does for the officials. Or we can do that right now and we can be done.
Yes, wait.
Wade Polson, Region 3, that was my question. Can we just approve the manual without the salary schedule involved in it? And everything else is good?
I do have a question.
What's that?
I have a question when you're done.
Okay, but that was my question, is we can just approve it without the salary schedule, correct?
Yeah, as
Yeah.
it stated. I do have a question on page 115. I have previous years, you know. You have added a performance-based increase. It says in addition to the negotiated pay increase and annual salary review, employees may be eligible for performance-based salary increases. These increases would be determined by the performance appraisal. Can you elaborate on that?
That language is in there. Here's where we're at, and I'm gonna be very frank and honest. We are losing pace rapidly in our environment that we work in with Washoe and Clark. And I believe that allows us, for me as executive director, when we're bringing on employees or we're keeping our employees, that if we can't augment their salary to bring them more in line with current trends, normal pay salaries for other commensurate positions, it allows us to do that. It does not allow me to go in there and just say, Kate Segroy, I'm doubling your salary next year. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
But it does allow us that flexibility. We are being outpaced and it's very difficult. And as we continue to grow, my 5-year plan, as I work through this position, has always been to increase the size of our staff to meet the needs of our association. The association is staffed at a level that was established years ago when there weren't nearly as many schools involved, nearly as many championships involved, and as much output as the staff is doing. I would always like to see us get another staff member on board, but I think that would allow us then to adjust if necessary. It's not something we have to use. It's just something in there that gives me the flexibility to use it if I see that we have the ability to do it, and it would be prudent at that time.
And that would be. Okay, Ms. Cavazos.
I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, you were my peripheral vision here, so. Who wants to go first?
Okay.
Okay,
So two questions, Tim. First one, you said, sorry, Keith Whitman, 4A. The first one you said for 26-27, not 25-26. Did you mean?
I misspoke.
So it is for 20.
It's for 25-26. Yeah,
Okay,
it's for
perfect.
this year. I apologize.
Second, and maybe I misheard you, you said, I don't want to be beholden to one pay scale.
Right.
But then you went back to saying we're being outpaced by those pay scales. So which direction are we?
I mean, we're being outpaced by the pay scales. Here's where I'm at with this. Right now, I believe the genesis of the pay scale for the NIAA, talking with Donnie about this previously, was they were housed in the north and paid based off the south. It made sense, all right? Well, here's what the problem is. CCSD and Washoe across the state gave a lot of large raises, okay? Then recently, Washoe made the decision, and I'm going to be on the record by saying I am fully in support of this decision. They have turned the athletic director position into a full-time position. That full-time position outpaces what we're doing right now as well. So if we follow CCSD, we have to gain and gather all of this, but now we're losing ground to Washoe County as well. So if we're beholden to this pay scale with Clark County, but we're also losing ground with Washoe, it's a wash. We're just treading water. And I don't want this association to be tied to one pay scale and then be reflected by another pay scale. And they're like, well, why aren't you following this pay scale instead of this pay scale? I don't think we should be beholden to that at all. I think we should be able to establish our salary schedule as long as this board approves our expenditures for personnel every year, use that money to hire our people, maintain our people, and still be able to give them cost of living raises, because we have not been providing those at all. I will tell you that we have not, in my 2 years now, going into my second year, we haven't done that, and there haven't been any changes to the salary 3 years prior to that. So we're approaching a 5-year window here at the end of this year where we have not adjusted any of the salaries. And I know some of the people just joined, but I would like to have something that we could say there are some increases coming in the future, because both of those salary schedules do that. And we don't, that's where I'm at with that. So I feel like we're following one, but we're getting stuck behind another one.
you want to follow up?
I do. So first of all, one, I think they deserve it. I'm not arguing that they don't deserve that, but I want to make sure I understand. You're wanting to come up with your own salary schedule that's not connected to these. And then second, my only issue with the way that's worded in performance increases is there's no laying out what that is. And what are the performance, $20,000, $10,000, like,
Right.
how are you determining that? I would, as a board member, if I'm going to approve that, I'd like to see what does that look like? Do we have something that says what that looks like? Or are you just looking to say, the board approves X amount and you determine salaries within that? I guess that's kind of the question.
Well, as I've moved into this position, the one thing I have done is, my first person I brought on was Kate. Kate has a contract. Sean has a contract. Now Bart is working under his previous contract that he had. As I bring people on board, I want those contracts to be in there, and they would lay that out. Now, as far as this phrasing, I'll be honest with you, Mr. Whipperman, this was in the previous policy manual, and I just kept it. I can see adding a subset 3 and writing in that subset as to what those performance-based initiatives would be. I couldn't tell you what they were right now. They were just in there, and I believe that they would allow me the flexibility to adjust salaries as necessary, but also within the guise of under the umbrella of what the budget is currently. So I don't have anything there. It's a straightforward, honest answer.
Appreciate the answers. Thank you.
And I'll tell you, the reason why I brought this up, Tim, is because I have the last 3, and I don't recall ever seeing that.
I think it's the rewording of it.
And yeah, I've never seen that. So, all right, Ms. Cavazos.
Thank you. And, Cavazos, Region 4, and thank you, Keith, because, some part of my question was answered already. about, do we have anything like a rubric, or would, Mr. Jackson go ahead and work that out on his own? What I had a question about is, obviously, we operate under open meeting law provisions. And so when we're talking about, kind of following the Clark County School District, when we are working under NRS 288, and we are talking about the negotiated agreements and following scale, those are done under executive or closed sessions. Those are not done in open sessions. So I just kind of had a question with how that was gonna correlate. Sorry, just being the devil's advocate policy person here. So how would that kind of align? Would that be something where you follow kind of what CCSD has on the salary scale, and then you bring it to the board with the rubric, like what Principal Wickerman was talking about? But I'm a little bit confused on that.
I don't know if I understand the question exactly.
I'm talking about the phrasing as far as that we're following the Clark County School District negotiated agreements, but those are done following open meeting law under NRS 288. So are you saying that you're just using that kind of like as a model, but then you're gonna kind of do your own thing?
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to answer this, and I hope I don't stumble all over this. So the previous policy manuals that the NIAA had said that certain positions would be paid based on where they would fall on the CCSD pay scale. So Ms. Wonder's job was as office manager, executive assistant, falls under a band that is identified by CCSD. So we would take whatever that negotiated agreement says, that person is paid, and that's where we would slot Ms. Wonder in her position.
Okay, so kind of like more an alignment issue.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
Okay.
Which is why we brought this back, because CCSD just recently agreed to continue the current contract as status quo for all their negotiated agreements. So then we could use the exact same pay scale in this document, which is why I want to remove that out of there and simply say where we bring them in is a set price. And then we augment that price by the amount the state increases state employees like we do with officials. So if the officials get a 2.5% raise, the employees would get a 2.5% raise. If the state employees got a 1%, our employees would get a 1%. And we would follow that same scale that we've already implemented for our officials as a board.
Okay, thank you. So basically it has to do more with kind of like alignment, not with the process.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, please.
Wade Folsom, Region 3, having done a lot of this in my career, my suggestion, Tim, would be on the performance-based increases is to add some language into there to tie that performance-based according to the employees' annual evaluation goals, because you set goals for them every year. And then during the evaluation of the employee, you rate them as to how they performed according to those goals. And so that would give you some backup as to say, you met all of your goals, you exceeded your goals, and because of that, now you can have a performance-based increase. And I think that gives a little more teeth to how the employee knows and understands where they're sitting according to that evaluation.
I would like that, Trustee Cavazos, written in my contract as well, please. Because no other state employee, we don't have any of them. Tammy,
One question. When you say going off the pay scale, is it the assistant principal's pay scale? Or is that what they were using
It
before? I
was.
just didn't know.
It was for the assistant directors.
For the assistant director.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that was the assistant.
Yeah.
Stuff. And then the only other thing is like we were saying, I think I agree with all of them that I think if you're gonna put it in there to protect the NIAA and yourself, it needs to be very well written, very, so that someone couldn't ever come back and say, you just gave it to him just because. I think it's a protection for you.
That's fine. Listen, that's why, this is the third time we brought this back. And that's why, we want to get it right. We don't want to get it wrong. And I want this to be in place that if I fall off the face of the earth tomorrow, the next executive director can pick this up and continue to do this. Because what has occurred in the past is this was not being adhered to, and no fault of anyone, it was a choice. but it's resulted in an outpacing of our compensation package for our employees. And discussion with, none of our employees, but other executive directors, I had discussions with them about this. And where we are as an association and where we're going, because I value Wyoming, I value Montana, I value Alaska, because they're similar to us. I don't value the cost of living in Alaska. Thank goodness we don't have that, but we're getting close. But that's where I want to make sure that this is in place, that this is plug and play. And that's what I want this to be, plug and play.
Yes, Ms. Brockett.
Christina Brockett, Region 4. So just for clarification, we are looking at this, this policy for this year, this fiscal year, coming to revisit this again next springtime for the following fiscal year. But with the springtime one, you're looking at making those proposed changes, figuring out the salary schedule and laying out that language. Because right now, I know removing the tables from this policy still doesn't remove the language that's already laced through all the salary pieces and compensation pieces of the policy. So we're not looking at removing the language right now within compensation area, correct? That refers back to CCSD, because currently that's where everybody is placed.
Correct.
But for next year, next fiscal year, that will be adjusted reporting.
My plan is for 26 on forward, that the language will then be adjusted to not reference that CCSD payment policy. It
Okay,
will be reworded in a manner that models the state payment percentage.
got it. And then for my clarification, sorry, on the executive director position, is that something that we go through on your contract? Is that a yearly negotiation, or is that?
I have a 3-year contract, and I'm assuming, based on the contract, the board could have at the last time when they evaluated, added to it or not. We just did the evaluation, moved on. Same thing would occur in the spring, that the board would then say, we're going to add, or we negotiate going into my final 3rd year. I have a 3-year contract.
Okay, so then my suggestion would be under the salary bands for executive director and things pertaining to just executive director, that it would read that it would follow and be in line with, I don't think you need this much language because your contract should dictate all the language in there. I think the language that's under executive director in the policy currently should reflect that it would be referenced to whatever the executive directors, agreed upon. Negotiated agreement, contract, it's called.
Got it.
Keith.
I think, and this is more a procedural thing, I don't know how we can approve this. Because if we pull out to Tim's suggestion, there's too many things laced throughout. I think we need to make a motion to table this for another meeting until we can change the salary and that part on employee. Sorry, what was that called when you said give them? Performance-based, thank you. So I don't think we can approve this, so are we just able to table it without a motion until the next meeting?
Yeah.
So do
Or I
we,
need to make a motion to do that.
no, we could just table it. Yeah. So it's not the January meeting, it's the
No, it will
bring
be,
it back March,
no, it will be bring it back in the January meeting.
January.
Actually, at that point, we might as well bring it back as a fully functioning document moving forward. And not just for this year.
No, I agree.
Yep.
We've done this too much.
Yep. Yeah.
Alrighty. I am going to make we're gonna table cheerleading right now.
Just pass it. We're gonna pass over it. Don't table it.
We're gonna pass over it. We're gonna do a sidestep from cheerleading because I have asked Kristen Grimm, who's part of my department on the activity side of the house, to be in attendance when we have this conversation. She's currently running a graduation meeting at Chaparral, so she'll be here about 11-ish. So we will,
Let's go to 24 first, and then go back to 23.
Okay, all right, so let's have some calendar fun. Let's go to item number 24. Please go to page 143.
And then we back up or we're good. Page 139. Okay. Good morning again. We have to make some revisions to the 25-26 calendar, and I want to walk you through those. But however, the calendars you're going to reference are actually on page 139, 140, and 141, and 142.
So if you want to take the time to pull those and move them, or if you want to as is, we'll leave that up to you. Or if you did it when you got the email from Tim.
We're doing 139, 140, 41, and 42. Currently, if you look at 139, it's the activity calendar for 25-26. Page 139, there are no changes on that calendar at all. If you turn over to page 141, you'll see what the first change would be. Currently, the regional tennis starts, it's supposed to start the first week of October, which happens to be fall break for Washoe. In doing so, we run into all sorts of issues. In the broader scheme of things, we're going to actually make a recommendation moving forward that we stop putting the date that regional tournaments must start and put the date in which the regional tournament must end, so that a school district, a region, a league would have the ultimate flexibility to move their regional tournament where it needs to be. And we would not have to keep doing this year in and year out. But what we're looking at first and foremost is allowing the 4A Region B boys and girls tennis team regional to start on the 29th and move forward from that point. At the end of the day, the most important day for us is the day before the state competition begins. We need everything resolved by that day. So what we're making the recommendation is just to move that piece into September. Bart, you want to add to that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. We set these calendars in advance and we don't always have school district calendars by that point. And somebody's fall break falls in, or we have a district that can't play on certain days because of certain other reasons we won't get into. But then we also have situations where, like with the 4A tennis that we talked about yesterday, the bracket was bigger than we thought it was gonna be, and we need an extra day before that to play. That was something I brought up to Mr. Jackson when he mentioned they must end by date. And we still want to make sure that we ensure we give Clark County and Washoe County, plus all our other districts, the ability to do their travel. We're not saying back up the end date. We're just saying, give us the flexibility to work with, in this case, the 4A North for tennis, or to work with some other leagues. We're not gonna let it be a free for all. They still need to come to us and say, we need to start our tournament earlier than we anticipated because. And that would be Mr. Jackson's decision, or if he delegates that to one of the assistant directors, whether that be Mr. Fitzsimons, who's gonna take over tournaments, or myself, or Mr. Groy. It just gives us the flexibility that when that calendar comes out, we realize, uh-oh, these kids aren't gonna be here to play in this tournament because they've got fall break plans. That we allow the adjustment so these teams can have their full roster and be able to play the tournament.
So that's the first red arrow. And that's a little bit easier than the next red arrow. So we're gonna skip over the second red arrow and move to the third red arrow on page 142. We were contacted by our coordinator for postseason skiing. Due to access to the mountain, due to all the other aspects that go into skiing that are beyond the normal control of a district. Snow, for one. Big proponent of snow for skiing, just so you know. They asked for the flexibility to move the state skiing to the week after, to 23-24, which is actually after the end of the regular season. Moving it there only impacts our skiing student athletes, but it would not impact their spring. They would just have those dates count towards their minimum days of practice which we've already been doing as it is for any other sport, that if, once you transition from one to another, you were involved in another sport, those days count towards your minimum practice days. What makes this unique is it one of those situations where the season will end after the calendar season technically ends for the rest of winter. It's a one-off. It's not something we anticipate happening every year, but it is a flexibility we have to grant to skiing because of the uniqueness of the sport. And I'll open it up to any questions about that.
Keith,
Sorry, this is not a skiing question, but I had spoken with you about this just earlier about state wrestling being up in the north again. I don't know if this.
we haven't got.
We're not there yet.
This is not the time.
No.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Would you remind me? I just saw it on the
Yeah,
calendar.
that's why I said we're skipping arrow 2, going to the next easier one.
Sorry, sir.
Trust me,
My bad.
trust me, you won't need to be reminded. Yes, Tim.
So mine's more like the previous one you were talking about. While I completely understand where you're saying, you know, it has to end by this date. I think, and this is probably, I'm wearing my mom hat right now, our athletes do 1,000 other things. So it's really hard, like I think of my own child who's on our guitar for CCSD. How does he prepare for that if he doesn't know when regionals for tennis is gonna be?
Okay, I think you're looking at it from a different perspective. And I appreciate the perspective. We're not just saying it's a free-for-all. We're just saying when we do postseason, we're going to be able to have the flexibility to work within that it's still gonna be established and dated. It's
So
not,
it will still have
yes,
dates. Okay.
yes.
Then
No,
it's
we're
gonna
not,
be-
no,
Wait a minute.
no, trust me, we can't
Okay.
function that way.
Okay, that, yeah.
It's still gonna be, it's
Thank
still
you
gonna be
for
dated.
clarifying that, 'cause-
What it's gonna do is it's gonna allow this. The 4A tennis in the South is huge.
Right. Yes,
Well, we, instead of trying to cram it in here
to 1 week.
to 1 week, we're gonna say, okay, listen, coaches, schools, districts, hey, what if you move it back to the Wednesday prior and we use Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then the following week, we have that flexibility. But when we put a hard date on the calendar, we have no flexibility.
Right, so when would those dates be out for us, like, to plan as, say, as the athletic administrator to plan for, would it be,
The year before.
it will? be-
Yes, as we come forward, we're going to start looking those going into the year ahead.
Okay.
Because, and the other thing is this, and this is gonna play into the next one, the Mr. Whipperman's arrow number 2.
Yeah.
When we have the ability now that we have a 3-year alignment in place, and we have the ability to know what the facility is going to be, we have the ability to plan ahead. Right now, we have the 3-year alignment. We don't have people willing to host regionals for us, so we don't have the ability to plan ahead. This is a part of the 3-step to getting to there. And allowing us to have that flexibility without us having to come back to the board every month and say, or every meeting and say, we need to move this tournament here for this day. Also think of it this way, baseball, softball, we talked about it yesterday. The first day we showed on there for baseball regionals was the Saturday, because the board set a calendar that said the season ended on this day, so therefore regional started on this day. So that Saturday is the first day we could physically do it. We have had to encroach on that before. So what we're saying now is quit putting the dates for regionals on the calendar as hard set dates. Put it on the bracket, and we can set those up and we can start building brackets. We know how many days, like, if we say a 64 team or 64-man tennis bracket, listen, we need 11 days. Got to be done here. We can use these 11 days. Now we got a calendar. We're ready to go without having to come to the board every time because we encroached on it by a day. We encroached on it by 2 days. Or in the case of skiing, we're expanding on it beyond 2 days. That's where we're at with that.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, questions on skiing? Yes.
Well, before I go that, can I just clarify for me what the change on the skiing calendar is?
The clarification on the skiing calendar is we're moving, if you go to page 140,
Okay,
skiing was slated to end 16-21.
okay,
We had to move it to end 23-24. So in other words, there was a 5-day window. They had hoped to do it in there, but with the dates and the events and the hill and the snow and everything else that goes into it, they have come back and said, listen, let's just put a hard date of 23-24. We can make that work and we'll be good to go.
a hard date of completed the state by the 23rd, 24th?
Yes, that's the plan. It'll be done by it'll be done 23rd or 24th. That allows them an extra 6 days to get it done.
Okay.
Pushing it back.
It's pushing
because I
it back a week.
recently received the ski schedule.
Mhm.
And that's one schedule I don't do because they have to work with the mountain for that last week. I think Roland, you got it as well.
Yes.
Currently, they have the state slalom scheduled for the 18th.
Yes.
And the state GS scheduled for the 19th. They can still do that.
Yes.
And they've actually listed through the 27th as contingency days based on mountain sports. They can still do that. They're still not limited. They don't have to have it done by the 24th.
There are two skiing organizations. Remember, there are two sets. There's Tahoe Basin and
Northern Nevada.
Northern
Yes,
Nevada.
And this is.
And I told them they could not publish this date out there until we had board approval, which I wish they wouldn't have shared that with you, but they did. Obviously, but I'm sure
I
they're,
shared it with a lot of guys too.
I'm sure you did. Because that was the plan. I wanted this board to approve it before it went out because that's the contingency plan in case something were to happen. And knowing it would infringe upon the start of spring, I assured them that we have a contingency plan in place for other seasons where if the kids are still playing football into winter or winter into spring, those overlaps, those days still count towards their practices for the next sport. And we would just have to let the schools would just have to let the spring coach know, hey, listen, we had to encroach on this for this reason. Those kids' practices are still counting. They'll be to your team as soon as possible.
Gotcha. So my ADs can move forward with.
Well,
As they have.
My ADs.
as they have been with.
Assuming, yes.
Yeah, but the assumption. So that's where the skiing came in. So.
Bart, did you wanna say something?
Thank you, President Sloan. Just real quick, back to David's point about when will this be published? Mr. Anthony, assuming I were still over tournaments next year, Mr. Anthony would shoot me if I didn't have those dates approved in advance, because he needs to be able to build his league schedules. Mr. Levitt would follow just to make sure the job was done. We need to have those done in advance, and we will have them done in advance. You'll have plenty of notice on that. It's not gonna be an issue. We just need to have contingency.
Be able to extend.
Any other questions on tennis or skiing? All right, now we're gonna move to wrestling. The fun stuff. This is the fun stuff. Okay. This is going to be a little bit of a journey as we get there. Wrestling is now 4 full divisions of boys, 1A, 2A wrestling together, 3, 4, and 5. And girls, 5 divisions of wrestling. It is impossible to run an entire state meet in a high school because of the size. We could do it, but we would take kids out of school for a week because we would only be able to wrestle so much. Therefore, the venue for wrestling has to be larger than a high school. We cannot run it at 2 high schools because you may have a boys coach who is also your girls coach. And if we don't have them at the right locations, they cannot coach their kids. And we cannot guarantee we can put those at that location because girls is 1 division at this time. So if you have girls wrestling with the 5A and the 4A, but you have a 3A or a 2A girl wrestler, they're at the separate site. So we cannot do that. So we have to have a venue that is large enough to hold that facility or that competition. There are no venues available to us that we can afford in Southern Nevada. None. We cannot afford to go to Lee's Family Forum. We have had conversations with them about every sport you can imagine being at Lee's Family Forum. We cannot afford their costs. We do not have access to the Orleans. Cheerleading, the little cheerleaders have secured that facility through 2029 because they can commit to more than 1 year. We cannot at this time. We cannot go to South Point. They have the rodeo and the horses, and there's just no opportunity to get in there and get it set up and get out. We cannot go to T-Mobile, can't afford it. We cannot go to MGM or Michelob Ultra Arena. We cannot afford it.
When you say cannot afford it, Star,
Yeah.
afford it, what is that magic number that we say we can't afford it? Is there a magic number?
Well, I will tell you that the number of $33,000 a day is definitely a number we cannot afford.
Okay, so is there a number we can afford? Is $10,000 a day affordable for us?
Yes,
And have we sent that number out to everybody?
they are fully aware of that number.
Okay. Right.
And when we worked with, Thomas and Mack and, Cox Pavilion, the number we work on with that is a per game cost, and it's been running between $2,000 and $2,500 per game, which is exorbitant when you think about a high school basketball game, just to get in the facility to use their floor, $2,500 a game. We tried that. We tried to work with that number with Lee's Family Forum, and the other issue we run into is this. Lee's Family Forum and almost all, well, not all, the rest of the MGM properties is tied to AXS ticketing. We have to use them. It is a flat fee of $4 a ticket. So a student ticket goes from $5 to $9. An adult ticket goes from $12 to $16. This board has made it very evident that they want to make sure that high school athletics is affordable to kids and parents and families. Those prices get a little bit high. We have adjusted for Allegiant by $2 per stadium, and sometimes up to $4, but that's 4 football games, and we'll get into the nitty gritty of that. There was discussion of going across the river again in Laughlin. I will tell you that the amount of vitriol that came towards the NIAA for hosting a state championship for Nevada in Arizona it was appalling to hear it. And I'm going to be honest with you. I said to former executive director, the worst thing that could possibly happen is a student from California win the Nevada State Championship in Arizona. And it occurred. We heard about it profusely, about the venue. I will also tell you that we did reach out to that venue numerous times, and we got no response. Not a phone call or an email back. Now, other individuals have claimed that they have. That congratulation goes to them, but we have not heard anything. So we were in a situation where we had to find a venue. Rafter C3 in Churchill County was unavailable where we were last year. However, Winnemucca and Lowry High School stepped up and said we could use it. And we could use their venue. Now, the cost for that venue is right in our wheelhouse. Matter of fact, it's dead center. Right there. Lowry's going to host it, the community is involved, and we're ready to go. Now, what I'm going to say now is where I believe we need to move as an association. We need to understand that we have to find the best available venue to host it. And finding that venue is not always going to be in one geographical location in the state. I've already heard from a couple of principals and I've already heard from a couple of APs. Well, why aren't you holding it in the South? That's not fair. My question would be, where would you like us to host it? Where we can afford to host it? And how do we turn down a member school who says we will host it and the cost of the association is just the personnel that you're hiring?
You want to do this, or do you want me to take the reins? You go right ahead.
Well,
Keith.
I'm just gonna start with first, can you explain, because you just said, I thought I heard you say that high school wasn't big enough and 2 high schools was a problem.
Yep.
Can you explain the venue to me? Maybe I misheard. I thought you were saying it's at 2 high schools.
2 high schools, we can't do state championship wrestling and 2 high schools. It won't work.
So what's the venue? That's what I thought you just said, that this venue up north is gonna be 2 high
It
schools.
is the Winnemucca Event Center.
Indoor events.
Indoor event center.
So it's the side.
I did not even say event center. I said Winnemucca.
Okay.
Lowry is going to host it at the Winnemucca Event Center.
Where it all sits.
Where it's been before.
Very high school.
Okay, thank you.
And we can put all 8 mats on the floor with the seat. Now, what does that mean? That means we have to move the state championship from a southern potential venue to Winnemucca. From our standpoint, from our office staff standpoint, this is the right decision to make. Because it's in Nevada, it's hosted by one of our member schools at a venue that can accommodate it. What does that mean for other districts? That means CCSD is now traveling north for us.
And I'm gonna step in. Tim and I have had this conversation a few times. Heated. Because now, for the benefit of CCSD, now you're putting a major impact on the southern schools. and Tim knows this. When this initially came forth, I said, no, there's no way. There's no way. Because financially, this has an impact on, and I did the numbers of CCSD. We're looking at I have to find $125,000 in my budget to go north that wasn't accounted for when I had to do my proposed budget, and I have to stay within a certain means. We're doing a lot of budget cuts at CCSD, and I'm being told, don't you dare ask for any more money. I'm very disappointed that there is not a venue in the South. I'm extremely disappointed. It not only has an impact on the schools in the South, and I'm not just talking on behalf of CCSD, because when I go to Winnemucca, I have to reserve close to 140 rooms. That's what I did last year when I was lucky enough to do it in Reno, even though the tournament was in Fallon. But the other impact is other families, and I feel bad for the families because last year was in Fallon, so all of our families in the South, I'm speaking to everyone, had to go to Fallon for that expense. This year, we're having to go back to our families and say, listen, now, sorry, you have to go back. No, now we're going to Winnemucca. For the last one, we go to Winnemucca. We went to Fallon last year. We went to Bullhead City the year before that. Then we went to Winnemucca. Where's the given for the wrestling tournament to come back south? Because when we look at next year's schedule, it has wrestling up north. I know the goal of this board has directed the NIAA to find the best facilities there is. But we need to do it in advance. And then I'm gonna ask the NIAA, what's the give? If we have to go to the north for wrestling, is there any other give within state playoffs for something to come down south because of the financial impact it has on the southern schools? Jay.
Jay Kenny for the record. So my question to you, since you are from the South, where would you like to hold it? And who's going to do it? You have all of these schools here, but no one's raised their hand to say, let's hold it.
He just said.
All right.
But my
In
point
the
is,
following year, I'm saying not this year, I'm saying, okay, for next
but
year.
my point is, when it comes to the state playoffs, we typically, for these larger things, hold them in venues.
Sure.
And that's the responsibility in NIAA to find the staffing of that.
Okay, but at the same token, where can we?
I don't know. That's not what I do. So I'm gonna.
I know, but you live here, so I'm saying, I'm asking everyone here who lives here, what venue can host this at a cost that we can afford?
Then I couldn't, I think, Linda, I'm gonna go to you first. Ms. Claus.
I just wanted to get some details here. So on what is going to be the cost for it's the Winnemucca Event Center? And we do have host Lowry House High School, but what is going to cost?
Zero.
It's absolutely zero?
The only thing we will pay for, that we will have to pay for, is staffing, our staff,
Okay. Okay.
which we pay for no matter where it's at.
Okay, and I had an additional question, and you did touch on this, Mr. Jackson. When I was kind of taking some notes when you're going through all the costs and everything down here south. So speaking of South Point, I think on that one, you didn't say that it was like an unbelievable cost. You said it had something to do with the scheduling, the horse shows, or for our dates. Can you give me some more details?
Yeah, it's unavailable. It's full.
Basically just said unavailable?
It's full,
Okay,
which is the same thing with Orleans, it's full. So here's where we're at. And I want to make sure you understand this. I appreciate what Ms. Sloan said, but unless this board has decided that they're gonna find a pot of money, I would gladly take Ms. Sloan's $125,000. Cause then I'll take the 125. And I can then afford to get Lee's Family Forum. But that's gonna be for one sport only. That's gonna take the cost that we are paying for just wrestling. That's not gonna account for any other sport. The cost of venues is exorbitantly high. We do not generate enough revenue for a venue to look at us and say, yeah, come on in Because I use the term, we don't charge Taylor Swift prices. We don't charge $100 for a venue ticket. We can't afford that. To Ms. Sloan's point about being some sort of a balance between this, that's what the next agendized item is going to be about, is about building a calendar that will then, in the future, balance this out. Right now, there is no balance because to Mr. Kenny's point, and I like this point, he said this, it's not about the staffing of it. I guarantee you right now, there are wrestling coaches that are texting our principal saying, we'll host it, we'll host it, we'll host it. That's not the issue. The issue isn't finding somebody to host it. I guarantee you, Cimarron Memorial's wrestling coach would have hosted this for us. Centennial's would have hosted, El Dorado would host it for us. It's not the host, it's the site. We don't have a venue that is big enough to host this in.
Ms. Prophet,
Okay, I know we're talking about a single high school wouldn't be big enough, but have we thought of in the South where we have high schools that happen to be right next to each other? For example, sorry, Tammy, Legacy and Northeast. So it's basically at the same site because they share the same parking lot, same everything, where we could split up using like the Ox gym, the regular gym, the cafeteria, the gym over at, in the other facility.
We have, and that then brings in the next aspect of this. Mr. Rob Tate runs our state tournament for us. He can't disperse his people the logistics of doing that are untenable. We cannot do that. Currently, when we run a regional tournament, we run two regional, like a 4A mountain and a 4A desert. We run those are such smaller events that the materials, the supplies, the equipment are able to be dispersed out in that. But for a state meet, we just cannot break it apart like that. We've considered two high schools that were close to each other. We've considered wrestling in the Ox gym with two mats. Then we get into other issues that go to running a state tournament, seating, capacity, more money, warm-up areas, infringing on your cafeteria for 2 days. We have to say, we cannot do it in those areas in an effective manner. I guarantee right now, there are coaches out there saying, no, we can do this. We'll figure it out. At the end of the day, what we have to understand is this. The NIAA needs to run a state tournament for wrestling. We need it to be in one venue, and we need that venue to be cost effective for us.
I'm gonna go to Colin.
Colin, not Region 4, I think, just for clarification, how many, mats do we need active at the same time in a state tournament?
8.
Eight.
Minimum.
And is there not a option, like I know Rob Kate, I understand that layer of things, but like someday he's not gonna be doing that anymore. So is there not a option to have two? So where we have Rob running at one site and then someone else running at a different site. I mean, because we're gonna have to do that someday anyway, right? Where we're gonna have to learn how to do that without one person running
We will not be running it at 2 sites at any time in the future because of the advent of girls wrestling. We can't divide the sites out. So with Rob Kate running it for us, that's a great aspect to us that we don't have to absorb that cost. Mr. Kate does his thing and we're very grateful for that. But if Mr. Kate disappears, the ability to run it in 2 sites does not all of a sudden appear. It still has to be run at one site because girls wrestling is an open division of all of our kids. And they have to be at the same site as the other things because you cannot guarantee that your girl's going to wrestle at 1 o'clock and your boys are going to wrestle at 10 o'clock. So even if Mr. Kate were not involved, it would still need to be at one site.
Okay, follow-up question.
Yeah.
Have we looked at sponsorship in order to pay for the facility?
Yes, we have, and we can't do that because of Playfly.
Oh, perfect. Perhaps we can leverage Playfly to find partnerships for that. I mean, isn't that kind of what they're for?
I've asked for that. I've asked for finding sponsorship for many things. That's not they don't secure venues for us because I'm not trying to throw Playfly in the
Not
bus
looking
here.
for venues, I'm looking for money to pay for the venue.
We only get 35% after $550,000.
Yeah, no, I get that, but
Yeah.
have we not, I thought we've reached that point because it's year 10 of the contract and we've reached that point. Is that not true?
Well, we have,
We've reached rev share, right? So
right,
there, I think, like, if we are stuck in a singular sponsorship person, then I hope that we can rely on that company to support us when we need it.
so we are setting it 280 guaranteed and then 35% after that.
Totally.
To get $125,000, they would have to generate themselves an additional $350,000 to get us 375, to get us an additional 125. So he would have to secure that much additional revenue for them to then be able to compensate us enough to cover the cost for that one day. Question.
Yeah.
Brady's out there, if you like to call him up.
No, I mean, I think that I would actually love to hear from Playfly on that, to see how we can make that possible, because, again, like, we, are looking to, like, I think we could get a sponsorship and we can get sponsors regardless of of Playfly, but unfortunately, what you're saying is we're kind of stuck with that situation. So I would love to hear from Playfly on how you can support us in our time of need here.
Yes.
Yeah, no problem. Just letting you know, and so Tim knows this, I brought cars to try to find facilities. Naturally, I'm not tasked with finding venues for us, but we know that the better the venue, the better for the NIAA. It was like, so when I'm out there, I talk to MGM, I'm trying to work deals. Every time I'm speaking with someone that has access to a facility, so we can leverage that, get some of that sponsorship or anything like that. So I am actively out there with Tim, RSCBA, and something about the Rio Event Center. Right away, I walked in there, I wasn't thinking dollars or way, I was saying, hey, maybe we can give them something market wise, and we can knock the cost down of the facility. So, I mean, that's my goal. It's not a goal of me getting an extra $100,000 to, so when you guys do this event, work with business, right? We can give these facilities for companies that runs facilities. Well, we could gladly do something for them in exchange for the NIAA to get that facility. So from the Playfly standpoint, I try as much as I can to find the best facility possible. And that's why when the stadium is built, the Raiders and stuff, first thing we did is where we help them design. We have the Raiders early on. My boss came around, we have the Raiders, and we were able to build that relationship. How's it working us? We don't get enough money for the Raiders, it goes to the sponsorship at all. We understand that the benefit of the Raiders stadium is way more important than any money for the Raiders. The Raiders give us, do have great companies, but it's not always money.
I mean, somewhat it is, right? Because I think the challenge that I have, right, is that we are beholden to this deal, right? That we have now extended because we have reached rev share in our, finally, right? And so now we as an organization can't go out and get the money we need to run the programs that we need, because we have to give you 65% of the money we get. Right, and so we have to get to a number that's like, and you being the Playfly, right? I understand it's not you, but so how, I don't feel like we're supported in that regard, right? I think that makes it really hard for us as an organization. How so?
It's all you, so everyone. So I mean, I get it. If you guys can go try to find a facility. And what are you talking about?
So it sounds like we have the facility, we just don't have the money for it. Like, I mean, that's what I'm hearing. We have a space that potentially is what, 120,000 or whatever it is. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I used that number because Ms. Sloan said it was costing her 25. It was gonna be 33 a day.
33 a day.
So 33 a day. So for wrestling, we would need it for 3 days, Thursday for setup. So that's $99,000.
What I'm saying is we don't need your help for the facility. We need the money, right? And the problem is that we are not able to secure that money, right? Because I mean, unless you could find 350,000 to help us secure, or whatever the dollar amount ends up being, like, that's what we need from Playfly, right? Is we need to continuously improve the amount that we're bringing in, right? And I mean, it's no secret, I'm disappointed in the situation in general, right? Because we only reached rev share in the year that extends our contract, right? Which I'm sure that, I'm not saying you're not working hard, but it is frustrating that we just reached it now, that we are now stuck in a continuous contract here. That is hurting our ability to create a space for kids in Nevada to do what we want to be able to do, right? And so I'm not asking you to find us facilities. I'm asking you to find us money so that we can do the work that we need to be able to doing, right? And it just doesn't feel like, it feels like we are stuck we're stuck in a contract that, you know, and I'm not gonna comment specifically on that, but we're stuck in a space where we can't raise the money we need to do what we need to do. That's what's challenging here, and that's what's a struggle. And so my challenge to you is to please help us find that money, right? Yeah. I appreciate that.
And I would love it if there's much greater $1,000 goes out there, but our average yield that we get is $22,800. So to build it from $225,000 from outrun, got the deal, that's how much smarts at the college for the table. And we got the deal. Now, as of today, we're at 709,000. We'll be up beyond 800,000 by this year, so we have grown over the years, and there's just not right now say, hey, that's our goal.
Battery may die.
That's our goal.
Yeah,
I
right.
mean, my goal is to have the best facilities for the kids to play.
Yeah, and
My kids play in I didn't get shipped in here from Playfly. I've been in Nevada 25 years. I want the best. So I'm trying to,
That's better, actually. Just speak.
I'm trying to find facilities along with Tim when Don was here, work hand in hand to identify where we can go. And is there any way we can leverage what we have marketing wise, asset wise to get these facilities?
right, no, I understand.
In a perfect world.
And I think the reality though, yeah,
$8 at the table and we can have extra money for facilities.
right.
All right,
My disappointment is that as an organization, right, so you've raised the $800,000 for the NIAA, right? But, and if we got all of that or most of it, which is what I think what our partners think is happening, right, when they give the money, then we would have the money to pay for the facility. And unfortunately, we don't, because all we get is 280,000 plus 35% of everything above 500,000 or whatever the exact details are, right? And that's disappointing. And it is hurting us right now, right?
Okay.
And it's hurting us significantly.
thank you. I'm gonna
So we're-
defer to Paul Anderson real quick.
Paul Anderson, legal counsel. I think, and Colin, with all due respect, I think we're getting a little off track. We're talking about a whole different situation. That's a contract that we have with Playfly. That is what it is. Their job is to bring in as much money as they can to us and to them, but under the terms of the contract, so that money goes into the general pot, you know, to pay salaries, to pay for facilities, to pay for all the various things the organization pays for. The item we're talking about though is the situation we have with the forums. I understand your concerns financially, but I think we need to keep the discussion on that.
Yeah, and Mr. Anderson, with all due respect, I think it does relate because the problem would be solved if we had the money.
Well, a lot of problems could be solved in this.
Sure, right? And my point is simply that if we had the money to do it, right, then we could host in the South and we would not be having this discussion, right? So that's my point. And honestly, I didn't come into this conversation wanting to have a Playfly discussion.
I understand. I'm just saying, I
asked
think
if
we're
we could
getting
get
off track. Okay,
Yeah.
and so that's my point. And
Yeah.
Okay, I got about 5 people in the queue here. Okay, I'm gonna go to Rollins.
Sticking with wrestling and focusing on a wrestling venue. One of the things I think we're focusing on is and we're not directing it on the tournament itself. The tournament itself is too damn big. It's outgrown our ability to actually host it. And so I think instead of trying to beat a dead nickel or whatever the saying
He's a
is.
dead horse.
The reality is, I think we, as a group, maybe we need to look at changing how we run the state tournament for wrestling and maybe turn it into a 2-week situation where we have one week and one the next and divide it up a little bit because it's too big. The venue that we have in Winnemucca now, Pam's talking about cost. From a percentage standpoint, Washoe County is spending the same amount of money going to the last 4 years, going to Las Vegas, going to Winnemucca, going to Fallon, and going to Arizona. We've spent money, so we've had to pay, just like Pam has for the last 5 years, of going elsewhere for the state tournament instead of it being in Reno where we wouldn't spend any money. So it's impacted our budget as well. And so with that being said, it's become a budget issue for the schools that are participating. And the wrestling tournament, which is phenomenal. I drove out to Winnemucca, I've driven out to Fallon. I didn't go to Arizona, darn it.
Missed you.
I'm sorry. But the reality here is that maybe we need to look at the actual wrestling tournament itself and see how we can change that tournament format to possibly hold it at a high school 2 weekends in a row in Clark County and possibly 2 weekends in a row in Reno or somewhere else and look at that aspect and say, is that part possible? Because we know we can't have it in 2 different venues at the same time because of the officials and all of that. Tim.
We just doubled your transportation costs. Because I cannot guarantee you that your wrestlers in the north and your girls will wrestle on the same weekend.
Well, I know, but I'm paying that now.
Yeah, but if we would double them. Because now, instead of sending Reed's wrestling team with their girls, we're sending Reed's wrestling team with the boys one weekend, Reed's wrestling team with the girls the next weekend.
Well, I would be hosting hopefully one of those weekends.
So then so then everybody would incur the costs every year. Because you would be sending them crisscross, boys one way, girls the other way, statewide. I agree that wrestling has become big. And that when we get really deep into the girls, we may be looking at a tournament that's too big to host that way.
The tournament's already too big. So we might as well prepare to change it now.
My concerns are, I appreciate all the concerns that are being brought forward and I understand it.
Put it on.
Put it on. I'm sorry. Put it on.
This is the best.
This needs to be.
Inside out.
Oh.
Back thing the table, so got a superintendent over here.
Be a team player.
I'm cold.
He turned it down.
Can we get that on the internet?
Okay. Well,
I got you. We still
Yes.
have 5 or 6 people on the
I
list.
know. I understand. Go ahead. Next person.
You look good.
All right, I'm gonna go to Sean.
Sean Simons and I staff had a lot of things. I was ready to talk 15 minutes ago, so when I was on this board as a liaison, I would never doubt Bart or Tim about why can't they find these damn facilities, right? Then I became one of them. And it is very difficult to find the facilities. I have tried, when I meet with these people, I try everything, do what's best for kids in the state. This is state of Nevada. We've got to have gaming money, mining money, marijuana money, what have you. It is very difficult to find the venues. My last conversation was with the Lee Family Farm as well. With that being said, it is tough. Okay, and so I have some other things here. APs and principals, administrators at this table, usually your budget is due when, July 1st, August?
What?
February. No, that helps me. It's due in February. Weren't you slated to go to Fallon for wrestling anyway for this year?
No.
We're not slated.
So,
Maybe so, okay. So, okay, was that all right?
I wasn't supposed to, wasn't supposed to go to Bullhead City either 2 years ago.
You weren't. However, the public perception to provide clarity is, well, you guys do flag football and football at Allegiant. As we know, Allegiant and the Raiders have been very gracious to us. They charge us next to nothing to go there. So the public perception is you have Allegiant for these sports and you're not caring about other sports. That's not the case. Speaking of other sports with Colin and Brady's conversation, yeah, if we had $99,000, $100,000, we're going to put $100,000 towards wrestling. Now we're gonna get the equity challenge of you don't care about other sports. You're doing 100,000 for wrestling. I want to bring that up. Also, the fact that Mr. Rollins has suggested 2 different weekends. We already know that sometimes state wrestling bleeds into the spring season. I think you're gonna find a challenge, especially the smaller schools. You're going to screw over either a girls' softball season starting later or a boys' baseball season. And my last topic was, we're talking about a give. Where's the give? State basketball is supposed to be in the north this year. If this wrestling thing's gonna be in the north, maybe state basketball transitions to the south. In accordance with our NIAA conference as well. We have the north people say, well, we're coming back down here again. We came down here last year for state basketball. Well, is that the same argument the south is using? We gotta go back up north to win bucket. And then the last thing is 1A, 2A. 1A, 2A is combined in wrestling. I don't think there's any Clark County. How many Clark County schools that Sloan are in 1A?
We're all in 1A and it's.
Indian Springs, Sandy Valley,
4, Laughlin.
Laughlin,
Spring Mountain.
Mount,
and there's no Clark County schools
in the
in
2.
the 2A South. 3A Clark County schools, there's 4 sisters, right? Pahrump, Moabit Valley.
4 sisters.
Three sisters.
Oh, Pahrum's not even a CCSD,
The
sorry.
3 sisters.
The 3 ugly stepsisters over there. Anyway, I'm just saying that Miss Sloan has a heck of a job to try to book these rooms. If it was at Bullhead City, had they reached out to us, I think you'd pay for rooms in Laughlin anyway, right? Or would you ship them every day? Or for wrestling, say we got the event center in Arizona, would you stay in Laughlin like everyone else, or would you bus them back?
Oh, heavens no. They would stay in Laughlin as they did last time.
So there could be money spent anyway. There's always money being spent anyway on hotels, is what I'm saying, but I get what you're saying about the travel buses. Those are
That
pretty
easy.
pricey.
It sounds easy, but it's not that easy.
Yeah, we can make it look easy, right?
Thank you.
Anyway, just adding clarity to the board and whatnot. This is that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna,
Real quick.
sure.
I'd like to add just one final point to this, and I'll let the rest of the comments go, and I'll try to keep quiet. The solution to this is very simple, and it's as simple as it can be. We can raise your dues to $10 a kid. If I could get if I could get between $500,000 and $700,000 additional a year, this would not be an issue. It's a matter of money. We are a shoestring organization. We run on a shoestring budget. Just think, the conversation before this revolved around 2% raises for staff members. 2% raises would be an amount of about $8,000 total. We are struggling to do that. If we were to raise dues to the amount we needed to secure these venues, we would need to generate between $500,000 and $700,000 additional dollars. And that's continuing with the gracious offer and hospitality shown to us by the Raiders. When we get to the next agenda item, you're gonna hear how state football is in trouble potentially at the University of Nevada, Reno for 2 games. You're going to hear how we have lost access to UNR and UNLV for basketball. We don't have those venues anymore because the Mountain West Conference just came out with their schedule. We are looking at having no venue for state basketball. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the next 2 items. Because the cost of doing business is exceeding our ability to raise the revenue we need necessary. This is not about play-fly contract. This is about our association understanding where we are financially. We need to either have these venues given to us for free and to make and understanding that cost then gets borne out on the budgets. But I'm also going to recommend when we get to the next item that the following be stated to all of our associate members. planned on traveling and budgeting for every state championship in the opposite end of the state, regardless of the sport. Because you have to plan for that, because I cannot tell you with any certainty that we will have venues for any sport. I told the cross-country coaches at the cross-country meeting at the beginning of the season, when they said something about cross-country and it being a zero sum and all this, they were amazed to learn that it cost us $33,000 last year to run cross-country because of the cost of the venues and the people and the equipment that we need to run those events. $33,000 for cross-country. Doesn't even touch what we pay for football, what we pay for basketball, or that. The cost of doing business in these venues is exceeding our ability to raise enough revenue.
Okay, we have Keith, you were next. And then
I have a couple. It sounds like this is a much, sorry, keep Rickman for it. It sounds like this is a much bigger issue that needs a lot more time to solve for wrestling and other venues. Trying to solve this particular issue for this year, my first question goes to Pam. Pam, can the South afford this if this is where it's held?
In the north?
In the north?
I have yet to look at my budget.
Okay, well, that's a question. We have
Well,
to answer.
here's the bottom line. Tim's at a standstill.
I understand.
Tim's at it, yeah.
I understand. So to answer that, we either have to decide we're going to the north or we have to figure out a different venue. So my second question to you is to you, Tim. You said it's impossible to do it two different high schools. One of the reasons was the coaches. Well, I would say, first of all, it happens in tennis and it happens in other things. So it happens, right? If your coach can't be at that, then you've got assistant coaches, and that wouldn't be the number one issue. Would I, of course, love to have their coaches there? Of course I would. But if the issue is you're saying it's impossible to run it at two different high schools. If Colin and I, who are just a handful of miles apart, said, we'll do it, and he can put 6 mats down and I can put 6 mats down. When you say it's impossible, help me understand why it's impossible, because I don't know enough about wrestling to understand why it's.
You can't put 6 mats down.
Even with my back and front gym.
We won't have enough seating for the people that will be there. We will exceed capacity.
Happens every week at my football games. But yes, I agree.
And here, I don't want to get to this point, but at the end of the day, we need to have the venue where we can run this effectively, and having it in split venues like that is not going to work.
I'm just trying to.
Yeah,
I'm trying to.
I understand the frustration, and I want you to know that my frustration with this began about a month ago when I had to share this information with Ms. Sloan. And when Amaka is willing to do it, and we have that venue, it's a very frustrating, it's a treadmill that I feel like I'm chasing a piece of cheese. And everybody has to understand that what we're trying to do at the NIAA is not try to make this inconvenient. We're trying to provide a venue that will work at a cost that we can afford. And I will tell you, the cost will not be zero at Clark County School District. It will not. It won't be free. We know that.
So Tim,
Yes.
just to be very clear, I'm not trying to give you a hard time.
I know,
you're
understand
doing your job.
I'm sorry, Keith, I'm just very
You're
frustrated.
good. I'm trying to solve the problem. And
Yes.
if Pam's answer is Clark County can't afford it, or Rollins' answer is I can't afford it, I'm trying to come up with a different solution, which is why I went to the second potential solution is, could we have it at two separate high schools that are close? Would that potentially solve the problem for at least to get us through this year, so we can figure out a better way to do this, so that all of the superintendents and all of the groups can plan for it if we know, just like football's gonna be in the South. Hey, wrestling's always gonna be in, I don't know if that's, I mean, I'm gonna get looks from Pam right now, but at least if we know that up front, we're planning for that. Like I said, football's all the way in the South, I agree. So potentially having something in the North, I understand. I'm just trying to solve this particular issue for this year right now, and I'm offering a solution to that of, could we go back and say, hey, we've got Arbor and Shadow, we've got Cimarron and Centennial willing to host. We'll figure it out. Yes, there'll be problems with people sitting. I get it. Could this potentially solve the problem if Clark County cannot come up with the funds, even if it's not a zero cost?
Well, I'm just gonna say for the record, I want that second part taken off. One way or another, I'll find the money, because I'm not gonna, I do what's right for kids.
I'm not, that wasn't
But
a shot.
I don't wanna stand here and say I won't be able to find the money. I'm just
trying to
saying,
find a solution so we don't get.
that's what the financial impact for me, but I can't speak on behalf of the other southern schools. So I just want that for the record.
And just my last point, could we not, I liked, Sean's suggestion of potentially a swap in the winter maybe, or in the spring, that maybe there's a swap offsetting costs for the both halves of the state from a monetary perspective to help counterbalance that to get through this year while we figure out a more elegant solution that is planned for in advance as opposed to after the year has begun.
That's the next item on the agenda.
Okay, I still have 4 people on my list.
Thank you, Tim.
Appreciate that conversation. Ms. Cavazos.
I dropped.
Okay, Tim.
He pretty much said exactly what I was gonna say, so, yeah. I'm just,
Okay. Dennis.
Dennis Hall, State Superintendent, so I may be echoing a little bit with Keith, what Keith said, but I think to split the tournament would not be a good move, and I get it. But I think 2 venues would show that a lack of effort, or maybe signal a lack of effort, not, but I understand the stress we're in right now. Wrestling obviously has grown so much over the years, and then with the addition of the girls' sports, you know, to have 10-15,000 attendees at a state match is not uncommon at all. And but yet I also thoroughly understand that we just need to find a solution for the time being. I think Mr. Fitzsimmons, Simon, you know, effort, I don't think he can do it alone. I personally feel that there's going to need to be some type of planning committee that looks and forecasts these opportunities. And I don't know if it would be a dual assignment, but I agree, you know, Brady can only do so much as well, or play by. And so I think that there needs to be some type of consideration for finding additional financial support. Unfortunately, as it is, money drives the venues or not. But I also think, and I know this for a fact, that other places use 0 bids. And then they, you know, gain their revenue or support the cost of the venue based on what that venue is able to do, whether it's lodging or other types of sales. So I think there is a solution. It's gonna take time though. It kind of sounds to me like this is really coming to fruition the last 3 or 4 years. And so I get it. People are in a pickle right now, but obviously a solution needs to be, or a decision needs to be made, and then a solution needs to be put forward. And I think it's gonna take more than Sean's efforts as well, so thank you.
Okay, let me go to Mr. Jackson, then Ken, I'll go to you and then Ellen.
So, as we stated earlier, that we had reached out to the Arizona venue numerous times. More than a handful, by both Mr. Fitzsimons and myself. Mr. Kate just texted me and they have reached out to him. Here's my problem with this. We can get into the Arizona arena. We can get into it. I know, Ms. Parker's aware of that. But the fact of the matter remains, we have a member school who's offered to host the state championship for us at 0 cost. They stepped up when nobody else would. A community that's willing to do it for us and is excited to do it. And because of a geographical identifier, north versus south, as it always seems to fall to, which really bothers me greatly. We're stuck in this quagmire. Because there's this never-ending debate over who's being favored more, the north or the south. And it's very frustrating to no end. The cost of the arena is within our budget. We could afford it. It is outside of the state, which I will say, we heard no end of complaining that the state championship was not held in Nevada. And all of a sudden, that now seems to be disappearing because it has to be in the South. That really bothers me, that the people, some of the people that I know very well complained that it was in Arizona are now coming back and saying, well, it has to be in the South, and that's even further south in our state. It's across the state line. But because it has to be in the South, that's acceptable. And how do I turn my back on Winnemucca and say, thank you, but no thank you. Your offer is not good enough for us. And I would like, we will never host another thing in Winnemucca ever. That community will ostracize the NIAA, rightfully so. And I don't know how you do that to a community simply because we're hung up on North versus South. That's what this really is boiling down to. The financial end of this can be addressed, as Mr. Whipperman said. We will address that financial commitment. We're prepared for the next item on the board to start addressing that issue. But we're not done with this issue because of the venue for basketball is now going to have to be moved. Because we are not going to have access to certain places. Fortunately, that basketball can be held in a high school because we can hold 5 different state championships at the exact same time in 5 different venues. But we cannot do that for wrestling. We don't hear this argument with the Legion. We don't hear it with the Legion. Because when the Legion comes up, we disperse with our geographical biases immediately. Because it's Allegiant. I think Ray Parks said it best. If I have an opportunity for my kids to play in Allegiant and I say no, they're gonna string me up from the highest pole in Lowry or in Winnemucca. So I need this board to tell me that we need to tell Winnemucca no. And I need this board to be prepared for us to lose not only a great member, but a member who's willing to do something for free for our association and has been and is preparing for it. Because we don't want to go back and tell our coaches, guys, the state championship is in Winnemucca. That's what this boils down to.
Hang on, I'm gonna go to Ken Park and then Ellen, and then I'll go to you, Keith.
Ken Parker today. Yeah, Ken brought it up just a second ago. I was sitting here in an email and I don't know what communication paths were missed or crossed or whatnot, but I do a lot of work for Valley High School across the road. Bullet City Fieldhouse. We have preseason football games in there as well. It's a great little venue. And you did mention it is available. I don't know, as of last week for this email. I hear it all the time about out of state, it's good, all good, get it. Okay, we hear it every day, all day. But if it's about solving the issue now, and that facility's already been used once, and we've set a precedent of having it out of state, or not set a precedent, but we've done it, and it's been successful. I'm all in for applying for state in baseball, softball as well, because we have Canos, we have quality facilities as a member school out of state. But I do feel Nevada family, because we have been part of that Nevada family for a long time. The venue is the issue here. If available, obviously it's gonna be a big decision here going forward in the next few years. Or that, just what I'm seeing is from me, want to make sure that, I don't know where the communication was, but it is for what I've seen here.
And that's what I want to address. The communication has not been with our office at all. We have not received an email or a phone call from this venue, period, not one. And hearing that it is available, Mr. Parker just said himself in the last week, we've already been working with trying to secure.
And I would also like to say for the record on behalf of Mr. Jackson, like he said, we have talked about this. And he goes, I go, what about Arizona? Go back there. He called and called and called, and he would continuously tell me they haven't responded back to me. And it is frustrating right now to find out that the venue wasn't built.
Yeah, very frustrating. I mean, and girl in charge, multiple job, transitioning and some stuff, from what I'm understanding, great, nice apology letter to me regarding other scheduling issues on my side of it, personally, with high school. This just came in to, because I had reached out, they're looking for the venue, Sean. I tried to assist in that because I have done business with them. This is what I got in response. No means to get in the middle of all of that.
You're not.
But just passing information on. I don't know what's going on.
I think the whole entire thing of this, as well as the timing of it, is just the timing. Hang on, we gotta, I'll put you in the queue. I'm gonna go to Ellen.
Ellen Townsend, official liaison. Just throwing this out, you know, volleyball has a 1A, 3A state championship in the north. And a 2A, 5A, and always the 4A, which is down south. And then I think that's been going on for, I'm gonna venture 10 years or so. So that's not that I want to split up a tournament at any tournament, but we've already split up volleyball tournaments, state tournaments, north and south.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to Keith.
Tim, just, I hear your passion and I just want to make sure that some things you said kind of stuck with me a little bit. This is not a north-south. This came late and we're trying to figure out the monetary. We're always gonna have people complain. And some of the parents are complaining, yes, that, hey, we traveled last time. This is very expensive for us. I'm not even talking about the schools. Parents are saying, hey, we traveled last time. This is hard on us. That is true. We cannot take that back. I think it's more about the timing. I want to find the solution for us, which is why I'm offering other potential solutions. I think this is extremely generous of Winnemucca to do this, and I don't want anyone to hear that in the South, we're saying Winnemucca, no, not thank you. We're just trying again to balance all the things, right? Because parents' concerns about cost, all the district's concerns about cost are all real things, as well as your answer about cost. You still have a number that you have to work with to get you into venue. So I understand all of the things. I don't know that this is necessarily always boiling down to north versus south. There are other issues. It's a million issues. Yes, that's one of them. And yes, people are going to complain north versus south, no matter what. I don't know that basketball is also fair, right? Because that does the same thing to basketball parents. Right now we travel twice. You got the same complaints. We create a whole nother potential issue. I just want to be very clear. This isn't just north versus south. There's a lot of pieces to this. And I'm just trying, speaking for myself as a principal in South, I'm trying to help solve the problem, not necessarily create a bigger one. And again, thank you to Winnemucca, because that's amazing to say we're willing to, just like, I think Lovelock, didn't you, they did something last year where they stepped up and did
2A baseball.
2A baseball last year. And it was a great facility and a great event. So I don't want to people outside of here to think that this is all about north versus south. It isn't always that. There are other issues here that's bigger than that. So I'm just trying to help you find a solution, which is why I've been throwing solutions out, not just.
If I could counter just the one question, then if this is not a north versus south, then it's financial only. Okay, that's what I want to make sure. If this is truly not a north-south situation, then it just boils down to financial.
Well, I don't think it's as simple as just north versus south. There's other pieces that go into it. I don't think it's as simple to say it's all north versus south. It's, yes, there is that piece, and you can't take that out because parents and coaches are going to talk about that and athletes are going to talk about that. And school districts are going to talk about that, but it's also a monetary situation, and the timing of it and planning for it is different because originally it was supposed to be south, and now planning for it north changes and Pam has said generously, hey, I'll figure it out if this is what it is. I just don't want it to go out that this is all just the South saying, no, not fair. Yes, that's been going on for years, north, south, I don't want to downplay that either. I just want to make sure we don't boil it down to just that issue. There's other things that are in play.
Agree.
Thank you.
And, Sean, you're next, by the way. Yeah, but when you made a comment of the possibility of something about basketball coming south, if that's part of the communication, if that has to be done, I believe for the sake of the north, that determination needs to be made too.
Well, we can't make that determination yet.
No, I understand that.
Because we don't know that we are.
There's a lot of factors going on.
There was a grenade thrown in our offices this last week.
We're gonna discuss later, but.
We're gonna discuss later when we look at the calendar for the next year, but the grenade that was thrown into our offices was this. The basketball schedule for men's at the University of Nevada, Reno came out, and they have a game on the Saturday. We would finish state championship basketball, which means we would not have access to the gym or Lawler or Event Center on Friday or Saturday, because they have practice the day before and then the game. They wanted us to move it to Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of that week, which meant the kids would be out of school the whole week of school. That's not gonna work, but then that didn't matter anyway, because then the women's basketball schedule came out and they have a game in the middle of that week. So Lawler just became inaccessible to us across the board. We pivoted very quickly to Cox Pavilion, Thomas and Mack, immediately made that phone call to Dominic. Dominic was excited to hear from us. Men's schedule for UNLV has not been finalized yet. We do know it's out there. It hasn't, I don't think it's been released as of Sunday, it hadn't been released. But we do know that the schedule does have a game right there in the middle of it, and so do the women. But we were losing Cox and possibly access to Thomas and Mack. So we are still in a holding pattern there. That's why we are always looking at a pivot for basketball. We don't know yet what basketball is going to look like, because we are now in a situation where the Mountain West Conference does not allow the venues to secure a hold date for anyone. They can't go in and say, we're blocking out this weekend for state basketball. The Mountain West does not allow them to do that. We have to wait till the Mountain West Conference schedule comes out. The Mountain West schedule had been out prior, was pulled back because of the addition of Grand Canyon University. When Grand Canyon came in, then they changed that and we had to wait. So we have been in a holding pattern with them this entire time. But in the back end of that, we have been coming up with other possible scenarios and solutions. But basketball is different in its venue needs than wrestling. Again, we can hold 2 state championship games, boys and girls, in one gym with no problem. We can hold 4 state championship games in one gym with no problem, because we can stack the games throughout the course of the day. Basketball is a little bit different. So when we talk about pivoting for basketball, we have not made that determination yet because we're still waiting.
Sean Simonson, NIAA staff. Yeah, I wasn't trying to jump the gun. I was just answering like the give of Ms. Sloan's thing, and maybe that's what our pivot is. You'll see later when we talk about our meetings we had with UNR, where Mr. Jackson had said, getting back to the field house, Mr. Parker, when I had called them several times, left several messages, I take my job serious on finding these venues. At one point, and my staff here, or the NIAA staff can vouch for it, thought I was right there because I finally got a hold of the lady's assistant, and left a detailed message with the assistant with the dates we needed. This is what we're looking at. Oh, she'll call you right back. And it never happened. And I called back and left another message with the assistant. So again, we exhausted all our resources trying to secure the bullhead thing. With Mr. Jackson's comments about basketball, if you're sitting in this room, if you've never been to a state wrestling tournament, Mr. Polson can agree, state wrestling, people stay there all day long. Basketball is a different animal. You have the games, fans leave, the new fans come in for the new games. There are some diehards they'll see every game, but wrestling, people are there all day, so it is a different animal as opposed to basketball. Basketball, we can use high school sites. We can in Reno, in Las Vegas. We've done it before. Do we get complaints from member schools? Absolutely. Why is my team the 1A or 2A? Why are we in this crappy high school? Well, guess what? This is the venue. It's probably better than some of your other home venues. But again, basketball is way different from wrestling, and I think that's what I wanted to take with you.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it over to Colin.
Colin McDonald, Region 4. I just want to echo my fellow Spartan across the, for the record, looking great in Cimarron Memorial High School here.
I'm never gonna live this down.
Camera forever.
It was a ploy.
But I do want to stress his point of like, and ask Mr. Jackson, like, I think we have done a lot of work to try to bridge the gap north to south.
Yes.
Personally, I think I've done a lot of work to try to bridge the principal gap north to south. And so it's hard when we present in a meeting like this is a north versus south issue, right? It further divides the problem, right? And so I just want to stress, especially in your role, like if you could help bridge the gap, that would be, that would be appreciated. I don't think it's we don't want to travel to the north. And I do want to echo and say from another high school principal to the principals of the north, like, we are very grateful and happy that we have a facility, and grateful to Winnemucca for offering this facility. I think that's amazing. I wish we had a similar option down here that we could offer, right? And I think, well, we have to consider the cost. The cost is a huge factor, and is in fact the factor. But also the north versus south thing is also a cost when we have to ask our families to travel once again. Our low income families, school like Cimarron Memorial, we're asking our low income families potentially to travel across the state a second year in a row, or choose not to go watch their kid participate. And this could be, last year they were a junior, they were in the state, and so the expectation or the belief for the parent was, well, I'm gonna miss it this year, but I'll see it next year, right? And so now they're a senior, it's year 2, we're gonna ask them to travel again, or choose not to see their kid participate state 2 years in a row, right? Which I think that's where the north-south issue lies. It is in geography, not in the northern people versus the southern people of the state of Nevada. And so I just want to make sure that's crystal clear here, because I think we have done a lot of work in the last year to bridge this gap. I speak to northern principals whenever these board meetings come up, so that we can have conversations about how do we feel collectively as principals. And I just don't want us to sow that division. Whether intentional, I'm sure, but it sows that division. And so with that being said, the question I have here is, the action we are looking for is a vote on the change from S to N on this calendar, correct? That's in 3 areas.
There is,
Just so I'm clear on what action.
the action on this item is to change the date window for regional tennis, which is on page 141.
Which seems to be not in any
No.
discussion. So
Change the end date for state skiing, which is arrow number 3 on page 142, and change the S to an N on state wrestling on page 142.
right, okay. And I'm assuming, we don't have skiing. I'm assuming there is no opposition really to change in skiing from the north?
No.
Yeah, okay. So just simply a question of
Yep.
and it sounds like we don't have another option. Right? We cannot come up with another option.
Correct.
Here. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that layer of things. And I want to also make it clear that while I may not vote in favor of this change, it is simply to protect the financial stability of both the Clark County School District and the constituents that I have who may not be able to afford a second year traveling to them.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, I have, Mr. Bale.
Thank you, Austin Mayo, 3A liaison. I'm gonna speak as a Lowry High School representative now, though, in Winnemucca. I just wanted to add that, and not to downgrade or denigrate anything. One of the reasons we are able to do this at a cost-free, for free, is the small community we have here and the backing for wrestling that we have. And I understand that cost can be prohibitive and is prohibitive to have to travel here, but I wanted to let you guys know too that we are having some discussions with some of our local hotels and things, because we do have the rooms. We have those relationships where we can reach out to those managers and hopefully get some better rates on rooms, things like that, and hotels, to hopefully bring that $125,000 cost down for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Jay and then we'll go to Wade.
No, go ahead, Wade. Go ahead.
Wade Polson, Region 3. On behalf of rural Nevada, we will travel anywhere, anytime, any place that you set it up. Rural Nevada travels no matter what. We're going north, south, east, west, it does not matter. We will be there. And the best venue for the kids is what we're looking for. And so we support whatever NIAA, wherever you can sanction us to be, we will be there, because we're going to travel no matter what the costs are. I understand all the other discussion on cost, but rural Nevada will be there. With that being said, I'd like to make a motion and put this thing to bed.
Okay, hang on.
And move
Jay-
forward.
Okay, Jay, you have a comment?
Okay.
All right,
I move that we go with the proposed changes with arrow number 1 for boys and girls tennis. Go with the changes for arrow number 2 for girls wrestling, and go with the changes for arrow number 3, which is, that looks like skiing. So,
Thank you. Have a first. Wait, let me go to James.
Second.
We have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions? Tia, I want to take this to vote.
Let me get back that Facebook. All right. Pamela Sloan.
I'm actually going to say yes because I can make it happen.
Alan Stallworth.
Yes.
Linda Cavazos.
Yes.
Greg Malkovich.
yes.
Jay Kenny.
Yes.
Colin McNutt. Christina Brockett. Wade Wilson.
Yes.
Fran Sorensen. Still not here. Alex Woodley.
Yes.
Keith Whipperman.
I love going last. My vote don't get, no. Ready to say.
Next time, we're gonna go reverse, please.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to, we're gonna actually,
Yeah.
we're gonna take a, let's take about a 5-minute break and then we will transition to cheerleading. All right. Audio's on. Oh, no, you want a suspension at this part. This place. All right, are we on? Yeah, live? Okay, thank you. All right, everyone, now we are going to go to item number 22 on page 133. Cheerleading as a sanction for possible action. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
Good morning again, everyone. Thank you for giving me that moment. What page are we on? I'm sorry.
133.
133. This item was asked to be put on the agenda by Mr. Whipperman and Mr. McNaught on behalf of cheerleading. A couple of things moving forward. The two gentlemen asked me to put together a timeline similar to that for lacrosse. You will see there is no timeline behind here. I could not complete the task, not because we didn't have time, not because of any other reason. Is I couldn't do it because I couldn't figure out what the timeline would look like because it's had so many questions that were unanswerable that I needed guidance from the board at this moment. I also discussed it at length with Ms. Kristen Grimm from CCSD, who is in the audience and will be brought up momentarily to discuss any of this. And I talked to Deb Dowdy. We had a conversation and we came to the conclusion that until certain aspects are hammered out, there can be no timeline that we could put together. The reason there can be no timeline put together at this point is we don't know exactly what the board's flavor would be if this were to occur as to the type of cheer. If you remember at the June board meeting, we put in a proposal to add cheer as a sanctioned sport about competitive, sideline, or hybrid. Until certain determinations are made, no timeline can be implemented. I talked about this with Ms. Sloan as well, and it was a very frustrating moment in my gestation of all of this. Also, you'll see on page 134, there was a petition that was being circulated out through a link that was submitted by Kaylin. I'm going to say her name wrong, and I apologize to the young lady. I think it's Uratig. She's a student. There was a petition to make cheer a sport. We also attached implementation considerations and other items that we would need to have answered before moving forward. I know that's probably disappointing from Mr. McNaught and Mr. Whipperman's point of view that I didn't complete the task, and I accept that. But I will be honest with you, I was very confused and unable to, for my own confusion as to how to move forward with that. So with that, I will stop and turn it back over to Ms. Sloan.
Anybody have you had the time to review this? I am actually going to turn it over first to Elsie. I understand would like to make some comments. Speak up loudly.
Yes. At my meeting that I had on Tuesday, it was about cheer and baseball. And from what I received from students, that they were just wondering, like, it won't be considered a one-year sport anymore, and they just needed more clarification on the seasons for it, because like they're wondering how it would work as a sport and not a club anymore. And like the big conversation is they wouldn't be able to play any other sports anymore. And then the overall thing would limit cheerleaders, like there wouldn't be as many as there are now.
That's a great concern, and that's one of my concerns as well. I actually had a conversation with the principal in CCSD about that. Currently, cheer as an activity in the window or the lane that it currently fills allows cheerleaders to participate in other sports because they are unsanctioned, they can participate. So for a great example is cheerleaders may dive or swim, cheer may play basketball, cheer can do all that. The minute we sanction it, that window closes. The other issue is there are date considerations that we apply to athletics that don't apply to cheer. Currently, cheer tryouts are usually handled in April, May of the year prior to that. Those windows would then close. The window would open at the same time as fall sports, if it were a fall sport, winter sport, if it were a winter sport, and spring sport, if it were a spring sport. In the current iteration that we have cheer, that doesn't exist. Dependent on the type of cheer we offer would then depend on what type of window we would have available for those student athletes. The second consideration that I went over with at length with that individual was that currently cheer functions in the fall into the winter and a little bit, and then transitions to spring for tryouts. That window would then change because it would be a single sport. Our regulations do not allow sports to go before or after the beginning of the end of the season. What dates are set by the Board of Control. So those were the concerns we had there. The other thing is we do have a multi-sport act or a multi-sport participation regulation. We have one that prevents it. In other words, you cannot play baseball and boys volleyball in the same season. So therefore, if you're a cheerleader in whatever form it is, you would not be able to participate in any other sport. That's where the confusion for creating a timeline started. Depending on what type of cheer we offer, we would have to look at all of these other aspects as well. Then it leads into the other aspects that have to be fleshed out with it is what does sanctioning mean for cheer in the sense of competition? Currently, cheerleaders may go to competitions. I know there's a big one in Southern Nevada. There's some in California. There's some in Florida. Those would have to be sanctioned events for them to participate as a part of our organization. So in other words, if I go as a sanctioned cheer team from Durango High School, I cannot compete against a club team from any other association. Don't allow it. If you compete against a club team, you have violated regulation and there's a penalty for that. Likewise, if the event is not sanctioned by the NFHS in that state, say you go to Florida to compete and Florida does not sanction that event, our team cannot go participate in that event because it's an unsanctioned event. Those are a lot of the questions that we got to flesh out first before we decide where we're at. The next one we're really concerned about, and as you can see, there are some other things that the sanctioning of this as a sport would then we would have to create new regulation as opposed to existing regulation. There are no regulations, like with the advent of lacrosse, 18 competitions, 2 tournaments. Very simple. We put it into that category. The season, we slotted it into the category. Cheer does not have any current regulations for any of those aspects across the board. Then became another issue that we were worried about and had to address. Right now, if I'm a student that's going to Northwest Career Tech and I want to play soccer, I play soccer at my home school. There are some of our tech schools in the South that have their own cheer teams. They would not be able to compete against our cheer teams in the NIAA because their schools are not members. And they don't have the ability to become a member because they do not offer the prerequisite number of sports per season in all of our regulations. Therefore, those students would then have to go back to their home school to compete in cheer. So with that being said, right now, if my understanding that if you're at a school that offers it, they don't cheer back and forth. It would become difficult, or that would be something at a local issue they would have to resolve. So there are a lot of questions, and each time you start to discuss it, more questions were arising to the point where that principal that I was talking to very much said, there's a lot here that we need to figure out. Yes, there is. It's not a flip the switch and we can do it type of activity to sport. Whereas lacrosse allowed itself to do that with its own regulations already embedded into our current regulations. So that's where I think the discussion really needs to start, is to what is this going to look like? How many schools are we going to have participating? What type of activity is it going to turn into as a sport? And does it fit where and what that looks like? Because what I don't think we want to have is this nebulous, it's just a sport and we move forward. Now, what we did suggest when the things we did talk about when we were having this conversation between Ms. Dowdy, Ms. Grimm, and myself was, we can do something that's unique here. And I think it may be a possibility. It's a third idea. We have activity, we have sport. There is nothing stopping us from hosting an NIAA sanctioned state championship for cheer every year. What we could do is we could, at the end of the winter season, in the first weekend of March, we could have a multi-day event where teams, schools could compete as a competitive cheer team, a sideline cheer team, or a hybrid of that. We'd have to flesh that out and have a sanctioned state championship for cheer every single year and recognize them as state champions in those three categories, or in some variation thereof. It allows them to still function within that activity area, compete for a state championship, and gain that recognition. It was something we had started talking about, and we thought this really might have some legs. So I want to stop there and say, I'm sure there's going to be questions.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Rollins.
Well, my first question is, I think that the last proposal you brought up is really, to me, what they've been always asking for. I would like to hear from them. I think if that was put on the table, it would really solve a lot of the problems. It would grant them what they want. One of the things I found out in my district, and going back on this from our last meeting, is that you talk to one cheerleader advisor at one school and they do things completely different from a cheerleader advisor at another school. For example, at one school, whoever goes out for cheerleading in the spring of that school year for the fall or the next school year, one school, you try out for that cheer team and you're on that cheer team for fall season and winter season, and you're automatically put on their competition team that's done in the spring. Other schools, they have tryouts separately for basketball. Then once basketball's over, they have tryouts again for football. And so they're separated. And then they have a third tryout for the competition team that they have. So there's no consistency from school to school in terms of how their cheerleaders are being selected, the length of time that they play, and so forth. So there's some real issues there with that. Again, I think Tim's final solution of a possibility and an option really solves that. And puts that in a nutshell for them to determine what they want to do following the winter basketball season, correct? Tim, that would take place after
Yes.
the basketball season, so that would be a spring activity for the cheer.
Yes.
And with that format that you're mentioning, that cheerleader could still run track, could still participate in a spring sport.
Yes, and a winter sport and a fall sport.
Yes,
It
yes,
would not impede any of that.
any of those, okay.
And the other element I would also like to throw in is that if it came to the sanctioning side of the house, eligibility would come into play. Residency, guardianship, all that would come into play, which is not in effect right now. So I'm gonna go to Keith and then Wade.
Okay, a couple things. Tim, let me recognize that there are a million questions that don't necessarily, or several of them don't come up with lacrosse that have already been answered due to other sports and the difference of cheer. I want to recognize that. I'm gonna put a statement out that you've said multiple times this meeting, and my challenge is, we talk about kicking the can down the road. We just keep kicking the can down the road. And my challenge isn't that necessarily we need to do it at this meeting, but we kick down the road and we've made no progress from the last meeting. Everyone at the table said, yes, this helps with Title IX. Yes, we agree. The principals in the South generally broadly agree. The principals in the North generally broadly agree that this is a good thing for Title IX for kids, but we make zero progress from meeting to meeting to meeting. So as much as I want the answer to be yes, if the answer is no, and the answer is we're kicking the can down the road again, I don't want to kick the can down the road again without a plan, a very specific plan as to who we're going to put in the room, how we're going to put those people in the room, when we're going to put those people in the room to figure this out, to give these girls this option, these kids, excuse me, because we have said Title IX is a problem. This helps solve some of the Title IX problem. As far as a multi-sport regulation, we're the group that puts that together. We could solve that with a multi-sport regulation if we had to. I don't necessarily disagree or dislike the the idea that you came up with, but again, even that needs some vetting.
Mhm.
So my big issue as a board member, although I do still agree we need to stop kicking this can down the road. If the board's flavor and the vote is no, my proposal is that we come up with a plan to say, we are going to vote on this by this time by putting the following things in place. We're gonna bring in principals, coaches, people from the north and the south to come to a room, to come up with a plan for how we're gonna go forward. Instead of just, again, saying, hey, we have too many questions. We're gonna kick it down the road with no other consideration. That is my challenge as a board member. Thank you.
Thank you. Going to Wayne.
With Polson Region 3, just, my main question concerns 1A and 2A. There's been a lot of, interest in competitive cheer at those levels. I hear all the time, they want to see it happen. However, if the eligibility of playing multiple sports becomes an issue, you just eliminate 1A, 2A. Because you're not gonna have enough for a cheer team. You're not gonna have enough because those girls are gonna go play softball, they're gonna play volleyball, and they're gonna play basketball. And so now all of a sudden that creates an issue with cheer. Because those girls are being separated, you might end up with 3 or 4 girls that aren't doing that. I would like to see something along the lines where the multi-sport eligibility is changed. Or if it comes down to it, that we have a specific season and we call that season the 2 weeks at the end of the winter, and that's when the competition happens, but that's in a separate season than anything else. And allow these kids to be able to do cheer and then play basketball and run track and softball. I think that's very important for the lower levels to be able to have that competition and to be able to do that.
I think we gotta be careful because if we allow that for one, then
Well, but
we have to allow that.
I understand that, but at the same time, how many other states allow multi-sport eligibility? I know the state of Utah, you can play baseball and run track. You know, it happens and kids do it. I mean, other states allow for that multi-sport participation. Why can't we? I don't see an issue with it. Personally.
Colin.
Calling not Region 4, so obviously I have questions. I am in full support of the sanctioning of cheer, and so the first question I have, Mr. Jackson, is I'm confused by what you said as opposed to what you wrote, right? So on page 137, the recommendation is to approve a phased implementation of cheer.
Yes, sir.
But everything I just heard was exactly the opposite of that. And I'm just confused because the day you were hired, right, you and I had a conversation and you said you wanted to be the executive director that was here when we sanctioned cheer, right? And it is also my understanding that in the past, you have been strongly supportive of sanctioning cheer. So my first question is it this recommendation or is it not sanctioned cheer?
My recommendation is written right here,
Okay,
but that recommendation cannot be implemented in 12 months or 6 months. It can't. We can't implement this in 6 months.
okay, so.
So if you want to implement cheer for next year, this has to be completely ignored. And so my solution to that was perhaps we look at just doing that championship at the end and leave it alone. And move to that type of an event. I still stand by this 100%.
Okay.
But it cannot be implemented in 6 months. And the reason I say 6 months is because we have to know going into next year. Within the next 6 months is what it's going to look like.
Okay,
So I
so
agree.
is the
I'm
belief
completely
of
contradicting
the
myself.
executive director
Yes.
that we should sanction cheer. Yes?
What's that? I'm sorry?
It is the belief of our executive director that yes, we should sanction cheer.
Yes,
Okay, that's what I wanted.
it's always been my belief in that.
Okay.
But I do not believe we can sanction it in 6 months.
Okay, I also didn't believe we could sanction lacrosse in 6 months, but it appears we can. right?
The
So I just
legislature.
want to throw that out there. So here are my other questions regarding some of the things that you said.
Mhm.
How is cheerleaders cheering in the fall any different than football players playing spring football as an intramural? Is it any different?
Yes,
How?
first of all, it's not sanctioned in the spring.
Right, and it wouldn't be sanctioned in the fall,
Correct.
right? So we have football players who play spring football,
Mhm.
right? I mean, that's just like the thing we do, right? So why can't cheerleaders, if the sport is sanctioned in the winter, cheer
Mhm.
in the fall as essentially an intramural?
Okay. No, they can. They could.
Okay.
There's no problem with that.
Okay, so that would,
So if we were to say cheer was a sanctioned sport and they were cheering in spring, we'll throw out spring. And you have a club team cheering on the sidelines at your football game, that would be fine.
that would be appropriate,
That would be
right?
appropriate.
Okay, and you could, for that club team, run tryouts, right?
No,
But then, well, okay, just hear me out,
Okay.
right? And then for the competitive team,
Mhm.
right, in season, as we do for others, we could run a tryout, like an official tryout for the competitive team.
during their season.
Correct, yeah,
So spring.
sure.
So, right, the end of February, that's when you would run your trial. Yeah, we could.
If it was in the spring, could you also run tryouts at the end of the year for the following year?
For your team?
Yeah,
No,
for the next year.
No.
You could not do
you
that?
can't do that for any sport.
It says what regulation, just so I know. I just don't know why that would be allowed.
We don't allow it for any sport, the regular season. If you start running tryouts before the season begins, you are sanctioned. That's a violation of our regulation.
Not even in the season. Okay, I'm just.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
So like your football team cannot run tryouts in the spring. Spring football cannot determine who your fall football team is.
Sure.
A kid doesn't show up for spring football, so be it. It's great. Because you don't even have your full kids, a complement of kids. Your baseball team running baseball summer, intramurals. That team we have a regulation that we have to report who's participating in that to make sure that's not how you're making your team.
Okay.
So a kid can show up for that, but not play in the spring, and a kid who shows up for it may not make the team in the spring.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if we sanction cheer, they could cheer year round. Right, because it would be no different than intramurals, and then there would be a season when we have competition.
Now, remember,
Competition.
if they're going to be a club team like you're recommending, they are not wearing any of their gear.
Okay,
So your cheerleaders on the sidelines for Friday night could wear nothing that identified them as Cimarron Memorial cheer team.
okay. I also think that we just changed 20 regulations today or yesterday to make lacrosse happen, right? It is obviously not difficult for us to change regulation, right? To provide more opportunity for kids, right? Like, that's the whole goal here, more opportunity for kids. Tech schools, and so would schools have to participate in the sanctioned sport of cheer?
There's two parts, the first thing you just said. We don't have regulations now that are written for cheer because we don't know what type of cheer is going to be offered.
Yeah.
So we can't say with any definitive answer, it is very easy for this board to change a regulation. The work of changing a regulation does not fall on the board. The work of changing a regulation falls on us. Now, I'm not saying we're not up to doing the task. I'm just saying, we don't have a regulation that I could say right now with any affinity, without knowing the type of cheer we're going to offer, that we could say that regulation will work. Once we make that determination, this board makes that determination, then we can look at the regulations and try to find the ones that fit. So as we're going through the lacrosse situation, game limits fit very, very nicely. What are game limits for cheer?
Competition limits.
Yes, what are they?
Right? That would be something we would need to figure out.
Yes,
But which you did for lacrosse, right? And 28 other states have figured this out. So why
Right.
can't the state of Nevada?
We
figure it out?
can figure it out,
Right.
but what are we figuring out? What type of cheer, what type of,
Cheer.
but what type of cheer are we offering?
I don't see why we can't offer both, right?
But what?
Competition and sideline, schools decide the way in which they want to participate,
Mm-hmm.
right? And frankly, all three, hybrid, right? Like, I think a school can decide. So to my question, does a school have to have a competitive cheer team if we sanction it?
No,
No, right?
Right.
So like, they don't have to do it. It just exists if schools want to opt into it, right? Tech schools would not opt into it, but there's no reason they couldn't have their spirit squad still, because we actually do have a regulation about cheer, right? Like, we just did it yesterday, right? I brought it up yesterday. I was like, wait, hold on, why do we have a regulation about cheer if cheer isn't a sanctioned sport, right? It is an activity currently, right? So like, we somewhat govern it already, right? But we are not so willing to like sanction it and make it an official sport, right?
So
I
you're
just-
going down my list of what we should be doing. I don't disagree with anything you're saying. But we can't do that in 6 months.
Yeah,
So
and I disagree.
it would be, you disagree?
I disagree,
Okay.
because we can do it for lacrosse.
Let-
We can do it for cheer, right? I
We
just
were
wanna-
forced to do it by lacrosse,
I
by the
understand.
legislature. So unless the legislature, you might want to go talk to the legislature and
not-
have them say, hey,
Yeah.
you guys implement cheer.
Yeah, no, and I hear you. I'm not asking or questioning the reason behind it. I am just saying, we were forced to a point, right?
Yes.
And we can do it, right? And so I just, I'm not understanding why we can't then do it for cheer, right? That was my whole point. Mr. Jackson, I did speak to that same principal that you spoke
Yeah.
to, right? And help to that principal understand like this layer of it, because I don't necessarily think that that principal heard both sides of it in that conversation. And Miss Sloan, I think it's great that cheerleaders would be held to eligibility, because I think they are role models on the campus, and they should be, right? They should have good grades, they should have good attendance, all of those things should exist. And I know there are many high schools that already force their cheerleaders to register my athlete, right? So that wouldn't be a huge lift in regards to it, right? So, I mean, obviously, I'd like to let the discussion continue. I will just say this, that I think that the cheerleaders, it is, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 years in the making of a recognition in the fact that some of them are the best athletes on any campus. And I think they deserve the recognition of a sport. I think they deserve the opportunity to participate and earn a state championship. So I do hear the state championship layer of things, right? And I think we need to provide more opportunities for kids as an NIAA. And I think this sanctioning cheer provides that to the students in Nevada. And I think if 28 other states can do it, I think the state of Nevada can do it as well.
Okay, I'm gonna go, thank you, Linda, Ms. Cavazos.
Thank you, Cavazos Region 4. I'm in favor of this proposal. I have some concerns that were raised by constituents, both staff and parents and students. I want to go back to something that Rollins said that I completely agree with, and that had to do with the consistency. I think that I think that part of the issue is going to be on the categories, on the competitive cheer, the sideline cheer, the hybrid model. I completely understand what is going on here, but for this to be successful, it has to be consistent. So if we don't have that consistency level where people actually understand and that these are not overlapping, we're really walking into like a mud stream here. I mean, we really are. So I'm just wondering, as we go forward with this, if this is going to be something to where there is some kind of a rubric and something built into the proposal, where there are definitive parameters on that. Because I'm also thinking of what Tim said too. You know, if somebody wants to go to Pepperdine University where they have a big cheer competition all the time, but you know, it's not sanctioned. And so then they can't do that. And then we have all the overlapping with the club. So I think the definition of these categories is going to be our key to success. So that's all. I didn't really have a question. And do we have a public speaker? A public speaker, right?
She's on call.
She's on call. Okay, all right. Okay, I was hoping to hear from.
The other thing I think we need to throw in the mix when we talk about eligibility, cost, postseason, all that other stuff is if we have officials.
We currently do not have a sanctioned body for officials. We don't have one for lacrosse yet either. That's coming forward.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Tammy and then Domingo.
So one of my questions was how many other states have it? Colin,
28.
there were 28. So there is an NFHS guidance, correct?
Yes, 100%. And they are working with our office on this.
Okay.
This, I want to be honest with you. The proposal to add cheer sanctioning pages 135 and this was done in conjunction with the person at the NFHS who unfortunately is no longer there. That position is open, by the way. And that gentleman and I spent a lot of time discussing this, and then I brought this to Ms. Grimm and Ms. Dowdy, and we fine-tuned it to this. this proposal, I believe this proposal is a great proposal to do exactly what we want to do. The implementation timeline is just so, I don't want to set us up to fail. And I just wish we could, what I would like the board to do is to say, we're going to accept this proposal to add cheer as a sanctioned sport. And that we can start to survey and start going down that path, with the understanding that implementation in 6 months, and I know you're saying, well, you're not going to implement it until next year. Implementation so that we can identify divisions, we can identify all the different aspects that we have to do for this, because I don't think this is exactly the same as lacrosse in any way, shape, or form. Because survey for lacrosse, you'll get when I do my update, is going out here in the next couple of weeks to start to see where we are with lacrosse, with the number of schools. If 50 schools come back, we are looking at a whole different dynamic than what we are. I anticipate of 125 member schools that we will be looking at somewhere around 100 member schools participating in this. And at that point, then we need to move forward with that aspect of it. And I think that timeline needs to be built so that we know where we're headed and what we're looking at, as opposed to just saying, do it. And if the board says, just do it, we're going to figure it out. I mean, at the end of the day, that's the final decision.
So with that,
yeah.
because there's a couple other things I think I would have questions on, maybe Keith could answer, maybe Colin could answer. So it sounds like if we're saying sport, we would do it as a spring. Is that what? Because I feel like that's where, well, I'm just asking to clarify because we do have the multi-sport. So spring is going to take away your track, which at Legacy, that's the only sport my cheerleaders do, other than cheer, is track. So that gives a different issue at my school than it would at where you guys have volleyball players that play, or, you know, whatever. It's different per school. So spring would be an issue for my cheer.
And I've heard from other schools that said, it would be great if you could do it in winter, so we could do it in conjunction with the state basketball championships.
I mean, I see the thing I like to do is, I see it all. I see. But that would also take into bring in, like we were talking about, our magnet schools. Now they would have to play, if their magnet school didn't offer it, they could cheer for us, correct? I know the magnet, like I know
I
Northeast.
looked down when you said.
So like Northeast is the magnet school across the street from. They have their own cheer squad right now. So they would have to cheer there.
Well, that's a question that needs to be asked.
Okay,
And answered.
because like, I'm assuming, because the reason why I think that they have one is because their cheerleaders can't cheer at our school.
And currently, under our regulation, Northwest, or which one is it?
Northeast.
Northeast does not belong to the NIAA. So in theory, they can participate at both.
And then charter would fall the same way.
Yes. Homeschool.
Okay.
Homeschool would be allowed to cheer at their home school.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Those were my questions.
And enrollment issue there then would become another factor, is that they would then, if you were on a COSA, right now, if you're on a COSA, I'm just gonna use a COSA. If you're on a COSA, you can cheer.
But you couldn't.
We'd have to go through you'd have to go through the eligibility process there.
Then transfer your. Okay, I'm gonna go, Domingo, LC Keith, and then I'm gonna ask Kristen Grimm to step up to the podium. All right, Domingo.
So my cheer coach is watching.
Yes.
So has an opinion, obviously. We used to do state cheer competitions, 2011 and 12, I think was the last years that we did it. And I believe it was at Arbor View High School.
And Desert Oasis.
And Desert Oasis were the last couple of years where we just had a state competition, and then and it's just competition, so it doesn't matter what you classify it. We have 3 models here. Your school decides which model you're going to do, or if you can do all 3 because you have enough kids participating, you could do all 3, but you would have to qualify through competitions, which I still think it should be the winter, you know, with it ending after basketball. It doesn't have to be in conjunction with basketball, but right after, immediately after the state competition, that doesn't break into your fall sports it just pushes them back by 2 weeks, a week, because it's not going to be too invasive in the spring by doing it in the winter, because you're already practicing, you're doing cheer, plus you're working on competition routines and competition team. So that's the biggest thing. We have a competition that we're doing, a competitive cheer team, and the school decides which or how many of the models they're gonna try to field. And then they have to compete in tournaments to then make it to the state tournament type of idea in the winter time. There are less sports, less women participants, so there are more opportunities for them to build a team at that point. When you get into the spring with track and softball and swimming, it takes a lot of the women athletes out of that, or athletes in general out of that, because I don't know if we're gonna have any co-ed teams where you have, and that, which is a possibility, once again, that those are all things that you have to be decided, but the initial declaration should be competition teams, and these are the categories of competition that you're allowed to do as a school. And the schools have the ability to decide which ones they want to concentrate on, or which ones can they field, and they're going to do that. And obviously, there's guidelines, which NFHS has, the rules of what needs to be seen, and how many tumbles, or how many, rah-rah splits, whatever it is that there's a guideline already in place across the states. So at the end of the day, doesn't matter what team or what style of cheer we're talking about. We have competition cheer, which is your school vying for a state title in one of the 3 or 4 categories, whatever number of categories we decide. They're gonna apply in one of those 3 or 4 categories. As a competition team, and that would take, if we did in the winter, it would take those athletes in a sanctioned sport out of winter. So they couldn't participate in bowling, basketball, flag football. Those are 3 things they could not participate in currently. And wrestling, sorry. So that would give you an amount of people and a schedule that doesn't, when you're looking at smaller schools, you still have more athletes in the spring that would affect if you put it in the spring. That would be more of a problem for the spring when you're trying to do 2 sports with the sanctioned sport. But I believe, and her thought was, that if we just do competition, and if the school can field all 3 or 4 of them, more power to them. They can work on their routines, they have opportunity. The gym or there's other spaces besides the gym they can work out in to make it happen on your campus. So, I believe we could do it, and the time is of the essence, obviously, but with the idea that we are sanctioning the sport in the competition realm, and then we build out the details so that we can have them out in that 6-month window, and early in the June meeting, we'll say. We'll have the details of the competition team, and then we have time to build competitions where schools can host a weekend competition on a Saturday. And then so we can get 4 competitions prior to the state tournament in the winter. Those are my suggestions based off of my communication with my coach.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna go to Elsie.
I just have a question though. If cheer does not become a sanctioned sport, can you not still add the regulations to them as spirit clubs? Because aren't they considered spirit clubs under the NIAA? Because in their petition email, the lady who sent it said that they wanted the NIAA to recognize shooting as a sport to enforce stronger city regulations. So if that's just one of the things that they want, just a few certain things, but not all of it. They didn't talk about the grading, but they didn't focus on all of that. Do the people who want cheer realize all the things that they're gonna get with it if they sanction it as a sport? And if we don't, and they just get what they're asking for, safety regulations, more safety regulations than other schools like that.
So if they become a sanctioned sport, then all of the regulations would be then applied through the, under the umbrella of athletics. Currently, there's just the one sanctioning regulation for cheer. And when I say sanctioning in that sense, I don't mean sanctioning as a sport. I mean sanctioning of competition. A competition must be sanctioned, approved. So that's where that sits right now. So those regulations don't exist, but they could be written and added in underneath that. But then if we move it over to the other side, then the safety regulations that apply to athletics, like coach certification, AED CPR training, and all those other regulations then would apply to it. So if they continue to exist where they are, the safety regulations would be district-based or school-based under their, they could increase those and decrease those as they see fit. If they moved over to the athletic side, then those safety regulations would be in addition to any NIAA, like concussion protocols and all the other aspects that go into a sport. So the answer to that question is yes, but it depends on where it lies. I don't think those are a bad idea in any stretch of the imagination.
And then, my next question is, would cheer be more important than a decision? Like, does that mean if it is a sanctioned sport, would it cause schools to have to cut other clubs to have more cheer because cheer is such an expensive sport? I mean, just alone at my slush club, girls are paying $1,000 or more just for uniforms and not even competition sometimes. So if it's sanctioned, would that take away from other clubs or force schools to make other clubs not?
That is a great question that has to be answered at the school level. We do not have a stipulation that says the cost of the uniform has to be borne out by the student. We don't have that regulation. We don't implement any regulation for that in any sport at all. So currently, football players get a uniform, they get the helmet, they get the shoulder pads, they get the equipment. The decision on how cheer is going to be handled will be a site-based decision as to the cost of participation. So some schools have higher costs than other schools. I do think that's a concern, but that's site-based at a school, not through the NIAA.
Thank you.
That's a great question.
Great question.
At this time, I'm going to bring in Kristen Grimm, if you would please. Kristen, matter of fact, works for me in the district athletic office. She's our director of activities, an amazing individual. She is the one that Tim alludes to of talking to along with Deb. So Kristen, first of all, thank you very much for being here. Second of all, you have seen the proposal, and I would like to ask you to speak in regards to the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Press the button until it turns red. Wow, that's hot.
Kristen Gerber, Student Series. Yes, I was looking at the proposal and had many discussions with Tim and also with Des Murray, who is the cheer person for NIAA for a while. I looked at it and talking with the CCNC cheerleaders, they're very much in favor of cheer being a sanctioned sport. Knowing all of the things that need to go in be put into place, my biggest concern is making sure this doesn't fail. We, I see them as student athletes, as do everything you supposed to do here. The timeline is concerning. I think just some of those things that need to be outlined because of the support. We need to make sure that regulations for NIAA fit there's so many different situations in this room because you do have student athletes in so many different seasons. You have student athletes in the rural schools who, you're spread thin, even here, like saying about we have to spread thin. So there's so many factors to consider that I think I'm for the take movies goes. I think the direction is great. I think that the mindset is good. I think we're going in the right direction. I just want to make sure that all the kids are, as you mentioned, we talked about everything. I think that the cost, the eligibility, the participation. That was my biggest goal, and just to give students many opportunities to participate. So we just want to do that successfully. What that looks like, I think again, it is prime season and determining the type of cheer that competition, we have some competitions currently, so it can happen with it being an activity. But moving towards sanctions more, maybe that is the baby step that needs to happen. So I mean, again, I think they're on the right path. I just think they're the stepping stones we can put into place. They need to be very solid before you can, formalize everything.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna go to Ms. Brockett and then Colin. Keith, are you up?
I was, it's fine, I'll.
Okay, and then Rollins, go ahead. Christine.
All right, Christina Brockett, Region 4. Just some logistical questions for myself, just so I can get more clarity on how this could look, right? Maybe this is definitely more for next steps and consideration for those next rollout steps in the timeline. When we talk about possibly looking at one component of cheer, such as competition cheer, and putting it, just gonna say theoretically, putting it like in the winter time, right? And then, but we still have sideline cheer for football in the fall window, right? Since sideline cheer or pep cheer, I don't know what you would call it. Maybe it's the pep club now. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the issue of being an intramural, possibly an intramural, and not being able to flag the school on your uniform that you're using because it's an intramural. So is there a way that we could think of how we could work that out if sideline cheer, if we decide to go just competition, not sideline, those pieces, right? That's why I said, do we kind of rename it, reclassify it, so then it's not cheer, it's something else? And if it's now, if it is an intramural though, are you still able to hold tryouts for your sideline cheer, like your football cheer, if competitive cheer becomes sanctioned? So those are the questions that are floating around in my mind, right?
Those are floating around in my mind. Those are the questions we need to get answered, because cheerleading in its current iteration goes from April of the previous year through the end of the winter of the next season. So that's where it starts and that's where it ends. Turning it into a sport in whatever form it is closes that down. Closes it into a very specific window because we're treating it like a sport. Here's the thing, we can't sanction cheer and say we're going to treat it like a sport and then change the rules to treat it differently than we treat a sport. Because the whole reason for this is to treat them like athletes, then we treat them like the athletes we currently have. And to say, no, we're gonna create a whole different set of rules for cheerleading. Well, what's gonna stop baseball from saying they want a whole different set of rules for baseball? Which we all have our own rules within our realm, but the overarching umbrella is still the same. And I think that's why we have to make the determination as to what are we wanting to offer? Because we can't just mold it to make it fit without making it fit into our overall athletic umbrella. And I'm not trying to say that it won't fit, I'm saying it will fit, but what will fit and how will we do it? Because I think it's absolutely ludicrous that I just said out loud that your cheerleaders on Friday night, if they're out of season, can't wear your uniforms to cheer. Because what would end up happening is this, it's ludicrous, right? I mean, it's absolutely ludicrous to say it, but the same thing would be said if your baseball team played in their uniform in the summer. We would go after that team and say, you cannot do that. That is a violation. You are being sanctioned. Or being fined. I shouldn't use the word sanction because we're using it so much. So where do we draw the line? How do we draw the line? And how do we put them into that same category as a sport without creating a whole nother realm of things to relate to that treat them differently? Because then we run into an equity issue. I don't have an answer to that right now.
Do you have a follow-up?
No, I need to think on that just a little bit more. Like I said, it's more, I think more for those next step, really fleshing all those pieces out and figuring out how do we work around the regulations that are currently in place for our sanctioned sports, as well as that transition from becoming an activity to a full-fledged sanctioned sport without losing the, I don't want to say the integrity of the program, but the aspects that the program bring to the school culture besides increasing, you know, our athletic. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go to Colin and then Rollins.
On not Region 4, so I think this before I wanted to have a conversation with Ms. Grimm. But before I do that, just Tim, my response to some of the what things I just heard were, you know, I think it's different. I don't think a cheer team is competing on the sideline of my football game, right? They're cheering. Whereas my baseball team going to play a game somewhere is competing, right? So I think there's a distinction to be made there in a sense of like, I don't think them doing things on the sideline is a competition. And to your point of like, what's to stop baseball from saying we want I mean, this body is who stops baseball from saying we want regulations to change, right? We make decisions that make sense for kids. And we look at cheer and go, yeah, cheer probably needs the rules to look a little different to function well. And as a body, we decide, let's do that, right? And then baseball comes and says, we say, no, you don't need the rules to look different to function well. The answer is no, right? So I think like, it's our job as the like adults here to say like, nope, that this makes sense for kids and here's why. This does not make sense for kids and here's why. So Ms. Grimm, I just thank you for being here. Appreciate the work that you do, as you know. So what I heard you say was that the cheerleaders you have spoken to are in favor of the sanctioning of cheer. Is that correct?
Coaches.
Coaches, okay, yeah, and they're probably hopefully speaking to their kids. Have you had any coaches in opposition?
I have had a few coaches and not necessarily one position, so much as well. Being concerned was like mostly because what's it gonna take away from us, because we're not an activity, they have a lot of freedoms. So what is that gonna look like? And so that's when we're concerned is that I don't have, you know, my track athletes, you know, so it's been more of cautious, maybe not necessarily.
And what are you hearing in favor of? Like, what is the reasoning why coaches are in favor of this decision?
They want the station.
Okay, cool, thank you.
They want to.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Thank you. I will also share that in the spirit of collaboration north to south, I've spoken to principals in the north and the south and have not had a single principal in opposition to sanctioning of cheer so far. That I've not spoken to everybody, right? But I have been told by the north that they are in support. I have also been sat in multiple meetings with the southern principals and have not had a single person in opposition to that. So I think I would encourage this group to listen to our constituents here, right? And I think they are asking for us to give cheer the respect it deserves, which is the sanctioning of a sport in the state of Nevada. And so I think that is the direction that we need to go. I am ready to make a motion, but I will allow others to speak.
I have about
If you'd like, yeah.
handful of.
I don't want there to be any misconception here. The staff is not, and me personally, we are not against sanctioning cheer. We're against the time frame in which this motion or this item is laid out at. We are not against sanctioning cheer. We are in favor of it. It's just this window that this motion would, or this item would have is it's just too tight for us to turn it around. That's our fear. That's never against cheer. I mean, I have a letter of reprimand from this lady for circumventing her and going to this board years ago saying, we need to sanction cheer. You can vouch for that. We are in favor of sanctioning cheer. We are just not in favor of that 26-27 date.
And I hear you.
Okay.
I'm struggling with looking at a cheerleader and saying, we decided we couldn't make it work in the time frame, but then looking at a lacrosse player and saying we did, right? And I'm just throwing it out there and I understand all of the reasons why. I mean, the timeline is though, Rollins. The timeline question is relevant, right? Would you agree the timeline question?
No, because the legislator made us do this.
I know, but regardless
the
of what
timeline is
caused
not
it,
the same.
we can pull it off, is my point, obviously. And so I think we owe cheerleaders that to pull it off.
Well, you're making the assumption too, though, that we're gonna actually play lacrosse next year. The reality here is that we're just section it. Whether it is played or not is a completely different story.
Is that not the same thing for cheer though?
I would argue that it isn't. because lacrosse plays by a set of rules. Cheerleading has variations that we haven't even determined which set of rules we're going to play with. There are different rules. There are different rules for cheerleading that exist within cheerleading, sideline, competition, stunt, all the different aspects that we would have to look at. Where lacrosse, there is one rule book for lacrosse, and that rule book is the rules we'll be playing under. So that's my
Yeah,
concern
except
there.
that we heard from Ms. Townsend yesterday that there are three, or there are
Two.
three, or two, right? Two
Boys and girls.
that we have to decide between, right? So,
Mhm.
yeah, there's two here and there's five over here, but I think like the question of which one.
And I'm not disputing that.
Yeah.
I agree. Also, the aspect that just brought up now is it going to be co-ed? Are we going to say it's co-ed or not?
Yes.
And that's another aspect that we have to address. And I'm not trying to be difficult. I want this to happen. I do. I just think we need to have a room to breathe and get through some of the questions that we haven't had answered yet.
All right, we have tons of people. Rollins, you're next.
I'm gonna be quick. If it wasn't for competition cheer right now, we wouldn't be having this meeting. Cheerleaders have been cheering since I've been in high school, and I'm older than everybody else in this dang room. So cheerleading has been around for years. So this is not about cheer. I understand, we're not talking about cheer. This has nothing against cheer. So cheer is a team, if there wasn't for the term competition, what the cheerleaders want is to compete against each other and use their skills that they have to compete under a competitive umbrella called competitive cheer. So we're not doing away with cheer. Cheer's not going anywhere. We want them. I married a cheerleader. So those things are here. So I think it's important to understand that the umbrella in the conversation we're having here is about the additional piece of adding a cheer competition so cheerleaders can compete against each other cheerleading programs statewide in a competitive situation, doing whatever they're doing, whether it's tumbling, building, pyramids, and those things that they do. So let's understand, this has nothing to do with cheer and the current process of cheer. It's about the sanctioning, the possibility of future sanctioning competitive cheer programs. And I want to make sure that's straight here because the way people are acting is like this group's against cheerleaders. It has nothing, we're not, we love cheerleaders.
All right, Keith, you're up next.
I really don't want to beat that horse here. My challenge is, because all of these questions are in the mix of how do we do it? I agree. The problem is, meeting after meeting, year after year, we kick this can down the road and say, there's too many questions. And we never answer the questions. And if so, again, if this vote goes the other way and we say, we're not gonna do it for 26, 27, I encourage the board that we put something in place that state, we're gonna put deadlines on having these meetings and putting this in place, because we can't just, we owe it to our girls and the cheerleaders and the coaches who are saying, yes, we want this, whether it be a sideline cheer competition or a competitive cheer competition, because those do mean two different things. And I agree, Tim, there are a million questions to answer. The problem is we continue not to answer them. There's broad support from principals, broad support from cheerleaders, broad support from coaches. I do agree with Domingo that this probably is better in the winter with a smaller, it's not gonna be 21 competitions like you would do for baseball. It's going to look very different. So yes, there are regulations that are going to have to look very different than other sports, while also, to your point, honoring what we're holding other athletes to. I agree with that. I just am concerned that we're going to leave this meeting, we're going to say no, and we're gonna have no path forward to getting any closer than we have like we did last time. Because last time there was broad support in the room, including Rollins. I know you supported and said, yes, this is great for Title IX. And yet here we are and we stand and we're no closer than we were 3 months ago. That can't happen again. Thank you.
Okay, I am going to put a pause on this. Because we have cold food. And what Tia's texted me, we're good to go, and I'm writing everyone's name down to speak. Let's grab your food, come back, and we'll reconvene.
We'll wait for the audio to go off, guys. Audio's on.
All right, thank you very much. Those of you watching this on YouTube, I apologize. We are eating as we work right now. We need to put some closure to this item, but I'm gonna transition and go to Kate right now.
First, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Kate Seabury for the record, NIAA staff. So I really want to kind of circle back to yesterday. You guys agreed to send forward the new sanctioning of a sport regulation. And I know Colin brought this up. Are we putting the cart before the horse? We're talking about possibly sanctioning sport tomorrow. In a lot of ways, yes, possibly. But I think as a board, you have all agreed that this is a valid process and what we believe is the correct process in sanctioning a sport. So I feel that if you do feel that way, and we approved that once, sent it forward and now for final approval, it feels to me a little backwards to now turn around and do a different process. So my thought is, while we do have anecdotal data, we have coaches that are in support, and we just want to ensure that they understand the gravity of the change. So I think prior to just saying, yeah, coaches are on board, it's important that they have all the information and they know exactly, hopefully through listening to this, board meeting, that they do have all that information, understand, how that's going to possibly impact their students and their school. Because they've been operating in cheer under certain rules and stipulations for a very long time. And we are now going to be changing that game drastically. And I want to make sure they understand that before just saying, yes, I'm in full 100% support. So I don't think it's as clear as just sanctioning any other sport. I do think we are putting the cart before the horse right now and trying to make a decision today on whether or not it's sanctioned for next year. My suggestion for the board to direct, kind of us and kind of the process moving forward would be that Keith, Colin, whoever is interested in this proposal and brought this proposal, comes to the NIAA at the very next meeting, hopefully, with the answers to a lot of the questions that everybody is kind of posing today through meetings, surveys, the committee. I think that is a fantastic idea, bringing together the people that are deeply involved in cheer and understand those logistics and what this is going to look like. I think our process that we put in place with that regulation has a lot of good starting points as far as, what season do we think makes the most sense? Girls, boys, co-ed, contest limit, minimum number of students to be considered a team. There's lots of little intricacies, and I know we can figure a lot of that out, but I do think it's important to bring that all kind of to the table so that we have a clear picture of what the membership wants when it comes to cheer. And then once we have that information, our job and the next step in that process would be that we then collect those interest surveys and all of the specifics on, who is planning on participating in this. If it looks this way, I think it's hard to do a survey without knowing exactly what that's going to look like. So once we have the information of what the membership wants, then we can send that out to say, okay, are you participating if it looks like this? And I think the biggest concern, I'll just end with this, is the timing. As we've said, we have asked schools and school districts to fund shot clocks this year, fully implemented, girls wrestling starting in 26, 27. And then obviously we were forced to fully sanction boys and girls lacrosse. I think the monetary side of this is a huge factor. Having them have to do all of this at the school and school district level, and then also adding the possible monetary increase that they're going to see with cheer all in 26, 27 school year with all within one school year is a big ask. So I do think money is a big factor here in pushing this for just the next school year. So I will say on the record, completely in support of sanctioning cheer. I think we need to go through a process that we all agreed is the proper process in sanctioning and go through those steps as we've kind of decided.
All right, so next in the queue was Wayne.
Wade Polson, Region 3. Completely agree, Kate. Understand, there's a process in place there. What I'm hearing, from him is that there needs to be some direction given as we move forward. And I think that's what we have to do. I mean, sanctioning cheer is an elephant here. And so what we got to do is we just got to take that elephant one bite at a time. And so we need to give some specific direction to Tim as to what kind of competition we want so that the surveys can go out. Here's the competition. How does that affect you? What season Do we want it in? And so I think we need to answer those questions today so that we can move the needle from where we are moving forward, give direction. And at any time, the discussion and, Madam President, I'm ready to make a motion into those, directions if, you so want. So
I would
at
just,
any time.
thank you. I would also like to say that I also have 3 other individuals prior to the break to speak.
Yeah, and President Sloan, I requested to make a motion first. I just want to make sure.
Oh, okay.
like, For Robert's Rules of Order there, that was the way that I hear.
Okay, give me 1 second here. All right, Colin, I will return back to you. I'm gonna go to Emerson, I'm gonna go to Elsie and then Ellen, and then we actually have Emerson on the line as well. All right, Elsie?
I just have one more question. With the sideline chair, obviously someone had said that we didn't want that one to be a section sport.
Elsie, why don't you grab that mic? I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Ruth.
So it's section as competitive in the fall and winter. Why, when you're talking about the uniforms and how cheer could wear their school uniform with fall or cheering for football, why couldn't it still just be considered a spirit club because that's what it's considered now in the difference of football? So I'm like, I'm confused on that. Because like that's what they do now. They cheer for football and they're considered a spirit club and they do competition. So if it's sanctioned as competitive cheer, why can't they still have a club version called spirit club and they cheer for football and basketball?
That's a complete possibility. The issue comes into the regulations that we have for athletics. So your school has, without a doubt, has I'm gonna use baseball because it's the easiest one, that plays fall ball in, a league of some sort. That fall ball team cannot compete wearing school uniforms. You can only wear school uniforms during the uniform season that applies to. It's a very ludicrous argument right now, but it's one that we'd have to clear up. Because I understand what you're saying. What difference does it make if they're cheering on the sidelines or just wearing our uniforms? If, as an athletic endeavor, as an athletic sport, when we sanction it, those type of questions need to be answered so that we treat all of our sport equitably. And that we make sure we understand that this is not the competition team. This is a sideline cheer team that's not competing. So those are some of the questions we would have to answer. And of course, they are questions that we hope will get answered in the next coming iteration of cheer as we move forward. So I understand your concern and your question, but at the same time, it's just one example of something we need to get cleared up before we move forward.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm gonna go back. Bob, a bit, you were actually,
I yield back.
thank you. Sorry that I bypassed you there. Ellen?
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. Correct me if I'm wrong, wrestling, girls wrestling, was that a 3-year implementation plan? Was that a 3-year?
About 4.
4-year
You
implementation?
want me to talk about flag football?
No, talking about wrestling, girls wrestling. I guess my main question is not knowing the sanctioning regulations as they were approved by Hart. So maybe Kate or Tim, what is the earliest then, based on those regs, that cheer of whatever nature is determined would be able to be sanctioned or start their implementation or?
Kate, go ahead.
Sure. So we did put a stipulation in there that you as a board could have the final decision on where a sport was placed on the continuum, whether it was pilot, development, or full implementation year. And so we did say in something like cheer, where it's been in existence, if it was determined that it was good enough to go for full implementation at that board meeting, it could be approved. So I mean, timeline wise, I do think that there's a possibility, if all of this information works out, that it could be implemented pretty quickly. Whether that is next year or not, that would be the question, but.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, I am now going to go to Emerson. Online. Hi, Emerson.
Hi. Okay, I have 2 questions. So my first would be, would sideline and competition cheer, like, would that be like separate, or would that like be all together? if we do sanction it as a sport. And then my second question would be, if you sanction cheer as a sport, would you also sanction dance as a sport as well? Or is that totally separate?
To answer your first question, that's a determination the board would have to make, whether it would be, separate sideline and separate competition. And then as far as dance, that would also be another determination that they would make, because dance does fall under the umbrella within the NFHS as a competitive side. So those are decisions that the board would have to make.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else? Colin, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
I'm not Region 4. I would say that I am fully committed to sanctioning cheer as a sport in lots of ways, insofar as also assisting with the process of developing what that timeline looks like with the staff. Kate, I think I respect what you said, but it is exactly the opposite of what I said yesterday, in a sense of like, if we approve this, are we then beholden to it, right? And I'm not saying that we're saying we are, right? But I think that I don't want us to be in a situation where we're continuing to kick the can down the road for cheer. We owe it to these girls, we owe it to these coaches, we owe it to our state, frankly, to sanction cheer as a sport and give them the recognition that they deserve. So with that being said, I'm gonna make a motion to officially sanction cheer as a sport in the state of Nevada for the 2026-2027 school year. It's beginning in the 2026-2027 school year, and direct staff to bring us a comprehensive set of rules and regulations that will be governing cheer to be adopted at the January meeting, the January Board of Control meetings. And that would include any necessary regulation changes to make cheer a sanctioned sport for 26-27. I'm sorry, that was kind of a long motion there, but just to reiterate it, I'm moving to sanction cheer as a sport in the state of Nevada for the 2026-2020, beginning in the 2026-2027 school year. And directing staff to bring us a comprehensive set of rules and regulations that will govern cheer to the January Board of Control meeting for approval. And that would include any necessary regulation changes in order to make cheer a sanctioned sport for 26-27.
Do I have a right to end it?
We need a second
Okay.
first.
Then we'll have a comment. Okay, we have a first. Keith,
Second.
we have first, we have a second. We need additional comments, questions. I think I need to add to the list as well. Not only the rules, regulations, we also need to take a look at officials. We need to take a look at potential cost. We need to, the timeline, what are we doing? The competition, is this gonna be an educational shift? Huge educational shift. Chris and I have already talked about this, as I did with Keith earlier. We've done this for so long. Now we're coming on this side of the house. I would just say for monetary budget purposes, we have to make a decision in January. We can't have this conversation in March because budgets are proposed in January, as all principals sitting around here, and you know, I know going forward. The 26-27 is gonna be very expensive because of the additional sports that was mentioned and the fact that I know that the officials' costs, they're probably gonna come to the table because they agreed to a 2-year agreement. And every district has other factors, so that school year is gonna, be extremely costly, so. Ellen?
Question on the regulations. Will they have to go to LCB and get approved and come back?
Yes,
And
yeah.
what time frame on that?
Yep.
Okay.
We'll be on it. We do. Ms. Cavazos.
I just wanted to, Cavazos Region Board, I just want to clarify that when you're referring to officials, we don't have officials, but are you referring to judges?
I don't know the terminology, yes, I assume, is that the terminology for cheer judges? Yes.
I just want to make sure so that it doesn't fall to a different category and then there's more confusion.
Yeah, they classify, okay, judges, which would probably fall under the association, official association. And all that as well. And is there anything else I'm missing? I'm gonna go to Wade.
Wade Polson, Region 3. I appreciate Colin's, motion. However, I think, the timeline's very aggressive. I think there was so many questions that are still out there. I don't see how it's a possibility to actually have that pulled all together without knowing if we're going to have competitive cheer, if we're gonna have sideline cheer, if we're gonna have dance cheer, if it's gonna be co-ed. I don't see that information can, be put together and implemented by 2026, 2027. That's super aggressive. I am 1000% for competitive cheer and cheerleading and all of that. I had two daughters, they both cheer. And I think it's a wonderful thing that we're having a conversation. I just think the timeline is very, very aggressive. And that we're setting ourselves up for a failure by doing that. So I'm gonna have to vote no, and I'll tell you straight out, and it's only for the timeline. Only for the timeline. I think we can take this as an elephant and we can eat this thing one bite at a time. That we can say, what kind of competition do we want today? Do we want dance, competitive, hybrid? However, let's make that decision today. What season do we want it in? Let's make that decision today. Let's make some decisions to push the needle forward. But I just don't see how we're gonna have a complete and total implementation of this by 2026, 2027.
All right, we have a few other people. I have Greg.
Greg Malkovich, I'm just gonna wait, pretty much said from, I was gonna say. I see it a year out, not 26, 27, 27, 28. You do it right. That's all I have to say.
Maybe 27, 28.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Rollins.
I agree with Wade. And, I really think that we have, unlike Colin mentions lacrosse, we haven't ever had lacrosse. We were forced to get lacrosse. And we have had cheer for years and we've had competition. And I still believe right now that our competition cheer at any school in our state can participate in competition cheer right now. And they do. And so it's not like they're not doing that now. And I think that we're not gonna take it away from them with my no vote today. So I think we need more time.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Elsie. Oh,
Emerson on them.
no, she had her, put your card down. All right, I'm gonna go to Kate and then I'll go to Colin and then we'll go to vote.
Yeah, the last thing I just wanted to say, kind of on the timeline side of things and Colin's argument about the, regulation we approved yesterday. That regulation is just about the process in which, how we collect the correct information. And I think that is why it's important. I know your concern is timeline on there, but the timeline, if we get all the information we need and we are able as a board to approve it, could still be implemented for 26, 27. I think putting a timeline today is a scary thing to do when we don't have the information we need to make that call, to know that we're gonna have the right things in place and the actual support from the coaches once they see all the logistics of it. So I think, in your argument to say we shouldn't be, beholden to that regulation, I don't think we should be beholden to a timeline on that regulation, but I think we should go through the process because we feel that's the proper process because we need that information to make those calls. So I just wanted to kind of clear that up. I'm not saying you need to start off a pilot and be 3 years from now. It could still be next year. I just think we need to get that information before we make a call.
All right, I'm gonna go Colin and then Linda. Linda, did you want to speak?
Calling down Region 4. This is where I appreciate that. I think my challenge or maybe frustration with that is that I know myself and Mr. Whipperman have asked for cheer to be an item. At least 4 meetings I can think of when we've had it. So I do believe we have had the time to do that work and we haven't, right? And so now I am aiming to force us to do the work, similar to the way the legislator forced us to, I am gonna force us to do that work by saying 26, 27 cheer is sanctioned. because I do believe we've had plenty of times to do that. And so my question is, what is the biggest roadblock for the staff in implementing the timeline I am proposing? Because I am here to help bridge that problem. So what is the biggest roadblock for the staff?
Mr. Anderson?
One, you're not gonna have any regulations by January. You're not gonna have anything that the LCB's even seen, because our process, which I explained to you yesterday, begins with us developing a regulation, bringing it to the board, and the board would then look at the regulations, assuming you agreed to what they are. That's a big assumption. They would then go to the LCB, and whether we got them back for the spring meeting or not is up to the LCB, not me. So, you know, we're at their mercy.
Okay, so maybe an emergency board meeting might help solve that if it was earlier than January. Right? I mean, in theory.
Yeah.
Well, you have to have the regulations developed first, and
Right, but to your point, if we had a meeting earlier than January, that would help the timeline to ensure that we had maybe had the regulations back, right?
yeah, I can't tell you what the LCB will do or not do. I guess we could have a meeting next week, but we're not gonna have regulations developed by next week. We could have a meeting in November. I don't know if we're gonna have time to have regs developed by November. I don't know.
Sure.
You've got a very small staff that's trying to do 100,000 different things, and now you're laying
Yeah, but Mr. Anderson, what I
100,000
said,
more on.
what I said was that I, and I'm sure many others, would be willing to sit down at the table and assist with that work. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's.
Well, maybe that's the answer. Maybe you and Mr. Whipperman and a few other principals and whatever could come up with some suggested regulations as a committee, and you can bring that back to the staff and take it from there.
I am
mean,
more than
that's not a
happy
bad
to
idea.
do that work for the cheerleaders of the state of Nevada. Happy to do that work, absolutely.
Okay, Ron?
Well, Kate has the information that we're looking for. And maybe that would have been the timeline, instead of bringing it up, that we would have been able to do this and get that information. I think this is too soon, because what I've heard is that Colin has talked to a couple of people in the north and in the south, but there's no data. Did you talk to one cheerleader coach, one cheerleader advisor, one? I don't have anything. I've talked to a couple of them in the north. We're dealing with a cheerleader situation in the north here. And I have not had anyone call my office saying, hey, look, we want to be a competitive cheer team.
Yeah, I mean, with respect, Rollins, like I hope you realize I'm not bringing this to the table because I have heard from one cheerleader or one principal that this is, I mean, we just heard from Ms. Grimm, who said she talks to lots of, I think, cheer coaches in the state of Nevada. I mean, I can tell you, I've been in a meeting with 50 high school principals and they all agree.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I don't
I'm
want you to
telling you,
simplify it to
agree.
like one person.
I don't agree with this process.
Sure, okay, noted, yeah.
I don't agree with your process here. And she also did mention that there were some that were against it.
Sure.
So I want more information to go back to my people in Washoe County and meet with my cheerleader advisors, not with my principals. I want to meet with my cheerleader advisors and go, hey, what do you want? Because I know that I've talked to two that doesn't want anything to do with competitive cheer. And I had talked to two that said, oh yeah, if that comes up. But they've also said, we're already doing it. Teams in Nevada right now that want to do competitive cheer are doing it. This regulation isn't going to make any other teams out there do it. So teams that want to do competitive cheer in the state of Nevada right now are doing it. So whether we vote yes or no on his proposal, they're going to do it.
So let's give them the recognition they deserve as a sport. If they're already doing it, let's recognize that.
They're doing it. What I'm saying is my guess is, and I'm just guessing, but that percentage is nowhere near 35–40% in the state
Of what?
of participation in competitive cheer. It would that's probably a high estimate of 30% is a high estimate of the number of cheer programs out of all of our high schools in the state that are participating in this.
But I also think that if we approve cheer, which we will eventually. Let's say we approve cheer, we come back in January. We don't have the needed items to go forward. Then at that time, we as a board will need to make the decision if we pull back or we proceed. I think we need to have that understanding too. You know, we're sitting around this table, yeah, we're gonna sanction it, but I agree. We've had this conversation over, and we're not getting anything. So, but I also want the board to know that if we sanction, we come back in January, it's not where it needs to be, then the motion will be, at this point, we do not proceed. I mean, that's an option. Understand that.
Sure. I
Linda.
have a quick question, very quick. So with this proposal, if we would have had that information from the cheer coaches and everything that Kate was referring to, then we'd be in a much better place to go forward.
No
with the time.
question, yes, no
So
question.
may I? Okay, so, and again, not pointing fingers, I know our staff works very hard, our small staff, much smaller than in other states, districts with the size. So, and I take responsibility for not asking this question earlier meaning like when Tia sent out the board packet. So is there a reason that we did not try to get this information and have it ready today?
Yes, I can answer that question. Because at the last board meeting, this was pushed down. This was pushed forward again. There was no direction given. The board did not act on this, did not tell us to go do any of this. That was it. It was tabled. And I know Keith's going over there, probably shaking his head saying, we kicked the can down the road, which is what we did. We kicked it down, the board kicked it down again. So here's the end, at the end, whatever decision is made, our staff will meet the demands. We will meet those demands. We will meet that recommendation, that passage. Mr. Anderson's concerns about the LCB are legitimate. We don't have any control there. But everything else on the list, I have seven things on the list. If this is approved, our staff is not gonna not do their job. We will provide that information before the January board meeting. Or for the January board meetings. If an emergency or special meeting is called, we will provide that information by that time. Failure is not an option. How's that?
No, that's correct. And I do have to say, backing up Mr. Anderson, having had many, shall we say, interactions with legislative bureau and commission, we have no idea when they get back to us. Having said that, I would be one of the people willing to work on this to try to make it happen. Because it's not something where we can just throw it at staff. I don't think that that is a fair assumption and just say, and all due respect, Colin, we can't just, everybody has lives outside of this board. And I certainly have a lot of things going on right now. So to say that we're gonna have an emergency meeting, I would be good with that too, but there's a lot of tenuous factors here. And then the other thing is what Rollins said, this competitive cheer is happening right now. I happen to know that for a fact, and I've talked to a lot of cheer coaches. The dance team thing, the drill team thing, that comes under the same umbrella. So kind of opening up a can of worms there too. So I'm just kind of wondering. And I didn't make the first or the second, so parliamentary procedure basically says that I can't ask them to change that unless I was like the second. As far as having to do with the timeline, but I was wondering if there's some kind of workaround that we could do that would not put them in a situation that we end up with regulations that are not going to work for the actual sanctioning of the sport.
I don't think, we're not gonna.
It's more a statement.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the regulations, we're not gonna bring forth any regulation that won't comply and won't fit. Because if we don't do it correctly, we'll have to do it again.
And that goes back to the statement. I mean, if we approve the sanctioning of, with the ask of the NIAA to present this in January, but if it's not where it needs to be, then we as a board need to reconsider the decision.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And that in itself is where I sway, where I'm going with this. Paul Anderson.
You don't even reconsider the decision. If it's not there, there's nothing to do, right? I mean, that's why I think all the staff is asking for is a reasonable timeline. Your request has been answered. This isn't being kicked down the road, but hey, provide the staff with a reasonable timeline and do it right. Don't try to force it, because if you force it, it will get screwed up.
Yeah.
And it will take longer than if you provided the timeline here. I can guarantee that. Well, I'm gonna do that for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, Bob, that you
Real
were.
quick, and I discussed it with Ms. Grimm very, very briefly, but what I heard her say is what chair wants is a state championship.
That's just a truth.
And what I'm hearing from Tim is that the potential is there for them to maintain the current status and have a state championship, which allows staff time to present them with all the issues of what sanctioning means and what they might lose, which I also heard Ms. Grimm say is a broad concern on the part of chair is what do we lose if we're sanctioned? I don't know if that statement, those thoughts bring us any closer to a pathway forward on this, but thank you for the opportunity.
Keith,
Keith Brickman, 4A. So Paul, hear what you're saying. What is that timeline? You say, give them the time. What is that? Because we've talked about this multiple times and we make no progress. So I'm asking, what is that? What's a reasonable time to give the staff and Mr. McNaught and whoever else is willing to work on it? What is a reasonable time to expect that if we don't pursue it for 26, 27? What exactly is that? Very specifically. How much do they need?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what staff needs, but my answer would be, comply with the sanctioning regulation that you've approved. I think I've heard, not the 627, but the 27, 28 year or whatever somebody had said. I think Kate or somebody mentioned that. Maybe that's it. I don't know what it is. But all I'm saying is, don't ask us to have regulations that you can approve in January when that's a virtual impossibility. Because procedurally it can't happen.
Since we're chatting and I'm still, and I'm not necessarily saying this, but can the board, if we were to amend, and I'm not saying I'm amending, to say we're going to sanction it for the 27, 28 school year as opposed to the 26, 27 school? Or do we have to wait 26, 27 to have the sanction it in the 27, 28 school? Sorry, I don't know the answer. That's a legitimate question. I don't know the
Yes,
answer.
Paul Anderson, legal counsel, you can, whatever motion is made, Colin's got a motion on the table right now that
Yep.
says 26,
I
27.
understand. And I second, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, so if you amended your motion, Colin would have to amend his motion and you would have to second it to say the 27, 28 school year, and that would be the motion.
Okay, I didn't know the answer. Thank
Yeah,
you for the.
that's the
I
procedure
appreciate that.
process.
Madam Chair, if I may,
absolutely.
I agree with the discussion we've had thus far to move it forward. The timeline, I won't be able to vote for that. I would vote for no timeline or the 27, 28 and some specifics. Because when I look at the staff report, it says proposed chair offerings. I see 3. So I would like to see a motion that actually identifies which of those 3. And then also, as it deals with dance or the, what is it, co-ed? That's the type of motion I like to see, because I'm sure you want to see that too, Colin, some things, and Keith as well, some things precise that we're giving direction, precise direction.
Yeah.
Notwithstanding the timeline, but actual, this is what we would like to see, and then move forward, because I can tell you, I've done many, many laws and regulations, and when you rush it, you do not rush it. It does come back and burn you. But I would like to see a motion on the table that adds specifics and gives direction, without that timeline, or with the 27, 28.
All right, Colin.
I think that opportunity has existed and it has, and I am not confident in it happening because it has yet to happen. And so I would like to call for the vote.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you want to, okay, so basically, Colin is voting to sanction, correct? Do you want to restate your statement for me?
I wrote the motion. Paul Anderson, legal counsel, this is what I've written, and please correct me if I'm wrong. The motion would be to sanction cheer as a sport within the NIAA for the 26-27 school year. And to bring regulations and other information back to the Board of Control staff to do that. That would govern cheer at the January meeting. Is that roughly right?
Yep.
Section is 526.
And to bring regs to the board in January.
In the NIAA.
Was that correct?
I think that's correct.
It's just buried in pages of handwritten notes, so we're. Okay, so. Keith Whipperman,
Yay. Thank you for letting me go.
Alex Woodley,
Nay.
Rand Sorensen, still not here. Wade Wilson,
No.
Christina Brockett,
Yay.
Colin McNaugh,
Yay.
Jay Kenny,
No.
Greg Malkovich.
No.
Linda Cavazos,
Yay.
Roland Stallworth.
No.
And Pamela Sloan. Jesus.
Doesn't matter.
It'd be a tie.
If it's a yay, it's a tie.
That's present, yeah, it's a title.
I'm gonna go yes.
I don't.
Does it pass? Because it's a tie vote. Wait.
Yes, Wade.
Wade Polson, Region 3. I'd like to make a motion that we set forth for staff to move forward with a hybrid model, which would include state championship for sideline cheer and competitive cheer, also dance cheer, so that'd be 3 state championships, 1 in each category. Much like we do with track where you have multiple state championships. But I think that gives the opportunity for those 3 categories. Also to move forward with a co-ed. A co-ed competitive cheer, I say competitive cheer, but also co-ed teams, to move forward with co-ed teams, to look at that, to develop the regulations that would center around that, also to look at the season. And bring back the suggestion of the best time for the season in which this would take place. And also bring back the eligibility and the possibility of eligibility for the individuals to compete in cheer without affecting their other sports. So from and I need a second, then I can expand on it.
Can you, you added dance to the equation?
I did,
That
dance cheer,
because dance has not been part of the conversation.
I know. But I can still make a motion.
Yeah, but okay, so you said dance, competitive,
Sideline.
And sideline, so it's basically
Co-ed.
it's basically 3 competitive levels there for dance.
I got cheer, sideline, competitions, and dance as well as co-ed.
Well, yeah, I'm looking at the 3. If I'm reading this right, a hybrid model includes sideline and competition. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 2. Sideline and competition, that's 2 different categories. And then add dance to that, which creates 3 categories. And then also you have a co-ed competition, because I'm assuming that those 3 are all girls.
I want to say they're all co-ed.
Are they all co-ed?
They're all co-ed.
hang on, let me ask Kristen. Kristen, are they all co-ed?
Not all, but
Not all.
it varies year by year.
They can make.
I have another question for you, Kristen, if you come up just to the stage. is there different levels of competition for,
Need a second.
can I not do this?
I think we ought to get a second before we start talking.
Okay, hang on, Kristen. We have a first, Alex.
Chair Alice Willie second.
Okay, have a second. Additional questions? Kristen, I apologize. Is there different about this silly question, but is there different levels of competition for sideline cheer?
There's, yes.
It's based on experience,
And
not different competition levels, but you're saying.
which whoever is trying to competition, so that there's certain types of numbers and capacities that cheer.
Okay.
I'm gonna, yeah, go ahead.
Kristen, and I'm not the expert on cheer, so when it comes to NFHS, we have sanctioned NFHS sports, right? And so there's competition, cheer and dance. Is sideline also part of that or only an NFHS activity? I want to just be clear on that before we make decisions. Yeah.
My understanding is just silent is not, it's not included, like that.
So that could remain an activity. Thank you.
Okay, let me go. Nobody over here. Let me go Colin, Tammy, then I have Emerson on the online.
All not region 4, just the question on procedure here, dance is not agendized, so I just don't know, are we okay to make a motion that is not part of the agenda?
Mr. Anderson.
Well, it is a part of the agenda because it's part of cheer, isn't it, with the NFHS?
Cheer and dance, I don't see dance mentioned one time anywhere.
No, I'm saying dance is a part of cheer. Am I right or wrong on that? Correct.
Yes.
Yes, so it's encompassed within cheer.
Okay, so, and then I'm just gonna throw out that I would like to put myself in the queue to make a motion if this does not pass. That would modify mine, but I am very unclear what the motion currently is. It sounded like, I don't understand. So if you could clarify it, please.
Yes, I can redo the motion
It was just a
if you want.
what it is. It's a lot.
Wade Polson, Region 3. I move that we move forward, that to direct staff to look at hybrid model for cheer, including the dance, competition, sideline competitions and competitive competitions, whether that is 3 state championships or if they're each one that is judged for the competition. I'm sorry, it's a motion. I'm thinking here. But I want to move forward with the staff bringing back what those state championships would look like for a hybrid model, for dance, co-ed. Also, the season in which it would be played or the competition would take place and the eligibility that would be required for that, for the girls.
Thank you
And to
for,
bring that back with regulations and so that we can move this forward.
okay, thank you for restating the motion. I'm still not clear on it. I don't think that it establishes a timeline. I don't think it does not sanction cheer. It kicks the can once again, it's a motion to kick the can. And so I just want to throw, that's my opinion. I'm a no on this.
And I think procedurally, we need to determine whether there's a second, then we can.
There is a second and I'm commenting on it.
Okay,
Yeah, following
okay,
procedure.
all right, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So yeah, I am a no on this, because I think it's incredibly unclear.
Ms. Cavazos.
No, he was first.
Okay,
Thank you for that motion, and I think it does give us some direction in terms of stopping and kicking the can, and actually refers us back to the policy that we made in terms of what we need to do and answer prior to the implementation of a vote on that, because it does provide information. I want to see a survey that says 57% of these people in Clark County want this, 69% in Washoe County want this, 71% in rural Nevada wants this from these cheerleaders, advisors, and those people who are on the ground doing this right now. And we don't have that.
I would say that the timeline on that, we would be lucky to see that soon.
Well,
You could, and you know, what, we're getting into the, you need to run the meeting.
All right, hang on. I'm gonna go to Tammy and then Linda.
And I don't know, I think maybe Kristen can answer this. We keep hearing that the groups that currently have competition keep going to competition. Who sanctions those competitions? Because that's where I feel like I maybe, like, we would be moving this into NFHS sanctioning, but currently sanctioned.
You wanna do this one, Chris? Who's saying?
Yeah. So we do currently sanction all these competitions that are.
They have to follow set regulations, but they're not the same regulations for a tournament that we have for athletics.
Okay. And so there's no like federations tied to it?
They follow the NFHS.
They follow the NFHS current.
But they do not follow our eligibility or our competition regulations that govern athletics.
Okay.
In other words, you can have multiple teams there from your own same school. They could be kids who attend your school. There's no eligibility requirements other than what is set by the school itself.
Okay.
Outside of schools, USA cheer, all stuff.
Right, because that was my
There are
question. because I-
federations outside of
I
the
first
district
thought-
that, I apologize for jumping in, but
Yeah.
there are others outside of that do those competitions, not district competitions.
All right,
Okay.
you guys, we need to get back in order here. All right, Ms. Cavazos.
I believe President Song, that part of what Tammy asked, her question kind of covered what I was going to ask. And also to clarification in relation to my colleague Wade's motion, just stating that to the best of my knowledge, a lot of this is site-based, where you can have basically all these sideline cheerleaders. And the cheer coach has the discretion to be able to ask or to be able to direct by experience and by skills, which students are going to go to this competitive cheer competition or to not go to this one. And so nobody is keeping them from doing that right now, as Rollins brought up. But I think there could be possibly an issue with the motion, the way that it's stated right now, because sideline is not usually a competitive category. So I'm trying to say that carefully to not muddy the waters further. I just want to put that in as background.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Kate and then we're gonna close this up. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to make it really clear, based on what Ms. Grimm confirmed. If we were to sanction sideline cheer, we would basically be making that activity that does not compete against other schools currently a sanctioned sport within itself of some nature, and then make those students follow all of our eligibility regulations. So taking that out of the activity realm where we've had discussion, where it sounded like the group was in consensus that it would be better to allow students to maintain their activity eligibility on the sideline while choosing to do the competitive side at a separate time. So I just want to make that very clear that they are separate things. So a hybrid model in a sense would be pulling sideline into a activity to a sport where it's not really a sport.
All right, I apologize, Emerson. Thank you for being so patient. You're up.
No, you're good. I just have a quick question. So if you do end up sanctioning cheer and or dance, would that mean you can't do fall sports as well? Like say someone does like soccer or something, like would they be able to do both as well? Or would it just be like they would have to choose one or the other?
That's one of the questions we're trying to answer, and we'll have to, when we whatever is passed or not passed, we would have to bring back to the board to answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Tia,
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Brockett, you're gonna be the last.
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Clarifying question with dance. The dance component, because we do have we have curriculum standards for dance. So are we talking dance not in the realm of students in the class, but rather a totally separate dance team? Or are we saying within the cheer team, there's a dance component? I think I am getting into the weeds there, but just some clarification, just because again, we do actually have Nevada academic content standards for dance. and some other things that go along with that.
Ms. Graham, can you answer that, please?
So the parents don't have the curriculum piece, so if they were sanctioned, I would think I would have to be the competitive side and then try out, which is just sure with, so that we have some separate.
Okay, we're gonna go to Greg and then I promise that'll be it.
Hey, Greg Malcolm, I was just to say, we don't know what we don't know right now. I think the motion gives staff the information to come back to us. So you can actually know some of them, we still may not know what we don't know. At least we'll know some more. We can make the appropriate decision.
And that was sort of like the comment I made earlier too. So at this time, Tia, take it to.
Oh, there's a-
All right, girl, you're it. I said that about, I said that 6 people ago.
One quick comment about dance. There is a dance class at your school, but you also have a dance team. Both Anderson and I are on our dance team at our schools. And we go to competition and the dance class does not, unless you're on the team. So the dance class wouldn't be, I was in my opinion, wouldn't be in regards to the competition because we have a dance team. And then it's the same dance team that does sideline and competition, so then that would be up to the board's discretion if you would want to separate it that into two teams. But the class has nothing, in my opinion, or even at my school, anything to do with competition or sideline. So I just wanted to clarify that in my perspective.
We have the motion reread before we vote.
Yes. All right, we need the, if we can have the, Paul, did you write the motion down?
I have.
I've said it.
The motion is that the staff bring back a co-ed hybrid model, including sideline competition and dance with the season and eligibility requirements laid out. Regulations, sorry. Rules and regulations, sorry,
For the January meeting.
for the January meeting.
Yes. Okay, here we go. Pamela Sloan,
I'm gonna say yes. We gotta get going.
all right, Roland Stallworth,
Yes.
Linda Cavazos,
No.
Greg Malkovich,
Yes.
Jay Kenny,
Yes.
Colin McNaught,
Nay.
Christina Brockett,
Nay.
Wade Polson,
Yes.
Rand Sorensen, still not here, Alex Woodley,
Yes.
Keith Whipperman.
Nay.
About 4 no, and 5 yes, so
Six yes.
6 yes. 6 4.
5 6.
President Sloan.
Yes, sir.
I still have a point of order that I don't think the motion was appropriate for the item, right? Because the question was sanctioning cheer as a sport starting in a year. I think the modification and the addition of dance and all these like layers of it that we complicated are not appropriate. And I don't think that, therefore, I don't think that that motion should have been voted on.
Okay, I'm gonna defer to Mr. Anderson.
You know, I think we had that discussion that your complaint is with it being cheerleading being broadened with the dance category and that sort of thing. And I think that question was answered.
Can you speak about it?
Oh, I just said, I think we had that discussion earlier that dance was a part of cheerleading under the NFHS rules. And therefore, I think it's appropriate for it to be a part of the motion. I don't know. Does that answer your question?
I mean, no, it doesn't, but
Well, what's the question?
No, I think it gives an answer that I think is incorrect. And so I just, but I mean, you're legal counsel and we have to listen to what you say, so.
You don't have to.
I wish that we, I'm disappointed that we've kicked the can once again. As a body, as an organization, I think we had an opportunity to tell the cheerleaders in the state of Nevada that we value it as a sport. And I think as a body here today, we have not done that. We have failed to do that, with a motion that I still don't really understand. And as to when it will come through, what it will look like, and then what will happen after it. And so I'm sorry to the cheer community of the state of Nevada that I feel as though we as a board of control failed you today. So I apologize for that.
Ellen?
Question from, maybe I just couldn't hear at the end of the table. So the motion that Mr. McNaught had before, did that pass or fail?
It failed.
It tried.
Tied, failed. And so Mr. Polson's motion just passed, correct? Okay. Thank you.
I would like to add, finalize this hopefully.
Please.
And that would be that I want the public to understand that this was in no way a reflection of how this board feels towards cheerleaders. And the reality here is that that's been a strong force on our campuses throughout the state. And this, of course, shows no negative aspect or relationship that this committee has, and those that voted, a negative attitude towards cheer.
38.
All right. We could please now go to page 138 for the 26-27 calendar.
Skip that.
And I'm gonna
Yep.
turn it over to Mr. Jackson.
So the actual calendars that we're going to be discussing are on page 144. You'll see in front of you on page 144 and 145, the current calendar that was approved by the board previously, with a north-south split in all seasons. We have a situation that has been brought to our attention numerous times with venues and travel and budgeting for costs and all the other aspects that go into this. It's become apparent that what we're trying to have done in Nevada is we are running mere state championships all over the state because we have issues that we cannot address because we don't have venues that'll assist us in those. Point was brought up yesterday of disappointment that staff had not secured 4A cross country. The reason we haven't secured 4A cross country is we cannot find someone willing to assist and run the event for us. And they are a standalone division by themselves. And the state championship for 4A cross country being held in the South, while the 3A and 5A and the other divisions are being held in the North on the same weekend. So we're trying to run two state championships simultaneously in two different parts of the state. And we're running into issues where we can't do that. We're running into issues with venues, as we've been discussing ad nauseum today. We are also running into issues with feelings of no love. That was the actual phrase that was used. That because we have to do that, there's no love shared to a level or a program or a division. There could be nothing further from the truth. We run state championships across the state with the assistance of our member schools. Lowry High School running the state championship for wrestling at a venue. McQueen High School running the state championship for football last year. Multiple events are held at multiple sites and we have multiple member schools helping us out. There's no way in the ability to do this that we could run these all with the individuals here. We rely on our partners to do that. With that being said, we have also run into issues where we have venues that are free to us and we are not leveraging them, and we need to start doing that. We also need to start understanding that when we run a state championship as a body, that's the state championship. And we heard today, well, maybe you could move this one here so you could compensate for that and vice versa. The other thing we run into is venue availability. It is our recommendation that on page 146, we make the following adjustments moving forward, and this gives everybody over a year and a half to prepare for it. What we would like to do is we would like to move all state championships in the fall to the South, across the board. Reason being, we are already playing, knock on wood, continually, at least 4 state championships at Allegiant for football. Gorman High School has been gracious enough to host free of charge for us. The other 2 divisions that are not in Allegiant for that game. Boulder City and the park at Boulder City is free to us for cross country. We have access to more tennis courts in the south than we do in the north. And the weather is conducive to tennis in the south. We run into some weather issues in the north. Soccer, we have a situation now in the south where we have no one willing to host state right now for us in the south. Not one school has stepped up and said they would do what we've asked. We're on school number 3. We're waiting for a response from them to host it. But we think if we could leverage that, we could get onto some sort of rotation, hopefully, where we could have a school identified with the advent of the turf fields in the south. We have schools now that have technically 2 soccer fields at every campus. We have golf is going to always be dependent on the course. So that would be something that we would have to look at as leaving it where it is, if it's in the east and such a thing there. But we also have the SNJ, I'd say, well, the SNJGA in the south, who's coordinating for us and has been very beneficial. Flipping that, we would like to move all of the spring sports to the north. One, that then takes EDC off the plate for trying to find hotel rooms in the south, which is an exorbitantly higher cost than anywhere else in the state. When EDC is in Las Vegas, it is the 2nd largest city in Nevada. That just tells you the sheer volume of what's coming into town. We would then be able to then balance, we believe, a little bit better equity of moving bodies north and south, east and west. And then in the winter, we would look for the best available venue for that. But we would also work with maybe flipping that north and south. So in essence, what we're saying is fall sports would be held in the south, spring sports would be held in the north through this alignment. At the realignment, we would look at it again and say, did it work? Did it not? And then perhaps flip the other direction. Now, the complaints are going to be, that means baseball and softball have to go north all the time. Yes. That means track goes north all the time. Yes. But that also means cross country comes south all the time. Yes. That means football's coming south all the time. Yes. Now, we've always had that caveat out there that if it was 2 southern schools and they didn't want to play, or 2 northern schools that didn't want to play in Allegiant, we would look at that, but that has never reared its head, ever. So this is a shift, but it also allows us to do something we've never been able to do, which is try to secure venues for more than 1 year. We can actually start to reach out to the Orleans, or for volleyball, for example, to the Orleans perhaps, and say, hey, if we could get in there, can we secure this for the next 2 years? And I think that's what we're looking at. We're looking at trying to make that availability for our staff to secure venues for more than 1 year at a time, because that's where we really fail in the bigger venues. They don't want a 1-year gig. Like I said, cheerleading, the junior cheerleaders, the young ones, they have the Orleans locked up through 29. So I'll stop.
Well, I just want to, before we start around the table, there's a couple things too, is that this calendar has not been approved date-wise. Because at the last meeting, it died like a motion.
Right.
So, and that's number 1. Number 2, I'll get to the north-south in a minute. The dates that are proposed on this that we brought forth to the last board meeting, the state playoffs is the week of our last 2 days of finals and the first 3 days of first 3 days of finals. No, 3 days of finals and 3 days of graduations. And I have principals around the table, and we're not prepared to tell a kid to make a choice. The other part, and I know there's gonna be a lot of dialogue on this. But when the tournament, let's say the calendar shift back where the EDC weekend is, I struggle from the south to get transportation to the north as is, fighting with EDC. This would require over 20 to accommodate this shift of every going up north, it would require me to get at least 20 charters, and I'm telling you, I can't, they're not accommodating. That it won't be able to happen, and I understand the cost, I can only imagine what you pay. But when we go up north during that time as well, we also fight with UNR graduations, and our room rates in some cases double as well. So those are just some things I want to bring forth.
I have a solution. I have a solution. Solution is going to go out, and I'll let it thud as it goes out. We move the end of the spring season a week later. That takes us off that weekend completely, both directions.
After graduation.
What's that? Yes. It does become Memorial Day weekend, but I will tell you, and I think Dennis, you might be able to assist on this, a predominant number of our school districts are ending the first week in June. And then we could actually go to the first week of June, and then we would be off Memorial Day weekend. We would be off of all the graduations. And when we get to the state level in certain sports, we're not looking at 40 teams. We're looking at one, two, 3, or 4 per sport, and it would be a reduced number. Now, track is a different beast, obviously, but baseball, softball would be that. Here's the issue we're having. Not just in Clark County, but some of our other districts, 1 or 2 other districts, are backing that date up further and further into May. And what's happening is we can't move the spring schedule anywhere. So that playoff postseason becomes an issue, so.
Is that why you bumped it up a week? Because typically it ends around the 15th-ish.
We use the NFHS backwards. What we do is we find the weekend before Memorial Day, and that's where we count backward from.
Okay, which that counted too. Okay, I'm gonna go to Keith first.
Tim, I love, but I'm not putting holes in it. I love the idea of permanent places. That's great. Just some concerns I want to just put out there. I'm sure some of these you're aware of. One, I worry about the equity parents that are having to now for 3 years. Got to go north or south. Either way, that's tough on parents. That's a tough ask. Being on top of graduation is a non-starter. I'm just putting it out there. And I don't know how the week after graduation would work either. I don't know that I have a great solution for you, but doing it during graduation week, and I know you know this, asking a kid to say, hey, are you gonna graduate or are you gonna go play in the state finals is not, that, you want to talk about a lot of things that are not fair today, like, that's a terrible choice to put on a kid, and I don't think we as a board should even consider that. So again, I equity to parents, I think that's a little unfair to, again, parents in the north, parents in the south say, hey, you're gonna travel because you play volleyball every year, or because you play, and I know we do it for football, I get it, I understand, but Allegiant's a little bit of a different, then you're gonna go play at such and such high school at North, is it less a little bit more of a pull, so, thank you.
And historically, I want you to know that this is not unprecedented. For years, basketball was held in Lawler and football was held in Sanford. And that was for a long time. And I'm not oblivious to those concerns. I know graduation is a non-starter. The solution is the one
That's the issue.
that's the issue. I'm a believer in Occam's razor. Simplest solution is always the best when all things are considered equal. The simplest solution in this is not a part of Occam's razor. It's rougher. It's a new dynamic.
So again, you took it off the 15th, pushed it to the 22nd to get out EDC, but primarily.
No, I took the holiday. The holiday's later. See where the holiday is?
Right, yeah, it's like.
That we ended the week before that. That's where I start counting backwards.
Well,
Paul McNaught, Region 4. So my first question is, so what is on the table? What are we needing to decide right now?
I'm sorry, what?
What are you asking us to decide? The calendar or the location of state for 3 years, or both? Yes.
Both. Actually, if we can solve both, that would be great.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. So regarding the state question, I mean, I agree with the equity issue of it. I think I'm wondering, it sounds like the challenge, or what is the challenge, Tim? If you could just help me understand. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. The challenge is this. The board wants us to get these venues to host these things, we're struggling with that greatly. Right now, I can tell you right now, in the South, 4A has nothing confirmed because we cannot get anyone to say they want to host for that. But what we can do is if we start doing this during the realignment cycle, we know we're going to go south. We can start to secure venues with a little bit more ease because they know it's coming. For example, I know Xavier has started, he's starting to work on a dock where they're gonna put in a rotation in the south for the 4A to host. And we hope that'll help alleviate some of this, but we know that we can secure for free Boulder City for cross country. We know we can secure it for free. And we can do that for 3 years. We do not know year to year whether we can get San Rafael or what's the other place?
Reed Shadow Mountain.
Yeah, Reed Shadow Mountain. We don't know because last year we almost lost it to a Dragon Kite Festival.
Okay. So,
So that helped us with that
I
aspect.
don't know if you noticed, I think you just got Xavier in trouble with his boss. I'm not sure he's aware.
Him and I have already had this conversation. That's not his responsibility and even else.
I'm just messing-
Yes, thank you.
So
You're correct.
if we knew though it was north, south, north, could we plan that way? Or like, why do we have to commit fully one way or the other? Why couldn't we just know it was north, south, north and then just like do the planning? I just don't understand.
Because we can't get the venues to commit to this.
But if we do a 3-year, we can?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Here, when I talked to the Orleans, now, the Orleans was out because they had already booked. But he said to me, if you can come back to me and give me 2 years, I'll lock you in for 2 years. You give me 1 year, I'm looking for somebody who's gonna give me more of a commitment. 1 year is not what I want. So for example, Miss Grimm knows she's going to be using the Orleans for graduation. She can commit to that 10 years.
Right.
But we can't because we're north, we're south, we're north, we're south, and they don't want that hopscotch. They want us to commit 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Or 3 is great. 4 would be better.
And my last question is, how many sports are requiring a venue that isn't a high school for state?
In all across the board?
Yeah, so let's just use spring as an example. How many of those sports are requiring a venue that isn't a high school?
I'm sorry, which
How
sport?
many of the sports in spring?
So
Swim and golf, is that it?
swim and golf, okay, and then track requires a venue. We have to find a school with an 8-lane track. Now, down here, that's not a problem. It's easier. But there are some schools that don't have 8-lane tracks. So we always got to secure that, and that is a large endeavor. So like Carson City is very good. They have a 9-lane track. We're very fortunate. They have 3 that have 9 in the north.
Understood. Okay,
Yes.
so I think the wondering I have is why do we have to say spring? Or why can't we just look at sport by sport? Because like baseball can be played at a high school, right?
Yes.
And I think like that's okay. I mean, sometimes cool for a kid to win state at a high school, whatever, right? So I would wonder if we have to commit fall here, spring here, or could we just look at sport by sport?
We do look at sport by sport now, but we don't look at sport by sport year by year. So you understand what I'm saying? Like, we don't say baseball's gonna be south, softball's gonna be north for the next 3 years. What we tried to do was we tried to look at a couple of factors. One was the number of heads on pillows, not just for the big districts, but for our smaller districts as well. How many heads are being put on a pillow that we have to move? So we looked at it from that aspect. I'll be honest with you, we looked at the ease and schedule. We looked at that as a factor, saying it's a lot easier for us to find a venue for cross country in the south than it is to secure a venue in the north because of the cost. We looked at weather. We looked at weather a lot. Tennis, we've had trouble with tennis because we've had snow. And so we looked at the other direction. Now, not that we can't have snow in the spring, but the ability to play in bad weather is not nearly as hampered in the spring as it would. We can't play in the rain. We can't play tennis in the rain.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm just wondering, or I would not be in support of committing an entire season for 3 years in one direction or the other, simply because I think, to my point earlier, we'd be asking families for 3 years in a row to decide whether or not you want to drive to the south, right? When you maybe can't afford it and you'd miss it 3 years in a row, right? Potentially, right? And so I think that's unfair. So I would love to see it maybe sport by sport as opposed to a full season, but that's just my thought.
All right, and we go to Tammy.
One I think should be real quick. So would those be even your standalone sports? So say.
Yes,
4A cross country, okay.
Yes.
Since 4A cross country is only south, we would still go north.
and I'm gonna.
What?
Yes, that's where our state championship will be. We cannot afford to run these events. We can't run.
That's why I wanted to
If the
clarify.
cost is, the cost of running a standalone event
Okay,
is almost as much as the cost of running a multi-team event.
so like, where's golf, it's only 4A, we would go up there.
Wherever the state championship is.
Okay.
Yes,
Then my second question. Don't know the answer, but would venues look at possibly every other year?
what do you mean?
So like if you went to the Orleans and
No.
said,
Oh,
can
no.
you do 2 years?
They
And
won't
it's
do
not
it.
2 years in a row.
They won't talk to us about it.
Won't talk to you.
No.
They need consistency.
They need consistency.
But, if I may.
I figured,
just real
I
quick,
just-
'cause I used to be on the board for Pioneer Center, and whenever you aren't able to have venue year by year, next year, you're looking to find who can I put in my venue, right? Now I gotta spend this, or this whatever time period. Entrance, so they like at least 2 years or 3 or 4 years.
And I want to go back to the statement that I just made about the 4A cross country is complaining that we're showing them no
No,
love. Please, let me finish on this. What I'm trying to say is, we're trying to show them love, and the first response out was, oh, we're not sending them up there. So is it the NIA not showing love, or is it it's not the NIA we're trying to make it a state championship event where all of our state qualifying student athletes compete at one event.
They're all at this.
I will tell you, I would be hard pressed to find anyone who did not think last year's track meets for state were not phenomenal events that were run. Now, we had to run them in 2 sites because they were so large. But those events were great because everybody was there, everybody was competing. It just so happens that in one division, it may be one geographical area. I get it. And I understand that's a cost.
I just wanted to clarify.
Oh, I did not know that portion. Wrong.
I think that this is a pretty good idea. Now, I don't know what the people in the north are gonna say to me when I get back to but I am old enough to know that for years, we had certain tournaments that were always in the north and always in the south. And for the most part, all of you who have been in the position of coaching at your high schools and being a coach, I don't care what you say, when kids go to state and they have to go north, or kids go to state and have to go south, they love it. Those kids are on cloud 9. So making a team, you're not making a team go north, or you're not making a team go south. They're earning that right, and they know already. Now, it might be a hardship on some of our families. That's where the issue comes in. But when you talk about that coaching staff and that team, when they win the opportunity to go to state and they're going south, they're excited. That smile is never off of their face. So the reality here is, I don't think we're gonna have that much of a problem selling this to the public because they're gonna know in advance. When I go back and they hear that we're going down south for the next 3 years with our fall sports, and the only people that are gonna be mad are the spring sports because they gotta stay home for 3 straight years. And that's where the issue is gonna be with me, is explaining to my daughter, who's a track coach, said, hey, you can't go to Vegas now every other year. You go see your buddy at home.
Go ahead, Wade.
Wade Polson, Region 3. I agree, Rollins. I think it's a good idea. We've done it for years in the past. It's not unprecedented to do this. And I'm with you on the spring sports because as a track coach, going north into the cold wind and the snow, and all my kids are used to 90 degrees.
Yeah.
I wanted you guys to come down south and sweat a little bit, and but I think it works out. I think it's a good idea, and I think we need to move forward.
Please try.
Xavier?
Tim, thank you for taking the daggers out of me and to you on your last statement from my boss. In all seriousness, though, I know last couple of years we always talk, what's the best venue for our kids, right? And it's always been the thing about Allegiant, and we're always gonna go south for Allegiant. So I really think this is a great opportunity to let's look at the best venues. And I know you said like the weather, kind of those kind of concepts. And to Colin's point, right, finding that balance maybe, sport by sport maybe, not necessarily doesn't mean that, you know, baseball and softball have to be north just because majority is south. I think if we can take a deep breath, look at everything that's available to us and that we can secure, because I agree with you, I think it has to be, hey, for the next few years, we're gonna be at this location and then we can secure that location. I think that's the best mentality to go with, because that'll make your life easier to secure an area. So I think, you know, from what I hear from Colin is that going all south and all north, but maybe getting away from that concept, let's find balance of, hey, what's the best venue for both locations with respect to you being able to secure that facility.
My only concern with that is, what if the best venue is in one geographical location every season that we can secure?
Well, we see wrestling might be up north every single year.
What I'm saying is, what if UNR, who has really stepped forward with baseball and softball, continues to be that? And then all of a sudden track at Carson City continues to be that? What if we see, trying to go sport by sport, we end up with a complete imbalance going up that way? That's my concern from that.
Yeah, so I think we're on the same page where best venue with balance. Okay. Maybe it's not specific to season. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
It does. It's just a different perspective to look at. It's not that I'm saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that my thought process was, we looked at the number of people that we were moving and where we were moving them to, and that made sense there, and to stay out of the winter and use best available venue for wrestling and basketball.
So let me go back to. So your proposal as well is that like 4A, there's no northern competition, that whole 4A would go to the north
For the sport, yes. For the state
for the
championship,
state championship.
yes. We would have one state meet for cross country.
And for the spring, that would include baseball, softball, swim, track,
Yes.
golf. That's a lot of movement of kids.
Mhm.
That there's no competition up north. And I know that during the realignment, we had that conversation for years. I know today's a new day.
Well, I'm gonna go back to the statement that was made earlier. The 4A cross country feels like they're feeling no love because they're not a part of the state meet. So we have a solution to provide them the state meet, and that would involve them being with the rest of the other divisions running cross country. Our state cross country meet will be held at this park. And that's where everybody goes to run the state cross country meet. I think that sends a message to all of our divisions that we appreciate it. And that, I mean, I can remember when we were in basketball and we would be playing in Lawler, up in Lawler, and it would be two southern teams playing. And it would be the cheerleaders and the kids and the coaches and some fans. It was not nearly as crowded as it would have been if there was a northern team playing, but it was, that's where state was being held, and we all went to it, and I think that addresses the issue of our coaches feeling no love that they expressed. We treat them all the same, and that's where our state meet will be. It's a shift back to an older time there. Yep. That does not address the end of the season issue though.
Ken,
Companies that do agree with Xavier on in hopes of quality facilities best we can. Agree with that aspect of it. I do know a little earlier today, we talked about wrestling and how unfair it was that we were having to go back to the south as a potential again. And that was a good conversation regarding to travel. And that was just this one-time deal. Now we're talking about 3 years or potentially 2 years in a row for that. And that's not gonna be this, it's gonna be the same conversation as earlier with wrestling. And back to the beginning, what you said about graduation. You say potentially moving the state spring state dates up into the June?
Yes, June 4th as an end.
That's gonna be a conflict with several schools and their graduations as well.
Yes, I know. There's no, I have looked around the country at other things. I mean, I could not believe that Iowa plays state baseball over the 4th of July weekend. They play state baseball over the 4th of July weekend. I was amazed at that. Wyoming, yeah. There are a lot of them. I don't think we'll ever get all 17, 18 districts on the same graduation date. But I think when we look at state, it's always that Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That would give us some flexibility there at the end there, perhaps to have to move it, change it with the graduation.
That's just to secure these venues, because we haven't ever landed on a graduation issue as of right now, right?
Well, this is all, there's a secondary issue too, that we're addressing is that right now Clark County will be ending potentially, the middle of May. We can't move state into the first 2 weeks of May. So we have to make a decision as a board and as a body of what we're going to do, because if they end on the 18th or the 20th, we lose that whole week. And now where do we go? So it's the problem is we're gonna step on somebody's toes somewhere along the line. But the fewer toes we step on is the week of state. That's the fewest toes. The week of regionals, we step on way more toes because there's more schools involved.
Correct, and even though there's few schools being stepped on, it's still important to those 2 toes.
Exactly. And I don't know the answer to this. If we continue the practice of ending before the earliest school year ends, we will be cutting weeks off of the spring season. At least 2 right now, if we end when some of the slated dates for school ending are there.
Well, if we talked about cutting games earlier because of all the competition.
Yes.
And this isn't an issue, stay where we're potentially at.
Well, we can't say where we're at potentially because we're stepping on graduation for Clark County. See, it's where do you put the end? And if you put the end, which toes are we stepping on? And I'm not trying to say we should step on somebody's toes more than others. I'm saying we got to figure out where we're going to put this, where we don't impact into the regular season backwards.
Okay, wait,
Wake Polson Region 3. I think the spring is the biggest issue with the schedule for 26, 27. However, I believe we can move on the rest of this master schedule. If I'm not mistaken, we can make a motion for the fall and the winter.
I would just like to say, I'm sitting over here doing the math going, I gotta bring a whole classification of baseball, that's 4 teams, softball, that's 4. I gotta bring some swimmers, gotta bring some track, golf. I'm looking at potentially 30 charter buses.
It is 2 years.
Next year, it's next year.
Next year?
Year and a half.
My concern is this, is if the board says, no, we're not gonna do this, we're gonna leave it status quo, then what we cannot have is the narrative out there that the NIAA did not care about the standalone divisions. That cannot be happening anymore. Because that's what we're hearing from the standalone divisions, that they do not feel the love and they do not get to be a part of the state championship. And a group of cross-country coaches is balking at running a cross-country meet for us because they feel like we're not showing them any love. We don't have the ability to run 2 cross-country skate meets same weekend. We have soccer, we have volleyball and football going on the exact same time. We have a lot of moving parts, and for one isolated group to not feel that love, that's something that we're trying to address with this. So I want that to be at the forefront of this conversation. We're trying to do this for all of our schools and all of our competition, that there are important for state championships. And that our standalone division in swim deserves to have the same experience at state championships as our other divisions.
As they do every other year, and that's part of the problem too. All right, I'm gonna go to Ms. Brockett.
Christina Brockett, Region 4. Question on maybe more the liability. If we are holding state champions after graduation, when our kids are no longer our students,
Yeah,
how does the liability and all those pieces lie? And that might be more of a question directed towards districts.
it would be a district question, yes. Because it would not be universal because there will be some schools still in. So yes, I think that's a district question.
Okay, I'm gonna go Keith and then Colin.
One, I want to say that I'm okay with being flexible. I really like the idea, Tim. I'm just going to say it again. Graduation's a non-starter. And I just understand, make sure that. And as far as hosting, you know, we host all the time. I never, I can host anymore. I just heard you say soccer. I mean, if you really need a host location, I'll try to make it work for you, but.
You heard it, get on it.
I'll try to make it work for you, but poor people are. Yeah.
Yeah, and Keith, I want you to know, there are certain schools that I direct my staff not to call. Not because they don't do a good job, but because we call them too much. Last year, I want this to be on the record, last year, Coronado High School, from the start of the fall, held an event every single night through regionals, and then hosted volleyball, boys soccer, girls soccer, and football, and then hosted state soccer, boys and girls sports. And I told Mr. Davis at that point, you do not call them anymore. They've done enough. We need other people to step up. So Keith, just so you know, we always know, we call Jonathan Hicks. He says yes. We don't question that. We know when we call Cimarron Memorial, they say yes, we're here today. We know those schools are reliable. We just don't want to burn them out anymore.
You know, Colin, before I go to you, the other difference between fall and spring is that in the fall, things are really staggered. Like you got, what do we have here? We have like golf is one week, then the next week you have tennis. And then after that, then we get the soccer and the volleyball, the cross country. And then we go football, then we go, you know, it's really staggered. And it's easier to do movement of people. But in the spring, everything is that 1 week. All right, I'm gonna go to Colin.
Calling out Region 4, I think Tim, Mr. Jackson, what I'm hearing is that like a lot of this is rooted in this action, or this proposed action is rooted in like cross-country feeling like they're not getting the love at state. Is that correct?
Not just cross-country. We hear it from any standalone division. That they just don't feel like, because what usually occurs is we run their state meet in conjunction with a regional meet. Because we have the people there and we have the timers there for anything like that. And they feel like, oh, you know, you did it for us and now it's done. We don't get that experience that every other kid gets. So it's rooted in there's multiple factors, but that's one of them, is giving every kid that same state championship experience that we want to have for kids.
Yeah, and I think a little bit to Rollins' point, I wonder how much of this is an adult problem as opposed to a kid problem, because I don't think kids are that worried about like when they win a state championship. I don't think they're super worried about where it happened or whether it was with 5 other groups that won it or if they won it on their own. And so, you know, I think to my point from earlier, I think like, yes, we do our best to make as many people as possible happy, but it's at some point we can't make everybody happy. And so we as a group have to make decisions that financially make sense, but that are also good for kids. And so I would wonder how many kids are like, no, I want to play the state championship for baseball, 2 Southern teams in the North. Like that's where I want to win the state. You know, I just don't know that kids are that, because everyone else is doing it in the same spot, right? So I think that's just something for us to consider here as well.
Okay, so if we have a motion, we're motioning for the entire thing, correct?
There's no motion at this point.
That is correct.
And so President Sloan, if I could ask, Mr. Jackson, is this page 144 and 145, is this a change or is this?
144 and 145 was the original one brought in June that was tabled simply because we knew the dates for the end of the school year were going to be an issue. Ms. Sloan had informed me that there was some talk of a earlier end date for CCSD. So at that time, we decided to pull it off the table. Now, that date has not been firmly, that final date has been board approved, I believe, Ms. Cavazos, with the option to bring it back.
No, it's.
Is it done?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought there was something about talking to parents or if they want.
Yeah, we did, and it's already.
Okay, so this would be, this changes the original version I had shared with the board. So I wanted to show you what was presented the first time that was tabled. And this is the second version of that.
Okay, clarifying this.
Yeah.
144, 145 is original.
Yes.
And then 146, 147 is new.
With the same end date.
And so tell me what is new what has changed, and maybe I'm missing it, I'm sorry,
You're not-
we're having two different conversations.
Yeah.
On page 146 and 147, what is different?
The sites for state championships in the fall are now all marked with an S. The
Okay,
state,
so I'm sorry to interrupt, so the
Yeah.
calendar itself has not changed.
correct,
The only difference is location.
correct.
Okay, so, but I thought we were also having a discussion here of modifying the calendar.
We had a discussion because of where CCSC ends. That information, I will tell you, I thought they still had one more discussion about it. So I didn't change it.
So as of right now, 146 and 147, regardless of location, has the state championships running into graduation season of CCSD.
Yes,
Right,
Yeah.
okay, so I would concur with Keith that like 146 and 147 is a non-starter, so what are, other than pushing the season beyond graduation? Does the staff have an idea or proposal of what else we can do here?
one of them's not very nice, and one of them is, sorry, that's when our state championship is, one. The other is moving it a week later into that first week of June. We cannot move it earlier because we just can't compress the spring season anymore. So I don't really have a very good response that appeals to everyone, because the minute we move it, it's going to step on somebody's toes. But by moving it a week later to the first week of June, it does alleviate Reno or UNR graduation pressure. It would, if the dates were changed, it would take care of EDC as well. And it would also add some time to the regular season that we didn't have before, with some flexibility there for the regionals, and allows for, if we stay double elimination, to stretch that tournament out a little longer as well.
Okay.
So it does offer some flexibility.
Is there a conversation of sliding the whole season 1 week, the whole year, 1 week up?
Yeah.
And would that be an issue?
Well, we would be starting football a week earlier in July.
Right?
We would be starting football.
Right, but competition would start the week before school starts?
No.
Is it not?
Remember, the hard end date for the fall season is the Friday /weekend before Thanksgiving. So you count back from there. That's a hard date for us. We don't go into Thanksgiving weekend with football.
Right, but if we went the other way, why couldn't the hard date be a week earlier football?
He's saying start early.
So we would start football in July. We would start practice for football in July.
Yeah, I know, I get that, but we would also like, yeah, but I mean, we kind of do, right? Like, I mean, spring and that, but so I'm just proposing like, because the South is not going to be on board.
Right.
With what's currently on the table or later. So there's only two other options, earlier or shorter.
And I would be hard pressed to say your football coaches are gonna be on board with starting football first week of August. Art, you wanna hit that calendar point?
What I want to hit, thank you, Mr. Jackson, is if you move the spring season earlier, I have no idea how the Northwood teams are gonna play.
Right.
It's because they're still buried under snow. They weren't real keen on the idea when we moved the start of that spring season up a week to begin with, because they're already trying to get out for baseball and softball practice in frostbite in some cases up there. That becomes difficult to do for them. When Mr. Jackson talked about possibility of moving it a week later, that's Memorial Day weekend. And Ms. Sloan, Mr. Stallworth, especially, you were members of this board, when this association moved off of Memorial Day weekend because of all the travel concerns and the costs for Memorial Day weekend. That's one of the reasons we got away from that.
Yes.
So I don't know that that's a starter going back, because Mr. Jackson said, if you push back, somebody's graduation is still getting hit. Mr. McDonald, to your point, if you go earlier, the spring season for the North just got further accordion. Because they really can't start any earlier because of the weather. So you've really scrunched those schools as well. So no matter what, there's not a good answer.
Well, and also last few years, we've ended around the 15th, 16th, the EDC weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I know the NFHS calendar gives you dates, but you can modify those and change them.
We
you're
can't.
not locked in. I mean, when we say the NFHS calendar, it just, because Donnie had to do that 1 year too. All right, I'm gonna go Tammy.
I was hoping Kristen was still here, because I was looking at the calendar with X. It's really 2 days for CCSD that would have graduation. I don't know, maybe Ms. Cavazos knows the answer to this. A lot of times those first days, you aren't your comprehensive high schools that have those graduation days. Is there any way someone can talk to the powers that be at CCSD and say, hey, can you put the schools that
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. We just finished the graduation schedule.
for that year? For this year?
We
No,
have it for
that's
this
what I'm-
year, but
yeah,
let me
this
just
is the
say
third.
this.
2 more years.
What graduations entail and schedules entail, I live that. Again, I live that. And we have large comprehensive schools that even like to graduate on that very first day of potential graduation.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. And there is we don't have the number of CTAs, the other schools to do that. And I'm gonna tell you, principals probably will not go for that as well. So, good in theory, but I just know, yeah,
And there's also travel involved.
Just,
yeah. All right, I'm gonna go Xavier, then, Sean, and then go over to Ken.
All right, Sean, I don't want to give you more work, but I think there's 2 different concerns here clearly. One is dates and another concern is locations. I believe, I hate this kicking the can. I'm so tired of this can.
Me too.
It's wish the bottle, I don't know. But to maybe, I know Sean's now dealing with postseason. Maybe Sean can come back and say, here's the venues that we've secured for the 26-27, because we're just assuming that we're gonna have venues available to us, and we're not sure. We're making that guess. Sir,
We haven't secured venues for 25, 26.
agree fully.
Okay.
We're trying to put a stamp on this,
Okay,
right?
I don't want to put a stamp on it until we've decided what the envelope looks like.
Agreed. So that's what I'm saying. Right now, I don't think it's an appropriate time to say, hey, this is gonna be all south, this is gonna be all north. Let's find a venue first.
Okay, but we're working backwards then. If we set this, we can start to work forward instead of, okay, well, we think we can get this. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you right now. I know we got Boulder City for as many years as we want.
Great.
So we're set, right?
Great.
We're good?
So, all right, so that's what I'm saying. All right, we're gonna be
Okay.
South Boulder City locked in for the next 17 years.
Okay?
You know what I mean? But maybe not for boys golf.
Well, you really had to go golf?
Well, you picked it.
I know. Well, here's what I'm saying, X, is I would rather us work from a position of authority for Sean to say, the board has approved this, we're gonna find that venue now.
Okay, and I guess I'm saying, find venue first, then set it.
Okay, my
I guess
question is this,
we're
who's gonna
saying-
agree to that until we have a calendar set by the board?
What's that?
Who's gonna agree, what venue's gonna agree to that until we have a calendar set by the board? And what dates are we playing?
Well, the dates are a whole different,
Yeah.
statement than that.
So,
But yeah, so I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna go to Sean.
Okay, Sean Simons, NIAA staff, had a couple of things here. We did not approve, remember yesterday, double elimination, single elimination, baseball, softball. Do we need region tournaments for baseball, softball? Now, it sounds ridiculous, hold on. If you were to go a week, that region week is now the state week, right? Stay off graduations, but when does CCSD have IB and AP testing? Do we know those dates?
It was a-
Region week.
So if we tried to move state to region week, we'd still be
Yes.
in problems. Okay.
AP's those 2.
But if you did go away with regions, think about your spring sports, baseball, softball, you'd have to go just league standings, right? I know we talked, Jay and some others, about eliminating certain teams to go to state yesterday with our double elimination stuff. You probably have to increase it more, so it is a double-edged sword. The venues, I'm with you, and I'm with Tim Jackson, executive director. He put out in his directive to all the leagues, 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, 5A, to secure venues for 3 years. Most leagues have done that. It is a very difficult process, but that was my problem. That was my main thought is if you, I mean, with golf in the spring or track, those are all tracked anyway, right? You qualify, there's no regional thing, it's just a state thing. I forgot about the IB and AP testing now to move that up a week. I apologize.
Oh,
Calling Region 4, so, can't move it up, can't move it back, so I think the only option is we have to maybe look at condensing. So the question I asked is, and I'm sorry, I understand, I probably should know that, we all know that I'm not like, I didn't play sports, right? So, but I do understand them well, I just don't know the count on games for baseball and it's 21, okay, so, and if we reduce the season by a week, we would take 3 games, yes? Maybe?
Well, it depends. You also got those spring break in too. So you would take 3 games out and you still lose a week.
Yeah, but the week we're losing is state, right? So like if we slide it up, we're losing 1 week of gameplay with all things remaining the same,
Okay,
correct?
okay, yeah.
So, I mean, that leaves us with what, 18 games? Which still feels like a lot of games, truthfully, right? For a team, right?
The baseball guys, isn't
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure my baseball coach is sending me some stuff that I'm gonna have to address later. But I'll address that later. Yes. But I mean, again, there is no, we can't go this way, we can't go that way, so we have to condense, right? And we can't condense all the seasons. I recognize the problem of weather in the north, why I enjoy living here, because there's no snow. So I think our only option is to end the season or to approve this calendar with the end being May 15th. That I think, I would love to hear an option that is not that, because I don't want to take games, of course, but the South, so the South is saying we cannot have it on graduation. And the North is saying we cannot move it up because of weather, and both are very valid arguments, I think. And so a compromise here is reduction of games for the spring.
If we move it up a week, we end on top of AP and IB testing and hit the first week of it as opposed to only hitting 1 week of it. So we'd also have that problem as well.
True, but we also haven't decided what the tournament looks like yet, right? And so we could shorten the tournaments potentially, right, to single elimination to give more games, right? Like we could play into the beginning of that week. And we can have like an additional game or 2, so we're talking about 1, and then we have a single elimination tournament.
Pitch
I'm
count.
throwing it out
We
there.
gotta remember, we would then be impacting pitch count.
Sure,
They
but-
have to reset.
Sure,
Okay.
but I think you're strategic as a coach and who you use in those games, right? Knowing who you want later. I mean, I think there's a little bit of strategy involved in that. For sure, the MLB does that, right? And so, yeah, so that would be my, I don't know that, I mean, I would love to hear discussion. I would be willing to make a motion. I just don't, I don't know exactly what else we can do there.
okay, I'm gonna go to Ken. Ken, sorry if I.
I know that I'm not a voting member on this, and I do think before this does go to vote, my just opinion that there's a lot that's in this to making a decision to really solidify south all this, north all this. This graduation is a big thing, and thinking about it, if say the season or the state landed on the last week in May, and that was a 3-year deal. That's 3 years that a potential multiple schools. That graduating class for that one specific school that might make the playoffs 3 years in a row will have to choose their graduation for 3 straight years over this to go to a state playoffs. And that's 3 families, three different sets of graduating parents that are gonna have to deal with that. If that's a school that does make it continually and is successful, which is great. That's tough. So anyway, just keep that kind of popped into mind that could potentially be a potential big issue for an individual school or multiple schools. I think there's some other condensing talking games before it goes to a yes, no. Again, not a voting member, just an opinion.
Appreciate those comments, Jay.
The only other option I've come to mind is playing during spring break.
We do.
We do.
Very good.
So we already do?
Yes.
Primarily non-conference.
Non-conference, that's where the issue comes, because we get a lot of pushback on conference. They usually play their tournaments that time. I'm gonna make a recommendation. This is not due, by regulation, we do not have to have this calendar approved till the January board meeting. Perhaps I bring back 3, 4, 2 samples with different suggestions. And by then, we should have all of the county school districts' end dates. We have most of them. We should have most of them by January. And let the board look at it there. This can be a first draft look and say, now we know what problems we see and we need to bring it back. And
But
move on
could
to
we
the next.
play a conference game though during spring break?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That would solve a lot. Right? That would, that would.
Yeah, some districts, so we do the.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
We're bringing about the north-south thing too?
We'll bring it to the calendar.
Gonna go back and do math?
Yeah, that allows people to recoup. We can look at the graduation dates. We can look at the graduation dates for other school districts and come back with a couple options for the board, an A, B, and a C.
Again, I'm gonna give you the last word.
Spring break, 2A has been playing on spring break conference games for the last umpteen years. It's been kind of a deal, it is what it is. A unfortunate, weird anomaly this year is the lack of teams in the 2A. This might be a year where one team doesn't get to play on their spring break this year, just because of lack of teams, but for the last however many years, the 2A has always played league games on the spring break.
And you just give plenty of notice,
And what?
just give plenty of notice to the coaches and principals for that.
Colin?
I call him not region 4. I agree with that, Tim. I think that's a great idea. I would ask that before it comes to the board, if you could take some of these options to the superintendents.
Yes.
To the principals in the north and the south, and even to like whatever the impact is. I don't know what that looks like. Maybe it's just principals and principals can talk to their coaches about it and give feedback, just so we can have a better informed conversation in January. That would be helpful.
And I think part of that conversation too is the fact that we're moving a whole classification that is not competing against the north to the north for competition.
I
think
understand,
that's
I understand, but
important.
remember what the statement was made. You're not showing any love to the 4A.
And I'm gonna make statement, when we started this, they knew that. a long
But-
time. I understand.
I didn't say it, I just.
I understand. I
It
know.
was said to us. It was a critique of the NIAA that we were not showing love to the 4A and we're trying to show that love. It's not, so it's not us. It's-
But it come from the principals?
No.
Oh.
Coaches.
I'll pass that down. This is,
All right.
this is the next item, 29, if I'm not mistaken.
I didn't say not showing none. We're gonna fight after this.
So, item, go ahead, sorry.
We're gonna go to item 29, lacrosse updates. Please go to page 191.
So last time at the last board meeting, when after it was approved, a couple things were asked. I reached out to the NFHS to get some clarification. There were questions about fields, there were questions about equipment. So, working with the NFHS, very, very helpful. They literally, starting lacrosse in your state. So we walk through this. This shows you the different types of fields for boys, for girls, and then the unified. We have also talked about the goals, the lacrosse ball, the crosses, girls field player equipment, girls goalie equipment, boys field equipment, boys goalie equipment, starting lacrosse in your state with uniforms, the different aspects of the uniform that it goes into, boys uniforms, girls uniforms, game personnel, all the way down to officials, what the officials wear, how many officials there are. But this was the information that the board had asked for so that you could share this out. This is more just, it's just information that you had requested. We will put this on the FAQ list as a link for our website.
Is there a prize to those officials on there?
No, there is not. We have not gotten to that point yet. We have we haven't gotten to the point for the officials price yet, but Ellen can probably address that because they have not been sanctioned by us as a body.
Go ahead, Ellen.
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. Yeah, we have no lacrosse officials association has been sanctioned yet, but they would jump on the same pay scale as basketball, volleyball, football.
What's our
soccer.
cheapest?
They
Gotta start off at our lowest level. They gotta earn their way up.
Yeah, right.
It's hard to.
So they should be on that same pay scale.
Well, do we know, is there not now? Threatening their club games?
Oh, no, I do not. Ellen Townsend, official liaison, I don't know what they make doing their club, you know.
Any questions for lacrosse at this point?
I'm gonna thank you for this. This is exactly what we asked for, and this is gonna help. This will help.
Yeah, I got one right.
Does any?
Oh, I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? I thought that was my internal monologue.
I'll give you a hug afterwards. Any questions, comments? All right, let's proceed. Let's go to page 192, Nevada Athletic Summer Institute.
I wanted to touch base on the Nevada Summer Institute. This is one of the things that I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm glomming on to X and Kate on this one because I'm really gonna push hard on this. The Summer Institute was a huge success. It is what this is, yeah, the Summer Institute. Most of you got some information from me about the Summer Institute. But I gotta tell you, what I would like to do with the Summer Institute is I think it's phenomenal. But the one thing we do that I think is very inefficient as a staff, and I think it's horribly inefficient. We run 4 of the exact same meetings across the state at the beginning of the season. We run a 4A in the north. We run a 1-2-3 in the north. We run a 3-4-5 in the south. We run a 1-2 in the south. It's ridiculous. What I would like to do is merge our opening season meeting with the Summer Institute, where we bring them in the morning. We do our NIAA preseason meetings. Then the Summer Institute begins, where they have the option to stay if they want to stay at the Summer Institute, because we know we'll have everybody in one venue. We do them in 2 different locations in the state. They can attend either one. So I'm going to work with Kate and X to see if we can develop this a little more so that we are being more efficient with our meetings and we are meeting our schools where they're at, but also we are capturing our new administrators and getting them that information that the Summer Institute offers. Does that make sense, Tammy? You have a perplexed look on your face.
It does, it's, like I was just saying to him, the dates is what's gonna be.
Yes, and we're gonna have to work on that.
Because of, I mean, I don't mind coming back before my contract, but there's a lot of people who won't.
Correct.
So if you do it before our contract starts.
Go ahead, Kate.
Yes.
So X and I, we, Kate Square, for the record, sorry. We presented at the section 7-8 meeting and we kind of talked about our process and dates. And that was one of the, conversation pieces when you're developing something like this. You want to make sure you're capturing all of the new people, which a lot of the turnover happens over the summer. It'd be great to do it at the end of the year, the end of May, beginning of June, before people go on break, but so much turnover happens between June and even into August. So we really felt like that was the only appropriate time to do it. And obviously we had to try to do it in a time that made sense in the 2 different parts of our state. So it had to be kind of separated by a week. But that is the challenge is, people have plans. But you also have to get them before the season starts. And even when we did it, I mean, a lot of people are doing their transfers and eligibility stuff 2 months before we even did our training. So that's the biggest challenge, finding the right date for sure.
And it's a growing entity, and we see it getting bigger and we see it being better every single year. I'm very proud of the fact that I believe that now if you're a brand new athletic administrator or director in the state of Nevada, the NIAA has almost an onboarding program for you. We are onboarding people so that we can bring them up to speed. So I'm very happy with that. You can see in there, if you look on page 194, 195, you'll see the data aggregated out. We had 39 public schools and 59 total schools. We even had some middle school people attend, which I thought was great. Position of attendees, we had 2 principals attend. I think that was very telling that they wanted to be a part of it and know what was going on. We had participants by district. We broke that down. We also broke out the schools by district. So, Clark had 14 schools represented. Washoe had 6. Some of these school districts have 1 school and that's fine, but we wanted to make sure we showed all of that because I think this data is important for us to show what we're trying to do to reach our schools and make sure we bring everybody up to speed. Any questions about the Summer Institute? Anything about the data? No? Okay. That's it for that one.
All right, proceed and go to page. Oh, I'm sorry, Colin.
Calling out Region 4, I would like to make a motion to reconsider a previous item that we have voted on here today. Specifically the change in venue for state wrestling. I've got some new information that I think the board didn't have when we made this decision. And so I just would like to make a motion to reconsider that item.
That would be,
It would be item, I'm sorry,
it's the calendar for,
it was 23 or 24. I couldn't remember which one we made that.
24, go back to page 143.
Yes. So I'd like to make a motion to reconsider this item, given some new information that I think the board needed in order to make a important decision.
42.
41 and 42.
I did.
Hang on.
Do you have to approve? For the reconsideration? Yeah, only somebody would, if, was it unanimous?
No. Yes.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not under the impression that any board member issued a recommendation to reconsider.
So I'm just trying to see who made the, Wade made the motion, Jay made the second. I can give you the people who said yes.
But does that matter? I thought any board member at any time could make a motion to reconsider.
If you're going with Robert rules,
Then it has to be the winning side.
it's gotta be the one with the winning vote.
Yeah, we have to. So the people who voted yes on that would be Pam, Rollins, Linda, Greg, Jay, Wade, or Alex.
Yes, but when we motioned to reconsider
Right.
realignment, the motion was made by someone who did not agree with the result, and we were told at the time that any board member at any time can make a motion to reconsider. That is true.
President Sly.
Yes, ma'am.
I would be willing to second that motion, but if I could check again with, whoever is monitoring parliamentary procedures today, that information, if I'm not mistaken, according to Robert's Rules of Order, would need to be shared with the rest of the board to be able to make that determination. I'm asking for confirmation on that, because I don't want to come across as the effort. On our board, the vice president is the parliamentarian, so
Thank you.
I'm just saying on.
I know that, I believe Paul is also looking for procedures.
Okay.
So under our reg, I'll read you our reg, 385B.128. Subsection 1 states, except as otherwise provided in this chapter, Robert's Rules of Order govern the conduct of each meeting of
Can't
the
hear you.
association report. Item 2, a motion to reconsider an item that has been voted on pursuant to 385B.122 sub A must be made during the same meeting. Must be made during the same meeting the vote was cast, which is this meeting. And B, may be made only by a member of the board who voted affirmatively for the item if the item was adopted, or negatively for the item if the item was not adopted. So a motion to reconsider, it's got to be made, it has to be made during this meeting, which it is, and it has to be made by somebody who voted affirmatively.
Okay, so perhaps then is it the rescinding that can be made by anybody?
Okay, so item 3 of this same reg, 385B.128 says a motion to rescind an item specified in subsection 2, which is the one to reconsider, may be made at any time by a member of the board.
Yes.
Then number 4, except as otherwise provided in this subsection, a person may address the board for not more than 5 minutes. That's.
Okay, so I would modify the motion to rescind the vote. That was the decision on item 24.
Okay.
Sorry, I used the wrong phrasing. I don't know. Yes.
We need a second.
I will second that motion.
We have a first, we have a second. Hang on 1 second. Okay. Discussion. Open this up now. We have the first, we have any questions? Yes, please.
With Polson Region 3, yeah, I'd like to know what the reason to rescind is.
Sure, yeah, I don't know if we had to do it and then have a discussion about it, it's fine with me. Colin, we're not Region 4. I have had, Rob Kate since his reach out to me, and explain that he is able to run a tournament successfully at multiple sites. And I think that was one of the sticking points we had. in this
Who's that?
discussion.
Wrestling.
He's the wrestling guy we were talking about earlier, who
Okay.
runs the events at, like throughout the state of Nevada. And so he has indicated to me that he can run it at multiple sites. And that he was under the impression that this decision was already made by the board, back in August. And so that was just, there's just some layers of this that I think we didn't know as a board that I think we should be aware of when we reconsider, or if we were to take a new vote this item. Let's.
Turn it over to Mr. Jets.
The running at two sites is non-starter still for me because we would have girls at one site and boys at the other. That was a whole thing. And that is news to me that I did not know he was able to run two sites at the same time. Okay, as far as the information he was made privy to, after the decision was made by me to move forward with working with Winnemucca, I contacted Ms. Sloan and told her, we got to move forward with this. We're going to move forward with Winnemucca. He did contact me at that time and said he thought he could secure Arizona as a site. And I informed him that I had made a commitment to Winnemucca and I was going to go forward with that as my recommendation to the board. I was not going to go back on my word to Winnemucca. If this board then decided not to go with Winnemucca, then we would have to venture out. We still did not get contacted by the Arizona venue. That has not been happening. It did not occur. We did not have any contact with them. So his offer to secure it, while I was appreciative of that, he did inform me he thought it would cause some struggles, and it did. But I did go forward with the commitment to Winnemucca and saying that's what I was going to bring forward to the board. In-state member school, free of charge.
Right, which I think is offered at multiple sites in state, free of charge, member school, same situation. And so I just think the board has what needed that information, which we didn't have until this moment, right? So that way we could decide if we still wanted to have state wrestling for 2 years in a row be having this families travel as opposed to providing that opportunity like we normally do kind of every other year back and forth. Or like we could do to provide that opportunity. So that's why I made the motion to rescind that.
I don't want it to be construed that I did not share all the information with the board.
That's not what I'm saying. I said
Okay.
that we didn't have that information.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, because you just said that you didn't know that. So
Right,
now-
I didn't know you could run it. at both.
Now we do, yeah, so.
Now, to understand that running at a school site is not free of charge. We have to pay the school fee, the security and all those stuff.
Silicon,
Okay.
Right, yes, but like Cimarron Memorial High School has the right to waive various costs associated with that. The principal has autonomy to waive a good amount of the fees associated with it.
My only concern still remains, if the girls are at Cimarron and Division 5 is at Centennial, how do we, that's the logistics issue that I don't know how to address.
Yeah, and I think having spoken to a coach, that's why we have multiple coaches, because that happens.
Keith,
Just an answer to that, can't we put 5A and 4A at one school and 1A, 2A, 3A at another school, and then we avoid the girls coach on this side and the boys coach on this side? If all of Centennial is at Cimarron as a site, then the coach is with them at Cimarron, and we avoid the coach not being able to be, they may still miss, which is what happens in a regular match sometimes, right? I can't watch my 130 kid because the other kid's over here. But I'm just giving a possible solution to coaches not being at each one, if that's one of the issues.
If Cimarron's girls are at the other site, then the coach must be with that girl at that site the entire time. You have a dedicated coach to coach your girls.
No, what I'm saying is if both Centennial boys and girls, the 5A is placed at this site.
But what about the 3A girl that wrestles for Virgin Valley?
the 1 through 5 girls are all together.
All together. Girls aren't split.
Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's a good clarification for me.
Yep.
Forgot that. Thank you. I rescind my former statement.
Bart, did you want to say? something? Okay.
Thank you.
Just
Okay.
thoughts, if the sites are close enough together, I think the coaches would be able to make that work. And again, the goal here, I think, is access to families equitably.
I'm concerned that, and this is personal for me, I'm concerned now that my credibility is trashed. My credibility is now trashed because Winnemucca is not going to volunteer to host anything for us ever again. Because my credibility with them is now lost.
With respect, Mr. Wilson, no, I think that twofold. One, I would be surprised if they wouldn't like take it the year after this year, but also number two, I think you made a promise that you was not necessarily in your authority to do because the Board of Control makes decisions, unless I'm wrong. But I think the Board of Control makes decisions on that kind of location. If I'm wrong, Mr. Anderson, tell me, but I think that that is in the purview of the Board of Control.
Well.
All right, I'm gonna,
That could. But,
okay,
yeah.
can I go to, I'm gonna go to Dave. We're ready.
David, I'm attorney liaison. I'm gonna do it at two sites though. What if you have? I have a son and a daughter. Son's wrestling at Cimarron, daughter's over at Centennial. By paying a fee to get into Cimarron and then have to pay the same fee, now I look at tickets, and I look at logistics of ticketing. There's a lot of stuff that you just, you're adding on with that. Like, do I pay for both sides or do I get one ticket? And so it just, there's a lot of other stuff you gotta think about too, about going through with wristbands and whatever, and I know that because we host basketball tournaments with Green Valley Christian, and we have to come up with a system like ticketing. So they get in for one.
That is point of order.
Yes, Bart.
Thank you, President Sloan. From a guy who's run these tournaments for the NIAA, I'm not as concerned with the ticketing end of it. We can work around that. But what Mr. Henneman just brought up is if I have a son and I have a daughter, and they are wrestling at the exact same time at both of those facilities, who do I go watch? I've got to pick between my two kids that are wrestling in the same state tournament because we can't have it in one test.
Yeah.
That does become a business.
Sure, I think we can create a lot of what if scenarios all the ways, right? But I think in this scenario, in your scenario, both the son and the daughter are wrestling in the north, and as a family, I can't afford to see either of them.
I agree with that too.
Right?
All right, Ms. Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. And the reason I want to make sure that Tim, Mr. Jackson, sorry, knows that this, for me, was not about credibility. This was just about information. And again, having to deal with this constantly, on the board. So I wanted to go back to something that President Sloan had brought up before when we were originally talking about this item earlier today, having to do with finding the money and how we were going to handle that on Facilitron. And I believe Colin brought up as a principal that you can waive the Facilitron fee. Is that?
Not all,
But most, okay. Where does it go? Like if we were to do the two sites, where does it go then with staffing as far as the cost for staffing for the two schools?
It would be double.
It would be double?
It would be double.
Okay, and is that something that, and I'm not going to put personal knowledge here, I'm going to try to stay on track here. Where did that come under, then I would have to ask the three principals here, is that normally something that can also be waived along with the Facilitron fee?
Well, no, I would say no,
Because
because we have to hire staff. We have to pay people to work, so no.
negotiated contracts as far as for extra work outside the school day.
But I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. I
Okay.
apologize.
The point I'm trying to make is there would be other concerns, and so we wanted to make sure there's just that there was extra information that had come up. But that also, if we were to do two high schools, not just the ticketing, not just the son, not just the daughter, and being able to waive the Facilitron fee, but that also there are other people that are involved in those events.
Yeah, there are other people in the security, obviously, we'd have those costs as well, but those, as far as a determination factor, that is not, I mean, if I have two police officers at one site and two police officers at the other site, if I have it at a big venue, I'm probably gonna have still 4 police officers anyway. So I don't want to misconstrue that as saying it's gonna be double my costs or double the costs for the association to run it at two sites. If that's not the case, but we would have to run two sites, we would have to make sure that we can secure personnel for both sites. It would impact our officials, because we would have to split them. And the number of they work a per match, the fee would still be the same, but we would have fewer of them at each site. So we may bring in extra officials, so that cost may go up just because you can't have them work every match. They gotta rotate in and out. So there's some issues there, but logistically, I'm not trying, here's what I'm gonna say. Logistically, running it at one site and two sites from the personnel end, we're probably looking at about the same number of people, just where they're dispersed to.
Right, right. And again, the reason I brought this up is again, as you well know, that in our particular district right now in the South, there's a lot of different things going on, a lot of misinformation out there. So this wasn't more about this, I wanted you to know this is not about credibility, but just simply that after the fact, after we all walk out of here today, all of a sudden it pops out, oh, this information was not shared, this was not, given to the board, and that's not good. So this is why we're doing this.
Thank you. We have, Austin, you're up.
Thank you, Austin Mayo, 3A liaison. And again, I'm going to be speaking not in that role, but in a role for Lowry High School in Winnemucca. I think one thing that needs to be considered too is the increased costs for schools to have to go to multiple sites. You need to have transportation in place for any sort of emergency. If you're sending one bus at one site and then you have an injury at another site, you got to have some sort of way to transport that individual or that athlete. From a community standpoint, Tim, thank you for that. We would still 100% host things, but your credibility is fine. What it's going to hurt is our credibility with the people that we've reached out to already. We'll deal with that on our end. And then trying to think how to word this in a nice way. I'm not 100% convinced that Mr. Cates is being altruistic in this movement. When we've talked in the past, he's had some concerns about our site, and those concerns were frankly things no school in Nevada can handle. Wanted us to reach out to AT&T because Winnemucca has better Verizon coverage. Our internet, just things like that. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that in your guys' decision. So I know you guys if you guys don't want it to be a north and south thing, I am not convinced that Mr. Cates is viewing it the same way. So.
All right, we'll go Ellen and then Keith.
No.
You're good?
Ellen Townsend, business liaison. No, Mr. Jackson touched on it as far as number of officials and expenses related to them.
Thank you. Keith?
I don't necessarily have a dog in the fight, just looking for some confirmation here. So when we budgeted for this event, did we also budget money beyond personnel for the site as well? And will that help to defray some concern about the cost if we decide to go this route, right? Because you usually say, as you said, we have certain money like $10,000 a day for this is budgeted. Is there money budgeted for getting a site for wrestling?
Yes, I don't plan on anything being free.
So there is some extra money we'd be saving if we do it in Winnemucca.
Yes.
But we wouldn't be putting ourselves in a hole potentially because there is some money elsewhere.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
Yep.
Clarification.
I always budget for the worst case scenario.
Thank you, sir.
Are 2 sites enough?
Depends on the site. Depends on the state. Depends on the city.
Yes, we.
Can we vote on the motion to rescind?
That's good.
Yeah.
All right,
So correct, is the motion to rescind.
so we're just making a motion to rescind.
Yep.
Does that also include the tournament
No.
returns?
No,
Just to rescind?
Well, yes, it would, because the action that was on the table was to move the tournament, right? So if we rescinded and took no action, it would remain in the South where it was planned?
No, if you vote, honestly, legal counsel, you're voting on your motion to rescind. That's the motion you made.
Yep.
So you're just asking that the action that was taken be in essence vacated.
Right, okay.
So if it's vacated, that means it's a new table. The slate's clean. And then if you make a motion to change the site, then that's a second motion. Yep.
So, okay, so just for clarification purposes though, wasn't this item to move it?
What we voted on.
To the north.
Yeah,
Correct.
right?
There was no site established for the South at all.
But it was established to be in the South.
It was established to be in the South.
Okay, that's just all, that's fine. All right, let's go.
So once again, it's just the motion to rescind.
Yep.
To revoke it. Okay,
So it's rescind the action.
So.
yes.
I think we're wrong. I'm sorry that we are wrong on this. I think he was correct the first time. I'm gonna look at, I'll see Alex, wait. But normally you are making a motion to reconsider. And then you vote on the motion to reconsider. And if that vote passes, then you can go on to the rescind. If you don't vote to rescind first, you vote to reconsider, and then you have to have a vote on that first.
Under our reg, the only vote you can have, the only vote that an
Okay, so then
individual
it's different.
who did not, was not on the winning side of the first
Okay, so-
motion can make is a motion to rescind.
Period.
So, yes, that's our reg.
Okay, so for us to vote yes, that means we're rescinding, and then we're gonna have to do the rest. Okay, yeah, all right,
So if you vote
correct,
yes, you're
pulling it.
you're pulling it. If
Okay,
you vote no, it stays the way it is.
Yes. President Bone, are you ready?
Well,
Yep.
hold on, wait a minute, where's Alex?
Alex is in.
Yeah, I was just pointing out that he's on a phone call outside. I'll go check on him, but I think that's. pretty critical.
We need him in here.
thank you.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Hey.
Yes. Yes.
There's a motion on the table to rescind.
Yes.
Like Mr. Olson, Dawson, Dustin. A vote of yes means you want to get rid of the original call of Dustin. Start all over again, a vote of no means you're going to as is. Some of them are.
Okay,
Okay, once again, the motion is to rescind.
President Sloan, starting with you, would you like to rescind?
Yes,
Ron Stoller,
No.
Linda Cavazos,
Yes.
Brad Malkovich.
No.
Jay Kenny.
No.
Colin McNaught.
Yes.
Christina Brockett.
yes,
Wade Colson,
No.
Rand Sorensen, still not here. Alex Woodley,
No.
Keith Whipperman.
Yes.
All right. So the motion to rescind fails.
Yep.
One,
So it's not up to the action.
we're tied again.
So the action.
So it dies.
Oh, okay. So it's-
There you go. The time. Okay. The next agenda. Yes, yeah. Okay.
we will now go to item number 31. Please go to page 196. NIAA video library, turn it over to Mr. Jackson.
In front of you is one of the objectives that was set out. We've created, I should say, staff has created a NIA video library. Allows new members or existing members or anyone with access to go through and look at the videos showing basics of being a member of the NIAA. The submission of schedules, eligibility, activate, coaches education, max preps, hosting events, sportsmanship and officials, starting a new sport, and tips and tricks to the job. Any questions on this? This is, I want to thank Bart and Kate for this. This is really, really good stuff. I mean, we send people here a lot and it's tabbed, so you can go right to that section and see what you need to do. And it's also, delineated out by the minutes and seconds that you can see it. And ma'am, would you release the part?
Yes, Bart?
Thank you, President Sloan. The credit needs to go to the end of the table on that side. 99.99 was Ms. Segura. She took the action on this. She was the one who put a lot of this together. I reached out to Max Preps that were really good in there to help. But we thought about this a little bit, and if people are gonna see things on video, much rather have them see Kate's face than mine.
My face isn't on it. My face, for the record, my face is nowhere. My face, yeah.
The credit needs to go to Mr. Bryant. This was hers and she did a wonderful.
And I've listened to, I've started to, well done, well done. All right, any questions, Keith?
I was just gonna say the same thing from the board. Thank you very much, Kate. This is amazing for people. We appreciate you doing the work.
And it's a great.
I watched.
I wasn't hired on it, so.
Sean will be live shortly after. All right, let's go to page 230. Oh, let's go to, I'm sorry, 198, number 32, citizenship through sports update.
So the citizenship through sports has been in place for many, many years. It's a cumulative total of points. You acquire them by submitting self-assessment forms, coaches' consistency, student athletes in action, and there's many different things. The one thing we've never really had with this was an accountability that you did it. You just sort of told us you did, and we said, okay, you did it, great. So what we have done is we have changed it a little bit, where now when you do this, postseason, regular season, teachable moments, all the things that go into it, you submit samples so that we can see it. Instead of it just being a straight checklist that you say you did it, you submit your samples with it. And this is the pack that's been out for many years. Just reformatted it to make it a little more user-friendly. And emphasis of all of our goals and objectives. But if you look at, excuse me, let me get to the page here. If you look at page, where in the world is
The
it?
self-assessment,
Yeah,
or 224.
224, the self-assessment is where you were doing the checklist and you accumulated points through that. On page 227, you'll see a new section on there called the supplemental submissions. This is my emphasis to get more submissions for our top 10 boys and girls scholarship. So you get 100 points for the boy and 100 points for the girl. You have to write up what your citizen recognition program is. You simply can't just check it off that you did it. What are you actually doing? Give us the sample. And the sportsmanship self-evaluation for coaches, you need to submit that to us as well, so that we can see that you've actually done it. And now we've moved all those points over there. You still lose points for student ejections at 50 points per ejection. Coach ejections are 100 points, and improper cheers as observed by us in postseason would be 100 points per incident. I will tell you that at the end of last year, when we calculated these points, 2 schools that would have won lost 2 ejections. They had nailed all of this and they lost because of ejections. So it's not a real dramatic change. It's just more informational. It's just that we're putting a little more accountability for schools that you just can't turn in a sheet, sorry.
But also that.
Yeah,
It's been a long day.
you can't turn that in either, but you can't turn that in. So that's just for your information. That'll be going out next week and posted on our website. Some of the schools have already asked for it. We're like, listen, we wanted to redo it, wanted to show the board, and it will go out to our schools.
Where
Yeah.
would this be housed?
On the website, under, where's that page?
Oh, what's programs?
Yeah, awards programs. Yep,
That's its own tab?
yes, it's currently dead right now.
left, not a top.
Yep, left side.
Thank you, Tia.
Very well.
And also under the forms.
Okay,
It's in both places.
item 33, page.
Let's go to page 232, salary and benefit grid.
So, Mr. Stallworth asked for this. This is just current staff, current salaries, current costs for benefits, current costs for retirement. It's right there, runs right there. We have budgeted 510 for, total salary costs. Gives us a little buffer. Not that anybody's gonna go over their salary, but it always, I don't want it to be, I do not want to put in 489, 750 on the number. Put it in at 500 or 510. Benefit costs are 202. I always budget a little higher for those because there could be adjustments that come from Washoe. But just Mr. Stallworth wanted to see that. That's our current salaries, where we're at, current benefits and current rates that we pay through Washoe. And we're very thankful for Washoe for handling our payroll for us. We're very small, and we would not be able to offset the cost of payroll without them. And they take care of all of our PERS and everything else. Any questions on that?
Just curious, I know that Ellen is a stipend position and Lori is a stipend.
Yes.
What do they get paid?
Ellen gets $2,000 a month and Lori is paid at $25 per hour. And they're 1099s. And she's,
So Ellen's 2,000 a month
yep,
and Lori gets paid by the hour?
by the hour, yes. Okay, yep.
Okay, we can move on. We can go to page 234,
34.
baseball double base. Mr.
Just a
Jackson.
heads up, not in this year, but beginning in the spring of 2027, baseball is going to be going to a double first base. So they will have a double first base. I'm very shocked that softball did not adopt this as well, but they didn't. We are going to send out a correspondence to schools that in the regular season, if they so choose, they can install the double first base now and use it. We will not be using it in the postseason because it's not official yet. But if a school is wanting to do the double first base now, get ahead of it, they can install it and use it. Will not change anything. Just the new double first base is a safety protocol for baseball. I will tell you that there are some companies out there that are providing a new attachment to the current first base that'll go to second base. But everyone must have it installed for 2027. So your correspondence will be coming out.
27.
Next year.
Yeah, next year.
Just bring it to us.
Keith,
All right, quick question.
Sorry.
So if I don't know, the single post that you have for a base will also work for a double base? You need something else in the ground that needs to be installed?
There are new, NASCE, I think is the name of it, NOASCE. There are people who certify pads and all that, is in the process of certifying an attachment that you will not need the second post. But there is also the option of putting in the second post. We're getting more clarification. As soon as that's cleared, we'll share that with schools.
Thank you.
okay, let's go to Ellen, then I'll go to Tim.
Ellen Townsend.
I have the same question as.
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. I think one of the concerns might be that the schools who operate on a public site facility, recreational, are they gonna be, is that city, county park, whatever, going to supply the double first base or require, the school to bring it? We don't know where that sits, right?
Yep, and that's where we're waiting to get clarification, because if that's the case, they'll be able to bring it with them to that site.
Tim,
I will say when we rent it out, the city, and each city may be different, but we just went through turf conversion, we had to take our own bases.
So there you go. Okay.
So it may be different, city of Henderson might be different than city of Las Vegas or county, but we had to take everything.
We are waiting for more guidance from the NFA as to what that attachment is, when it's approved. You're gonna share that out. But we wanted to get this out early, much like the shot clocks, we wanted to give schools plenty of time to get it, because it will be a cost. I don't know what it'll cost at this point, but we know there'll be a cost involved for that update.
okay, thank you. Let's go to page 238, I'm sorry, the mercy rules.
So there was some discussion from the from the commissioners about maybe the board would have a flavor of reviewing the running clock or mercy rules. At this time, all they are is for your information. I would recommend that you look them over. And if there is any flavor to bring them back for a discussion, that we bring it back at the next meeting as an actionable item. The one that was brought up was football. When it's 35 points and it goes to running clock, if the score reverts under 35, there was a question of maybe we should start stopping the clock again. It doesn't. If it hits 35, it continues to run. All right, is that the other way around? I just say that backwards. I'm sorry. I said that in reverse. So if the board has any flavor to look at our mercy rules, and perhaps look at, any of the other point differentials, I included them all for you. If you wish to have them, any one of them or all of them brought back for actionable item, please let me know. We will bring them back at the January meeting.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Wade.
Wade Folsom, Region 3, having lived several different mercy rules in the past, this mercy rule, in my opinion, with the sports that we have, is very good. What it does is it allows teams to be able to put their bench players in and to play when you're ahead. It gets the experience for the younger guys, the less experienced guys, kids that don't get in, they get into the football game, and it's a running clock. So, it allows the game to go quicker, but it also allows you to be able to play those kids basketballs the exact same way. You get up by 35, you're able to throw your kids in there and get some experience. So from football and basketball, and I don't know too much about the soccer rule, but, from our perspective, from the rurals and from the smaller classifications, it's perfect because you travel 4 or 5 hours to go to the game. And it used to be 45 points and you're done at halftime and then you turn around and go home. And so this allows us to be able to play those younger kids and be able to get some more games. I'm very appreciative of the mercy rule here and I think it works very well.
Ellen,
Ellen Townsend, Commissions Liaison. Football, when the commissioners got together, I think basically they were looking at maybe the fourth quarter is what they were looking at. So it didn't go back and forth and back and forth in the fourth quarter. You know, possibility. Soccer, they basically liked it how it was. They didn't think we needed to change it. The commissioners and kind of took another look at it. And then there's another one. There's a JV baseball, softball, just JV. It's not here, but it might be something to consider if you're going to look at all the mercy rules. After 2 hour, 15-minute time limit, they wanted to talk about ending in a tie in a JV game rather than continuing after 2 hour, 15 minutes. So.
yes, Keith.
Could we include, well, if we're gonna look at them, because baseball and softball also have mercy rules, if we're gonna look at them.
Yeah, I can
Include all of them.
So we're bringing this back.
You want baseball and softball?
Well, if we're gonna bring it back and look at the mercy rules as a group for potential action, we should probably look at all of them in totality would be my suggestion.
Okay, yeah, that's why it was a discussion item this time to see if there's a flavor, we'll bring them back.
Again, if there's a flavor by the board, I suggest we bring them all back for discussion. If there's not a flavor for the board, then we don't bring any of them back for discussion. But if we're gonna discuss them, my opinion is we should discuss all of them.
Okay.
Right.
All right, let's go to item number 36, page 242, the NIAA office lease.
So as you're aware, we've been in that office now 6 years. It's a 12-year lease. It started out in around 3,400 to 3,500 a month with a 3% match increase, but it's up in the $5,200 range right now. The reason I actually brought this had nothing to do with the cost of the rent. It had to do with something that was presented to me about 4 weeks ago, maybe 5 weeks ago. Below the office is another building. It's a duplex, for lack of better terms, in my old terminology. And there's a comic book store below us. And they approached and said that they are getting too large for their own good. And we're wondering if we would be interested in them taking over the entire building. And then we would look for a different space. Now, a couple of things at play here. One, I don't know if that's still going to be the offer because it's been a couple of weeks and they may have made other decisions. And I've emailed them, or texted back and forth with the young man who runs that. And I told him we were going to discuss it here at the board. The second thing is we would have to find a new place up in the Reno Sparks area because we need to have our footprint up there someplace. And I don't know if we can find someplace for a less amount or if we can find someplace at the same amount or greater amount. I don't even know what's out there. I didn't want to venture into any of this without talking to the board because the first thing I don't want anyone to assume is that I'm looking to move the office out of the Reno Sparks area. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the cost of the building and the facility, and this may be moot. I may get back and talk to the gentleman below us, and he may say, nope, we made other plans, or we're staying put, or whatever the case may be. But we do have a lot of space in that building that is void, because the original plan was to use that space in the middle section for these meetings, but we have outgrown that space greatly. We can't hold a board meeting in there. It's too small. We're too large. But that being said, we also use that space for the Northern 4A/5A. They hold league meetings there. So it does function in many different capacities, but we would be looking at trying to find a space that had, 4 or 5 offices and some other space available. And we have the basement, which, none of us likes to go into, for lots of various reasons, ranging from spiders to cobwebs. But we would have to look at something like that. I don't know how the board would feel about that. The only concern I have is it really bothers me that we're in a 12-year lease, because taking 3% every year, adding it on to that, I could see this getting very, very expensive very, very quickly. more so than it is right now. I think it's expensive as it is right now. However, we do have a good landlord. We do have a good rapport with our landlord. Everything's great in that sense. We pay our rent, they take care of anything we have, and everything seems to be working well. But I just wanted to throw it out there to the board and see if they wanted me to do anything with that, or just say, thank you very much for the information, Mr. Jackson, move on to the next topic.
Rollins.
Rollins board, have you looked? Have you guys gone out and started looking at some other areas just to see what's out there when you start saying, you know, you're paying 5,000 a month now, or?
No, I have not.
So no one-
I didn't want to start going out venturing if it would, I didn't want to send the wrong message.
Okay.
So I did not. I thought I'd talk to the board first, see what the board thought. And even if they don't want to take over that, I don't know if that's something the board would want me to look at anyway, or just stay put where we're at. So I know you're familiar with the building. It's a lot of wasted space for us right now.
I mean, you know, I'm all in favor of going and trying to look for a lower rent and that type of stuff. If I know that our meeting with Bob and the 4A region, 4 and 5A region and our meetings, you know, we kind of move them around and we have them at the schools and we've done some other things with them and use your office whenever we can, but I don't think that should be a major requirement with regards to you possibly not moving or staying. I don't think that should be a hindrance if that's the direction you want to go.
And I don't really have a direction, I'm gonna be honest with you. I just thought if he presented that, I should present that to the board. Like I said, I may go back and talk to him tomorrow and he may say, yeah, we've already made other plans with that.
All right, I'm gonna go to Jay and then Colin.
Jay Kenny, have you talked to the landlord and will they allow that?
Yeah, I don't know.
So we have-
According to our lease, if we were to sublease it from that, it would have to be approved by them as well.
Okay.
And my thought was, they've already approved that lease for the gentleman down below if they took over the whole building. But I haven't talked to Charles about that at all.
Okay, and then two, you said you're at 5,200 right now?
Yes,
And how many square feet is it? Do you have any idea?
1,700.
But you're
1,700?
So you're saying, but you only need truly 4 offices in the building?
Yeah, I believe we can function with 4.
You can get it cheaper. Not a problem.
Colin.
Colin McDonald, Region 4. I'm not in opposition at all to exploring that. I think it's honestly, Tim, I think this is a operational decision that the board doesn't necessarily, in my opinion, doesn't need to weigh in on.
Okay.
I would wonder if you need a space at all, right? And so that would just be something to consider as well. I mean, we talked financially earlier that it costs $80 per facility. And we talked about how we need money, and that might be a place where maybe it's not a long term, but you explore it for a little while and see. I mean, to Vice President Stallworth's point earlier, there has been no issue with you somewhat not having a space to date, and I would agree with that from my perspective. I don't necessarily think having it in one place or the other means much, and so I think it's an operational decision that you should make. But I would encourage you to consider, like, what does no space look like for a little bit of time? So to save some money as well, if it's a person.
Anybody else? All right, we're gonna move on to number 37. Please go to page 243 for the upcoming travel for NIAA staff.
At each of the meetings, I plan to continue the practice of showing you where we're gonna be traveling before the next board meeting. December 12th through 16th, the National Athletic Directors Conference in Tampa, Florida. Mr. Groy and Sean Fitzsimons is gonna break his seal for the first time and venture into NAD. I know, I'm giving him a hard time.
Working towards my CMAs.
There you go. And then I am going to forego that one and go to the winter meetings in Newport, which I'm driving to. I'll just drive because it's close enough that I can drive. And I will go there. And that's all the travel we have planned that is not related to NIAA events. So, and that's that.
Thank you. Let's go to page 245, finishing up here for the future items, Mr. Jackson.
So currently I have that we are going to, will not be a board item yet. It will go through the process. We are looking at language to update 385B 126. That piece of regulation rule there. I will be contacting Joint Standing Committee about the potential liaison position on the board. We are going to work on creating a spectator attendee policy / attendee policy. And we are going to bring back the realignment committee with changes. And then we will also bring back all the information that was required in Mr. Polson's motion for cheerleading. And the calendar will come back with options A, B, and C.
Yes.
Hopefully be bringing back all of the regulations that are affected by AB 184. If not at the January meeting, my hope is actually before that, possibly a special meeting.
Don't want sportsmanship on that agenda. I want it passed by just Colin.
Calling out Region 4, I would like to kind of just elaborate on that cheer item. I would like it to be a sanctioning cheer action item again.
Okay.
Keith,
There was discussion of salary or did you already mention that?
Got it. The policy manual.
Policy
Thank you.
manual, salary?
Forgot that.
yes, Ellen.
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison, the mercy rules.
Okay, Mercy rules.
Not that I want to bring this up because it deals with money. Ellen, where are you with the officials' pay? Because I know 2 years we agreed status quo. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, if we're gonna have a conversation, it has to be done in January. Because that will have huge impacts on budgets going forward.
And the answer is no.
And Rollins said no, so point me.
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. In the last legislative session, I don't believe there was a state increase for employees. So that would mean after this year, for the next 2 years, it is at zero. Which, you know, probably won't set well with the officials associations.
Well, they won't be mad at us.
We'll bring that back.
My budget appreciation.
So are you asking me then to get with them to see if we need to ask for something?
No. No. You just answered my question.
That's been the problem all along.
Because when I meet with my supervisor,
Glad I could bring that.
I have to plan for next year, basically starting now. But no, you just answered 2 years, zero. That's beautiful. Oh. Not January.
So.
All right. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Bart Davidson, nice staff. Did you add on there, Mr. Jackson, an update on football, the HRM?
Yes.
This is the first, we'll be through the first.
Yep. JRM update. By the way, everybody's waited with bated breath for Monday when that's the first standings officially.
Yeah, the thing about the sheets still.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
Get her back. I want it.
You know what I'd like to report on?
Yes, ma'am.
I would also like to report about the impact of 184. I know that, Sean and Kate have been a little busy with coaching investigation. And it's like, wow. We're involved in a few ourselves currently, so, yeah, the impact of 184. Because I think we need to publicly speak on that one. Yes. There's anything else?
Anything else? Thank you for this last 2 days. I knew today was, these 2 days were gonna be a heavy lift. That's why we booked a later flight. I had jokingly said that we were prepared to keep everybody overnight if we had to for a third day, just so we could get through everything. And appreciate the many things that we'll not be kicking down the road and the can that we are kicking. Hopefully we can smash that out and be done.
Okay, we will now go to item number 39, public comment. This time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board about any matters not on the agenda. Items raised during this portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedures of the open meeting law has been complied with. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the board on the agenda, it is asked that the said person please complete a yellow card, public card, comment card, and submit it to the president before the opening of this item. A limit of 3 minutes per person or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of the particular group may be imposed It is requested that comments be directed to the board as a whole. Comments that are determined to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willfully disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. I see none. This meeting is adjourned at 3:20. Thank you, everyone.